Life moves fast. Days turn into weeks. Weeks turn into years. And before you know it, you look back and wonder where the time went. Have you ever asked yourself if you're truly making the most of your time? Are you growing, learning, and becoming the person you want to be? Or are you stuck, repeating the same habits and expecting different results? The truth is, success, happiness, and fulfillment don't happen by accident. They come from the lessons you choose to learn and apply. In this video, I'm going to share 50 life lessons that if you learn them once, will improve your life forever. These are not theories or complicated ideas. They are simple but powerful truths that can change the way you think, work, and live. If you're ready to stop drifting and start taking control of your life, stay with me. These lessons might be exactly what you need right now. Lesson 1. Take full control of everything happening in your life. That's where it all begins. That's the first life lesson that changes everything the moment you decide to apply it. Most people spend their lives waiting for better timing, waiting for someone to rescue them, waiting for luck. But life doesn't respond to waiting. Life responds to ownership, full ownership. That's the word full, not partial, not sometimes, not when it's convenient. Full. You have to take full control of what's happening in your life. Because if you don't, someone else will. And here's what's true. Nobody else will ever care about your life as much as you should. Nobody else will manage your future the way you need to. So you've got to stop outsourcing responsibility. You've got to stop blaming people. You've got to stop pointing fingers. It doesn't matter who hurt you, who doubted you, who disappointed you, or who left you. What matters now is this. What are you going to do about it? You cannot afford to live on excuses. Excuses steal your strength. They blind you to your own power. The moment you blame someone else for your situation, you hand them the keys to your future. And if they've already let you down once, why give them that power again? Taking full control means you wake up every day and you face the truth. You face where you are. Maybe it's uncomfortable. Maybe you don't like what you see. Maybe you're behind. Maybe you've wasted time. Maybe you've been undisciplined. That's okay. But now you take charge. Now you do something about it. You fix it. You rise. You rebuild. You stop living like a victim. The victim mindset is the easiest trap in the world. It keeps you safe. It keeps you small. And it keeps you stuck. It's not your identity. It's not who you really are. You're stronger than that. You're built to grow. You're built to rise. But you've got to decide to take control. Taking full control starts with your thoughts. Your thoughts drive everything else. Most people let their thoughts run wild. They let fear control them. They let doubt control them. They let the past dictate the present. You've got to wake up and say, I control how I think. I control what I believe. I control how I see the world. Because if you don't control your thoughts, your emotions will control your decisions. And if your emotions run your life becomes chaos. You've got to take control of your reactions. That's part of it too. Not everything that happens is fair. Not everything that happens feels good. But how you react to it, that's on you. You decide whether you react with anger, with fear, or with strength. You decide whether you crumble or grow. Life will throw things at you. That's guaranteed. But your power comes from how you respond. Taking full control also means you take control of your time. Most people say they don't have enough time, but they're not being honest. They have time, they're just not using it well. You've got 24 hours. So does everyone else. What you do with it decides who you become. Stop wasting hours on things that give you nothing back. Stop giving your energy to distractions, to drama, to things that don't push your life forward. You're not here to scroll your life away. You're here to build. You're here to grow. So manage your time like your future depends on it, because it does. Then you take control of your habits. That's where real change happens. It's not about what you do once in a while. It's what you do daily. What do you do in the morning? What do you eat? How do you speak to yourself? Who do you hang around with? How often do you move your body? Do you read or waste time? Do you plan or drift? These things decide your life. If you want to build something great, you've got to build solid habits. And that means making real decisions. That means discipline. That means saying no to things that feel good now, but cost you later. Taking full control means you stop waiting for motivation. Motivation comes and goes. But if you're serious about your life, you move with or without it. You build momentum by showing up every single day. Even when you're tired, even when you feel like nothing's changing, even when no one claps for you, you do the work. You stay in the process. Because the reward doesn't come to the one who waits. It comes to the one who shows up. You take full control by watching who you listen to. You've got to stop letting negative people shape your thinking. You've got to stop surrounding yourself with people who don't believe in growth. People who complain, gossip, and make excuses. They will drag you down without even trying. Get around people who are doing something with their lives. People who have goals. People who talk about building and changing and growing. That kind of energy will lift you. But even then, you are still the one in control. It's not their job to make you better. It's your job to learn from them and take action. Another part of taking full control is being brutally honest about your weaknesses. Most people hide from their flaws. They pretend they've got it all figured out. That's not strength. Strength is saying, this is where I'm weak, but I'm willing to work on it. Be the kind of person who faces the truth without fear. Own your mistakes. Own your poor choices. And then fix them. You've got that power. Taking control doesn't mean life gets easy. It means you get stronger. It means you stop looking for the path with no struggle. And you start becoming someone who can handle whatever comes. That's real power. When you know deep down, no matter what happens, I can handle it, you stop being afraid. You stop being anxious. You stop feeling small. Because now you're not reacting, you're creating. You're not waiting, you're leading. And that's where real confidence comes from. Taking control also means you stop lying to yourself. You stop pretending you're doing your best when you know you're not. You stop saying someday and start saying now. You stop making excuses for not being where you want to be. You're not here to stay average. You're here to grow. You're here to evolve. And none of that happens unless you tell yourself the truth and do something about it. Some days will feel heavy. You'll wake up and not feel like doing anything. That's normal. But here's the question. Will you let those days control you, or will you move anyway? Will you stay in bed, or will you get up and show up for your future? You've got to stop giving your worst days more power than your goals. The days you don't feel like it are the most important days to act. That's where growth happens. That's where self-respect is built. You want to feel proud of yourself? Do what needs to be done even when you don't feel like it. Taking full control means you choose your standards. You decide what kind of life you want to live. You don't settle for average. You don't settle for comfort. You raise your standards and then you hold yourself to them. Nobody else is coming to push you. You've got to push yourself. You've got to say, I don't do that anymore. Whether it's junk food, toxic friends, wasted weekends, or weak habits, if it doesn't match the life you want, you stop doing it. Period. You take control by setting real goals. Not dreams, not wishes, not vague ideas. Real goals. Measurable goals. Specific goals. Goals that scare you a little and excite you a lot. Then you break them down into steps and you follow those steps. One by one. Day after day. You don't rush. You don't quit. You stay with it until it's done. And through it all you stay patient. Not passive, patient. You keep working even when you don't see results yet. You trust the process because you trust yourself. You don't need applause. You don't need approval. You're not doing it for other people. You're doing it for your future. That's what it means to take control. You live for the person you're becoming. This is your life, your time, your opportunity. You won't get it back. Every day matters. Every choice builds something. So you either build your strength or build your regret. You either build your future or stay stuck in your past. But the truth is, it's your decision. Always was. Always will be. Now's the time to stop blaming. Stop delaying. Stop shrinking. Now's the time to take full control of everything happening in your life. Because the moment you do, that's the moment everything begins to change. Not all at once, but step by step, day by day. You take control and you take your power back. That's how it starts. And that's how it grows. Lesson 2. Cut off people who drain your peace daily. Cut off people who drain your peace daily. That is one of the most difficult but powerful choices you will ever make for your personal growth and long-term happiness. The people around you shape your energy, your confidence, your thinking, and your identity more than you may want to admit. If you're surrounded by negativity, by constant criticism, by drama, by manipulation, or by people who never want to see you do better than them, it's going to poison your progress. You can't build a better life in a toxic environment. You can't become your best self while constantly being pulled back into confusion, guilt, or self-doubt by people who don't support your growth. Now I want you to stop for a second and think. Think about how you feel after talking to certain people. Do you feel drained? Do you feel smaller? Do you feel confused about your goals, your worth, or your choices? That's not love. That's not support. That's emotional theft. And if someone is taking away your energy every day, you owe it to yourself to walk away from that influence. It doesn't matter who they are. Family, friends, co-workers, even someone you've known your whole life. If their presence brings you stress, if their voice brings you down, if their patterns leave you emotionally exhausted, you have to protect yourself. This isn't about being cold, it's about survival. You can't grow in soil that keeps choking your roots. You can't find clarity in a space full of noise. You can't become calm around people who live in chaos and expect you to join them in it. Some people won't clap when you change. They won't support you when you raise your standards. They'll mock your new habits, discourage your ambitions, and remind you of your past every time you try to rise. These are people who feel threatened by your potential. They want you to stay the same because it makes them feel safe. But staying the same just to keep someone else comfortable is the fastest way to lose your own peace. You owe no one an explanation for choosing peace over pressure. You are not here to carry other people's emotional burdens. You're not their therapist. You're not their punching bag. You're not their backup plan. And you are not responsible for healing people who refuse to take responsibility for their own behavior. It's okay to say, this connection is hurting me more than helping me, and I need to step away. That is strength. That is self-respect. That is clarity. You have to understand something important. Your peace is sacred. It's the foundation of clear thinking, strong decision-making, and steady progress. When your mind is peaceful, you start thinking better. You make wiser choices. You feel lighter. You begin to enjoy your own company. You focus more. You work better. You attract healthier people. But peace doesn't come by accident. You create it. And most of the time you create it by cutting off what constantly destroys it. You're not weak for walking away from people who keep draining you. You're wise. You're not heartless for putting yourself first after years of being emotionally available for people who gave you nothing in return. You're healing. You're not selfish for choosing silence over conflict, distance over dysfunction, or solitude over fake connections. You're growing. You can love someone and still choose not to let them into your space. You can care about someone and still protect your emotional health by creating distance. Love does not mean unlimited access. Love does not mean tolerating behavior that wounds your spirit and drains your mind. Love does not mean sacrificing your joy to keep someone from feeling rejected. If someone really cared about your well-being, they'd adjust how they show up in your life, not guilt you for protecting yourself. You don't heal by continuing to expose yourself to the same people who keep breaking you. You heal by taking a step back. You heal by learning how to be okay without their presence. You heal by understanding that peace is not found in fixing others. It's found in fixing the parts of yourself that allowed that kind of behavior for too long. Some people only come around when they need something. They only check in to unload their drama, complain about their problems, or create guilt in your mind for having boundaries. They make you feel bad for not being available on their terms. That is emotional control. And if you allow it to continue, you'll start believing that being used is normal. That's not how real relationships work. Real support doesn't feel heavy. It doesn't demand. It doesn't manipulate. It listens. It respects. It encourages. It grows with you. And if that's not what you're getting from someone, you're getting something that will only pull you down over time. Cutting someone off doesn't mean you hate them. It means you love yourself enough to stop allowing damage. It means you're finally seeing the cost of tolerating disrespect, dismissiveness, or deception. The cost is your peace. The cost is your energy. The cost is your dreams. And when you really add it all up, no connection is worth that kind of loss. There will be people who won't understand your decision to walk away. That's okay. They don't have to. This is your life. This is your path. You are not required to explain your healing to those who never cared about your hurting. You're not here to convince anyone of your worth. You're here to protect it. The truth is, not everyone is meant to go with you into your next season. Some people were only part of your life to teach you boundaries. Others were there to help you learn how to stand up for yourself. And some were meant to show you what you never want to experience again. Take the lesson. Leave the chaos. This is what taking responsibility for your peace looks like. You look at every person in your life and ask, does this connection bring value to my journey? Or does it create more pain than progress? And if the answer is pain, you distance yourself, not out of hate, out of clarity. You don't owe your time to people who never made the effort to understand your growth. You don't owe your space to those who show up only to drain your mind and criticize your efforts. You don't owe endless chances to those who repeatedly make you feel small, misunderstood, or dismissed. That's not being kind. That's being stuck. Healing begins where chaos ends. Growth starts where drama stops. And sometimes, the most life-changing decision you will make is choosing silence over arguing, choosing space over pleasing, and choosing peace over proving. You are not the problem for wanting peace. You are the solution to the endless cycle of pain that happens when you ignore your inner voice. There are people who thrive on control, attention, and chaos. They will create problems just to feel important in your life. They will start arguments over nothing. They will twist your words. They will make you doubt yourself. This is not your fault, but it is your responsibility to step away from that energy. You were not created to survive in dysfunction. You were created to build, to evolve, to love yourself deeply. And you cannot do that when you're constantly trying to survive someone else's emotional storms. You have the right to choose calm. You have the right to protect your peace. You have the right to surround yourself with people who speak with kindness, who show up with honesty, who treat you with respect, and who grow with you, not against you. You are allowed to be selective. You are allowed to stop entertaining connections that drain your spirit. This lesson is not about revenge. It's not about being harsh. It's about waking up. It's about knowing that peace is something you build. And the more you protect it, the more your mind clears, your energy rises, and your vision becomes sharper. You start realizing what matters. You start realizing who matters. And you stop wasting time on what doesn't. The people you allow in your life will shape how far you go. They'll shape how you think about yourself. They'll influence your habits, your confidence, your mindset. So choose carefully. Surround yourself with people who talk about ideas, not gossip. People who cheer you on when you grow, not mock you when you try. People who tell you the truth kindly, not use it to hurt you. People who challenge you to be better without making you feel like you're not enough. If you have people in your life who constantly drain you, who constantly criticize you, who constantly bring negativity, cut them off. Not out of hate, out of love for yourself. Because once you remove that noise, you start to hear your own voice again. You begin to see clearly. You get your energy back, and you finally start creating the life that belongs to you, not the one shaped by people who never really wanted to see you win. And here's something important. Peace isn't boring. Peace is powerful. It gives you time to think. It gives you space to grow. It gives you room to breathe. When you're not constantly reacting to chaos, you finally have the space to build something meaningful, something solid, something that actually lasts. Protecting your peace is not selfish. It's smart. It's necessary. And it's your job. Nobody else is going to do it for you. If you don't protect your peace, no one else will. If you don't walk away from draining people, they will continue to drain you. Not because they're stronger, but because you never decided to stop it. So decide now. Decide that your peace matters. Decide that your energy is worth protecting. Decide that your future is too important to waste on people who bring nothing but confusion, stress, and emotional chaos. You have one life. Don't spend it trying to fix people who don't want to be fixed. Don't waste it shrinking to make others feel bigger. Don't lose yourself trying to be enough for people who never chose you with the same heart. Cut off people who drain your peace daily, and watch how much your life starts to shift. Watch how much stronger your focus becomes. Watch how much lighter your heart feels. That's the reward of protecting your space. That's the gift of choosing yourself. And that is how you begin to live with real freedom. Lesson 3. Wake up early and start with a clear plan. Wake up early and start with a clear plan. That habit alone can change the entire direction of your life. Most people never realize how much power they have over their future because they start each day reacting instead of creating. They open their eyes with no direction, no structure, no goals, and no clear target in mind. And because of that, the day slips away from them. Time disappears. Focus weakens. Energy fades. Then they wonder why their life feels stuck, scattered, and frustrating. It's not because life is unfair. It's because they never took control of the start of their day. Waking up early is not just about getting up before everyone else. It's about giving yourself a head start on the world. It's about owning the first part of the day so you're not being pulled in 1,000 directions. When you wake up early, before the world starts calling for your attention, you create space to think clearly. You create space to plan, to reflect, to move, to breathe, and to sharpen your priorities. That's what gives you clarity. That's what gives you the strength to move through the rest of your day with discipline instead of stress. You can't expect your life to be organized if your mornings are a mess. If your morning is rushed, foggy, and chaotic, that energy carries into everything else. You lose time. You lose rhythm. You forget what matters. You start chasing the day instead of leading it. But if you build a morning that's intentional, you take control right from the start. You set your direction early. You stop being pulled by distractions. You stop rushing through the day like you're constantly behind. That feeling of being behind doesn't come from being busy. It comes from not knowing what you're doing with your time. Getting up early gives you power over your schedule. It gives you time before the noise. It gives you quiet space to decide how you want to show up in the world that day. And if you've ever felt like your mind is always tired, it's probably because you've never given it proper time to prepare. Preparation doesn't happen by accident. You've got to make space for it. You've got to set the tone for your day before anyone else tries to set it for you. When you wake up early and start with a clear plan, you move with purpose. You stop guessing what to do next. You know your priorities before distractions start pulling at you. You know what needs to be done before other people's opinions and problems start showing up. And when you know your priorities, you stay grounded. You don't waste time on things that don't serve you. You don't get lost in tasks that look urgent, but mean nothing. You focus on what moves your life forward. That's how you build real progress. A clear plan doesn't mean your entire day is micromanaged. It means you know what matters most. It means you've made real decisions about your time, your energy, and your focus before the world gets noisy. Without that, you spend the day reacting. You jump from one task to the next. You get distracted easily. You forget what really matters. You start strong and finish scattered. But when you wake up with structure, when you look at your plan before you touch your phone, you move into the day like a leader. Your future depends on the decisions you make at the start of your day. Do you wake up with purpose, or do you hit snooze and drift? Do you start with action, or do you scroll for an hour hoping to feel motivated? Do you know your goals before the day begins, or do you make them up as you go? The difference between someone who's moving forward and someone who's stuck isn't always talent or luck. It's the structure of their day. It's the system they follow. Starting with their morning. You don't rise by chance. You rise by design. And that design begins with the first hour of your day. You wake up, you hydrate, you move your body, you sit with your plan, you ask yourself what needs to be done, you get clear on your responsibilities, you remind yourself why it matters, you write down your top 3 goals, you look at your calendar, you cut out anything that wastes time, you prepare your mind, your body, and your environment. Then you go. You can't expect to be productive if you haven't prepared your space or your schedule. You can't demand energy from yourself when you spent your first hour half asleep, scrolling through other people's lives, comparing yourself before you've even taken your first action. That's why people lose motivation. They start the day distracted. They lose their edge before the work begins. And then they wonder why they can't focus. It's not because they're lazy. It's because their morning never gave them a chance to feel powerful. You want more control over your life. Take control of your mornings. Don't wait until the afternoon to decide who you want to be. Decide first thing. Choose your mindset before problems show up. Choose your focus before distractions. Knock on your door. Choose your energy before other people steal it. That's the real power of waking up early and starting with a plan. It's not about doing more. It's about doing what matters. It's about making your actions count. When you start your day with a clear plan, you remove doubt. You reduce decision fatigue. You don't waste your mental energy wondering what you should do next. You've already decided. That clarity gives you momentum. And when you move with momentum, you get more done in one day than most people get done in 3. Not because you worked harder, but because you worked smarter. You weren't distracted. You weren't guessing. You weren't busy. You were focused. Your morning should not be filled with stress and confusion. It should be filled with clarity and commitment. It should prepare you for the life you're building. You've got goals, right? You've got dreams, right? You want better results, right? Then how you begin the day matters. Don't leave that to chance. Don't let your alarm clock become your biggest enemy. Set it. Get up when it rings. No negotiations. No excuses. You don't need more sleep. You need more purpose. Most people never improve their mornings because they convince themselves they're not morning people. That's not true. It's just a habit. And habits can be changed. But the truth is, you'll never wake up energized if you go to bed with chaos. So take the night seriously too. Prep the night before. Set your clothes. Review your goals. Plan your top tasks. Set your environment up for success. Then get in bed with peace. That way when you wake up, you're not behind. You're ready. You don't have to wake up at 4 a.m. to be productive. But you do need to wake up before the demands of the day take over. You need a quiet window of time that belongs only to you, where you're not reacting, where you're not answering messages, where you're not putting out fires. That time is sacred. It's your edge. And if you use it well, you'll be amazed how much your life can change. The person you want to become requires structure. It requires discipline. And discipline begins with how you start your day. You can't expect massive results from random effort. You need intentional action. You need rhythm. You need systems that make your success easier to repeat. A powerful morning routine does that. It removes chaos. It creates clarity. And it gives you the mindset to deal with anything the day throws at you. You want to stop living with anxiety. Stop waking up late and rushing into the day. You want to stop feeling lost. Get your priorities on paper before breakfast. You want to feel proud of yourself. Start taking full responsibility for how you begin each day. That's where pride is built, not from big wins, from small wins that happen every morning, when you keep the promise to yourself to rise and lead your life. A lot of people say they want change, but their mornings don't reflect that desire. They say they want more money, more peace, more freedom, but their mornings look like confusion, delay, and distraction. If you want better results, you have to start living in a way that aligns with your goals, and that means getting up with purpose, getting up with structure, getting up with a plan, and the mindset to execute it. This isn't about being perfect. It's about being committed. You don't need to have everything figured out. You just need to know what matters most today. You need to show up before the pressure of the world starts weighing on your mind. When you start early, you give yourself space to breathe, to think, to act from intention instead of reaction. This practice, repeated daily, creates discipline. It strengthens your confidence. It proves to yourself that you're not just hoping for a better life. You're actively building it. You're not stuck. You're not behind. You're just one decision away from momentum, one morning away from clarity, one plan away from progress. So tomorrow, wake up early. Don't hit snooze. Don't delay. Get up and claim the day. Sit down with your goals. Look at your schedule. Decide what matters most. Then go do it. Not because it's easy, but because your future is worth it. Your time is too valuable to waste. Your goals are too important to leave to chance. And your life is too meaningful to live on autopilot. Wake up early and start with a clear plan. That's how you build a powerful life. One strong morning at a time. Lesson 4. Track your money and control your spending habits. Track your money and control your spending habits. That is not just financial advice. That's a life principle. It's about responsibility. It's about clarity. It's about freedom. When you don't know where your money is going, you don't know where your life is headed. Money is a tool, and like any tool, if you don't know how to manage it, it can create damage instead of progress. Most people struggle financially, not because they don't make enough, but because they don't manage what they already have. They live in confusion. They don't know what they spend, where it goes, or how much they actually waste every single month. If you want to build a solid life, you have to start paying attention to your money. Every dollar you spend is a decision. It's a vote for the future you're building, but you can't make smart decisions without information. You have to get honest about your numbers. You have to write them down. You have to face them, even if it makes you uncomfortable. The truth is, money doesn't disappear. It's not vanishing into the air. It's going somewhere. And if you're not tracking it, you're losing control of it. And when you lose control of your money, you lose control of your time, your options, your energy, and your peace. Start by writing down everything, not just the big things, everything. Every coffee, every subscription, every impulse purchase, every little thing you convince yourself doesn't matter. It all adds up. And until you see the full picture, you can't fix it. You have to know what's coming in and what's going out. You have to know what's necessary and what's emotional spending. You have to separate your wants from your needs and take control of your choices. Financial freedom doesn't begin with making more money. It begins with understanding the money you already have. People think they need a bigger paycheck. What they actually need is a better plan. You don't have to earn millions to live with dignity. You just need to stop letting your money control you. That starts by tracking every expense and asking yourself a simple question. Does this spending serve my life or sabotage it? Most people avoid budgeting because they think it's boring or restrictive. But the truth is, not having a budget is far more painful. Living paycheck to paycheck, feeling anxious every time a bill comes in, having no savings, no margin, no options, that's the real burden. That's the real stress. A budget is not a punishment. It's a structure. It's a way to build your future on purpose instead of hope. Hope doesn't pay your bills. Strategy does. And the foundation of that strategy is control. If you don't tell your money where to go, you'll always wonder where it went. If you don't have a plan, your money will vanish into things that give you no long-term value. You'll be left with stuff you didn't need and regret you didn't expect. That's what happens when your spending is emotional, impulsive, or reactive. And if you want a better life, you have to make your money decisions based on logic, not feeling. There's no shame in having made poor financial decisions in the past. Everyone has done it. But what separates the wise from the reckless is what they do after they realize the problem. Do you keep making the same mistakes? Do you keep ignoring your statements? Do you keep living in denial? Or do you say, enough is enough. It's time to take ownership. Start with something simple. At the end of every day, write down what you spent. Review it weekly. Notice patterns. Notice triggers. Notice what you bought because you were stressed, bored, or trying to impress someone. Be brutally honest, because without honesty, you can't improve anything. And improving your financial habits will affect every other area of your life. Your money decisions affect your relationships. They affect your peace. They affect your ability to rest. They affect your ability to dream big and take risks. When you're always broke, your decisions are controlled by fear. You say yes when you want to say no. You take jobs you hate. You stay in places you've outgrown, not because you want to, but because you don't have the freedom to choose otherwise. That's what poor money habits cost you. Choice. But when you take control, when you start saving, when you start planning, when you start cutting out waste, when you start telling your money what to do, you get your freedom back. You get your dignity back. You get your future back. And that's not about being rich. That's about being responsible. That's about being awake. That's about treating your life with the seriousness it deserves. You don't need to be perfect. You need to be intentional. You need to stop ignoring your financial life. Ignorance is not peace. It's just a delay of pain. At some point, the debt catches up. The pressure builds, and the consequences become harder to escape. But you don't have to wait until you're drowning to change. You can make small decisions now that prevent massive regret later. Cut back where it hurts a little now, so it doesn't hurt a lot later. Delay some of your wants so you can meet your needs without stress. Cancel what you don't use. Avoid emotional spending. Stop trying to impress people who aren't paying your bills. Stop buying things to escape discomfort. Start building discipline. Start using your money as a tool for growth instead of a tool for distraction. Ask yourself this every time you're about to spend money. Is this helping me build the life I really want? Or is this just making me feel better for 5 minutes? That one question can save you from years of regret. You don't need another pair of shoes. You don't need another gadget. You don't need to eat out 5 times a week. What you need is control. What you need is peace. What you need is the ability to say, I know exactly where my money is going, and I'm proud of how I'm using it. Financial strength doesn't come from luck. It comes from small daily decisions made with discipline and vision. Track your money every day, just like someone building muscle tracks their workouts. You're training your mind to be aware, to be in charge, to stop acting like money is something that controls you. It doesn't. You control it, but only if you're paying attention. You might be thinking, but I don't make enough to save. That's not true. You're spending something right now. It's not about how much you make. It's about how much you keep. If you can't manage $500, you won't manage $5,000. It's a mindset. It's a skill. It's a muscle. And it grows when you practice it every single day. And when you finally build that discipline, you'll notice something amazing. You feel stronger. You feel more confident. You stop avoiding your bank account. You stop living in survival mode. You start thinking long term. You start dreaming again. You stop saying, I can't afford it. And you start asking, how can I afford it without hurting my future? You were not born to live broke. You were not designed to be confused. You have what it takes to get this part of your life in order. You just have to care enough to face it. You just have to believe that your life is worth organizing. You have to treat your future with respect, because nobody else is going to do it for you. You can't build wealth with bad spending habits. You can't feel peace while living in debt. You can't grow financially if you refuse to look at the truth. The truth might sting, but it also sets you free. The moment you track your money, you get clarity. The moment you control your spending, you get freedom. And when you have both clarity and freedom, you move through life with confidence. You stop being afraid of emergencies. You stop worrying about bills. You stop being a prisoner to every paycheck. That kind of control doesn't happen overnight, but it starts with one decision. Today, decide to take ownership. Decide to know your numbers. Decide to build a plan. Decide to stop spending just to feel good. Decide to stop buying things that delay your growth. And from here on, be proud of every smart decision you make. Celebrate every time you choose peace over pressure. Celebrate every time you save instead of spend. Celebrate every time you stay in instead of going out just to impress people. These small wins add up. These small wins build your future. You don't need a financial miracle. You need daily habits done with purpose. Start now. Write down what you spent today. Open your bank account. Look at your last 30 days. Be honest about where your money went. Then ask yourself, what needs to change? What can I cut? What can I improve? Where can I be smarter? Take one step. Make one change. Build momentum and keep going. You're not too late. You're not too far gone. And you're not stuck. You just need to wake up and take full responsibility. Track your money and control your spending habits. That decision will shape everything else. That decision builds a future you can be proud of. That decision removes confusion, removes fear, and replaces it with focus, strength, and real progress. Your freedom is waiting. Your peace is waiting. All you have to do is take control. Lesson 5. Move your body every day without skipping one. That's not just about building a better body. It's about building a better life. The body is where everything begins. You live in it. You carry your emotions in it. You hold your stress in it. You think through it. You experience everything through it. And when your body is inactive, your energy drops. Your mood changes. Your focus gets weaker. Your willpower declines. Most people underestimate just how much physical movement affects everything else they're trying to do. It's not optional. It's foundational. If you're feeling low, stuck, distracted, sluggish, unmotivated, anxious, irritated, or exhausted, the first thing you should do is move. Walk, stretch, train, lift, sweat. You don't need a gym membership. You don't need fancy equipment. You need to get your body in motion. You were not built to sit for 10 hours a day, scroll for hours, and then complain about your lack of motivation. You were built to move, to feel strong, to create energy from the inside out. Waiting for motivation to come before you move is backwards. Movement creates motivation. Action creates energy. Discipline creates drive. You don't need to run marathons or bench 300 pounds, but you do need consistency. You need effort. You need a commitment to daily physical activity. Because the moment you stop moving, your mind slows down. Your emotions get heavier. Your energy sinks. You can't perform at your best when your body is tired, stiff, or underused. And it doesn't matter how smart you are. If your body is weak, your decisions suffer. Your mind is sharper when your body is active. Your confidence rises when you feel strong. Your emotions become more stable when you release that physical tension. You don't need to wait until you feel like it. You just need to make it part of your daily rhythm. Just like brushing your teeth, just like showering, just like eating. You move every day. Even if it's just 20 minutes, even if it's just a brisk walk, even if it's body weight exercises in your room. The goal is not perfection. The goal is momentum. And that momentum builds every day you show up. Every day you prove to yourself that your body matters, that your well-being matters, that your goals matter more than your excuses. When you skip days, you break trust with yourself. You tell your mind that your health can wait, and that message adds up. Before long, one skipped day becomes 2, then a week, then a month. Then your body starts to break down. You feel tired more often. You get irritable faster. You lose that fire inside. You blame it on circumstances, but really your body is just trying to tell you something. It needs movement. It needs action. It needs oxygen. It needs intensity. Not because of how it looks, because of how it functions. This is about how you feel when you walk into a room, how you hold yourself, how you breathe, how you handle pressure, how you show up to challenges. When you move every day, your posture changes. Your tone of voice changes. Your sense of control improves. You stop shrinking yourself. You start feeling capable again. And when you feel capable, you make better choices. You stop settling. You stop doubting. You stop living from weakness. You start living from strength. You don't have to enjoy it. You just have to do it. Eventually, the feeling of strength will replace the need for pleasure. Eventually, the sense of progress will replace the desire for comfort. Eventually, you'll crave the feeling of showing up for yourself. You'll crave the clarity that comes after a workout. You'll crave the calm that comes after physical exhaustion. Movement doesn't just make you stronger. It makes you more patient, more present, more disciplined, more focused. And those are the qualities that create results in every other area of life. There are people right now who feel stuck in life, and they think they need a breakthrough. What they really need is a walk, a run, a workout, something to shift their state. You can't think your way out of every problem. Sometimes you need to move your way through it. Your body stores emotions, and when you move, you process them. You release the stress. You break the cycle of anxiety. You give your mind a new rhythm to follow. That's why you think clearer after you exercise. That's why solutions appear after movement. That's why your attitude shifts when you've pushed yourself physically. People waste so much time waiting for the perfect routine, the right gym, the ideal moment. None of that matters. What matters is that you move daily, without excuse, without negotiation. You build your best life by moving even on the days you don't feel like it. That's what separates disciplined people from everyone else. They move through resistance. They don't wait for comfort. They don't need external hype. They get up and move because they know it's a requirement for high performance. Your health is not separate from your success. It's the foundation of it. Your career, your business, your relationships, every one of those things is impacted by how you treat your body. If your energy is low, your output is low. If your body is neglected, your confidence is unstable. If you're constantly drained, you're always working at a disadvantage. That's why the most successful people prioritize their health. Not for vanity, for clarity, for endurance, for consistency. They know that when the body is strong, the mind is clearer, and the mission becomes easier to execute. Daily movement is also a way to build self-respect. Every time you show up, every time you sweat, every time you push through fatigue, you're sending yourself a message. I matter. That message rewires your identity. You stop seeing yourself as lazy or weak. You start seeing yourself as committed and strong. And once that belief takes root, you start applying that same discipline to every area of life. That's why this is more than physical. It's mental, it's emotional, it's spiritual, because your body is the entry point to your inner strength. Stop waiting for a health scare to wake you up. Stop waiting for your body to break down before you start taking care of it. Stop pretending that you can ignore your health and still live with power. You can't. Your energy is a direct result of how you treat yourself. And no one is going to care more about your body than you. No one is going to do the work for you. No one is going to make that decision for you. This is yours to own, yours to build, yours to protect. And don't make excuses about time. Everyone is busy. Everyone has commitments. Everyone is tired. But the people who move anyway are the ones who stay ahead. They don't have more hours. They have more priorities. They make their body a non-negotiable. They don't see it as optional. They see it as essential. That's the mindset that keeps them consistent. Consistency doesn't come from motivation. It comes from vision, from knowing that every rep, every step, every drop of sweat is a deposit in your future. You're not just working out. You're building endurance for the real battles. You're building discipline that shows up when life gets hard. You're training your mind to finish what it starts. You're proving to yourself that you are in charge, not your feelings, not your fatigue, not your excuses. This is one of the few things in life that's completely under your control. You decide whether to move or stay still. You decide whether to grow or delay. You decide whether to get stronger or stay the same. No one is forcing you. That's the beauty of it. This is your choice, your power, your responsibility, and it's available to you every single day. Some days you'll feel slow. Some days your energy will be low. Some days your body will feel heavy. But those are the days that matter most, because every time you move through resistance, you become more powerful. You become more resilient. You prove to yourself that discomfort doesn't define your actions. Your commitment does. You have to stop thinking of exercise as something extra. It's not a bonus. It's a basic. Just like food, water, and sleep, your body needs movement. And when you give it that gift, it will reward you with clarity, strength, and stability. You'll sleep better. You'll think better. You'll feel better. And you'll perform better. That's not opinion. That's reality. You don't need to love the process. You just need to love the result. And the result is a life where you feel in control, where you feel strong, where you don't wake up tired every morning, where you don't get winded walking upstairs, where you don't feel stuck in a body that's working against you. The result is freedom, and that freedom is earned, one movement at a time. Make it a rule. Move your body every day without skipping one. No matter what, no matter how you feel, no matter how busy you are, move, even if it's just a walk, even if it's just stretching, even if it's just 10 minutes of intensity. Just move, because the day you stop moving is the day you start losing momentum. And once momentum is gone, it's hard to get back. You want to feel alive again? Start with movement. You want more energy? Start with movement. You want more focus? Start with movement. You want to rebuild your discipline? Start with movement. It's not just about health, it's about power. And when you take care of your body, your life rises with it. This is your responsibility, your opportunity, and your advantage. Make it your standard. Make it your identity. Be the person who moves, who doesn't negotiate, who doesn't delay, who doesn't need reminders. Be the person who values health like it's everything. Because without it, nothing else works. Move your body every day without skipping one. That's the path to strength. That's the path to discipline. That's the path to power. And that's how you start building the life you've always wanted. One step at a time, every single day, without fail. Lesson 6. Fix your sleep routine before it ruins everything. When your sleep is broken, delayed, or inconsistent, every other part of your life suffers silently. You don't always notice it at first, but it adds up. One poor night leads to a tired morning. One tired morning leads to slow thinking. Slow thinking leads to poor choices. Poor choices lead to missed opportunities. And before you know it, your whole life starts dragging, and you can't quite figure out why. You're trying to focus, but your brain feels foggy. You want to work hard, but your body feels heavy. You want to feel better, but you're irritable and slow. Most people ignore this part of their life until it starts crashing everything else. That's why this lesson matters so much. If you want to be sharp, strong, calm, productive, and focused, you must fix your sleep. This is not about being perfect. It's about respecting the connection between rest and performance. Sleep is not a luxury. It's a requirement. It's not optional if you want to lead a strong life. Everything, your thinking, your reaction time, your energy, your discipline, your immune system, your memory, your creativity, everything depends on the quality of your rest. And if you keep sacrificing your sleep to scroll, binge, party, or delay, you are directly damaging the very thing you need to function at your highest level. Look at the pattern. You stay up late for no real reason. You keep pushing back your bedtime like it doesn't matter. You tell yourself, I'll catch up on sleep later, but you never do. You wake up groggy, you hit snooze 3 times. You skip your morning routine. You start the day in a rush. You rely on caffeine to stay awake. You push through with low energy. You can't focus. You can't think clearly. You feel emotionally drained. You snap more easily. You reach for junk food. You delay important work. You waste time. And by the end of the day, you're frustrated with yourself. That frustration turns into more delay, and you stay up again trying to reclaim time you already wasted. It becomes a cycle, a damaging one, and it all starts with ignoring your sleep. You can't expect high performance from a body that's sleep deprived. You can't expect discipline from a brain that's running on low battery. You can't expect peace when your system is always tired. People try to fix everything except the one thing they have total control over, when they go to bed and when they wake up. You don't need fancy strategies. You need structure. You need consistency. You need to treat your sleep as the foundation of your day, not the leftover part that gets squeezed in after everything else. Start by making one firm decision. What time will you go to bed every night? Not when you feel tired. Not when you're done with your phone. Not when the show ends. A fixed time. A non-negotiable one. The same way you make time for work, for meetings, for goals, you make time for sleep. And then you build a routine around it. You stop using screens an hour before bed. You dim the lights. You stop eating late. You stop checking notifications. You give your mind a chance to slow down. Because if you bring chaos into the night, you bring confusion into the morning. Your mind needs a signal that the day is over. Without that signal, you stay overstimulated. You lay in bed, but your thoughts are racing. You keep checking your phone. You keep refreshing apps. You keep feeding your mind noise. And then you wonder why you wake up tired even after 8 hours in bed. Being in bed is not the same as sleeping deeply. Real sleep restores you, but that only happens when you've prepared your mind and body for rest. Fixing your sleep is not just about how long you rest. It's about how well. And the quality of your sleep is shaped by your habits before bed. If your last hour of the day is filled with junk input, negative content, bright lights, stress, scrolling, you're going to pay for it the next morning. But if your last hour is calm, quiet, and intentional, you wake up feeling clear. You start the day with energy instead of regret. That one shift can change everything. Waking up early is great, but it only works if you're getting enough sleep. Sacrificing sleep to feel productive is a trap. You might get more hours, but you won't get more done. You'll be slower. You'll take longer to think. You'll get distracted easier. And you'll need more breaks just to push through the day. That's not real productivity. That's burnout in disguise. The goal is not to work longer. The goal is to work sharper, to be effective. And for that, you need proper sleep. When you're well rested, your confidence rises. You feel more in control. Your decisions become stronger. You don't overreact to small problems. You have more patience. You communicate better. You stay present. You stay focused. You stay calm. You show up to your responsibilities with strength instead of stress. That's the difference sleep makes. And if you don't prioritize it, you lose access to all those benefits. Think about how you feel. After a great night of sleep, you wake up before the alarm. You feel light. Your thoughts are organized. Your mood is stable. You get through your work without dragging. You feel productive without feeling overwhelmed. You move with clarity. That's what you're missing when you keep delaying bedtime. That's the state you should aim to live in. Not once a week, but every single day. And it's within your control. It just takes discipline. Stop saying you don't have time to sleep. You do. You just need to stop wasting time on things that give you nothing back. Scrolling for hours gives you nothing. Watching random videos until 2 a.m. gives you nothing. Saying just one more episode when you know you need to wake up early gives you nothing. What gives you something? Rest, recovery, repair. That's where your real energy comes from. That's where your mind regains sharpness. That's where your body heals. That's where your discipline grows. Your emotions are also tied to your sleep. If you feel anxious for no reason, frustrated over small things, disconnected from your goals, it might not be your mindset. It might be your sleep. Your brain needs rest to regulate emotions. Without it, you become reactive. You lose control over your impulses. You start arguments. You isolate yourself. You self-sabotage. Then you blame your circumstances. But your circumstances didn't cause it. Your habits did. Start by tracking your sleep for 1 week. Be honest about what time you go to bed and what time you wake up. Write down how you feel each morning. Track your energy levels throughout the day. Pay attention to how often you feel overwhelmed or distracted. You'll start to see patterns. You'll see how every late night carries into the next day. And once you see that connection, you can't unsee it. You'll realize that fixing your sleep is not about missing out. It's about showing up better, stronger, sharper. You were not created to live tired. You were not designed to survive on naps, coffee, and adrenaline. You were meant to live with energy, with clarity, with control. And that starts with giving your body what it needs. Not just food, not just exercise. Rest. Deep, consistent, high-quality rest. This is not a small habit. It's a core foundation. It's something that touches every part of your life. Your career, your relationships, your health, your goals. They're all affected by how well you sleep. And the best part, you don't need money to fix it. You don't need anyone's permission. You don't need to wait. You can start tonight. You can create a bedtime that protects your future. You can create a routine that calms your mind. You can wake up feeling ready, not behind. All of that starts with one decision. Fix your sleep before it costs you your focus. Fix your sleep before it affects your attitude. Fix your sleep before it damages your health. Fix your sleep before it becomes normal to feel exhausted. Fix your sleep before you forget what it feels like to live with clarity. You don't have to live in survival mode. You don't have to push through every day like you're drowning. You can rise out of that cycle. You can take back your energy. You can rebuild your rhythm. This is how high performers operate. They don't just work hard. They recover hard. They rest with discipline. They know that sleep is not a weakness. It's a weapon. It's how they stay sharp when others break down. It's how they make fast decisions under pressure. It's how they stay focused when the world gets noisy. That level of power is not reserved for a few. It's available to anyone who decides to take their sleep seriously. The world won't tell you this. The world will praise overworking. The world will glorify hustle and chaos. But look closer. The people who are truly winning are not the ones bragging about how little they sleep. They're the ones who build routines, protect their minds, and move with precision. That kind of strength comes from recovery, from rhythm, from rest, from doing the quiet, boring things that no one claps for, but that build everything. Fix your sleep routine before it ruins everything, because everything is connected. You can't ignore your rest and expect your life to thrive. Your goals deserve your full energy. Your body deserves care. Your mind deserves clarity. Your future deserves a well-rested version of you. Not the one who's always tired, always distracted, always trying to catch up. You have the power to change this. Right now, tonight, decide what time you'll sleep. Set a routine. Follow it without excuse. Do it for a week, then another, then a month, and watch how your energy shifts. Watch how your thinking improves. Watch how your decisions strengthen. Watch how your entire life begins to change. Because you finally chose to rest like your life depends on it. Lesson 7. Speak up for yourself. When something feels wrong, that's a lesson too many people learn the hard way. After staying silent for far too long, every time you keep your voice inside when it needs to be heard, you lose a piece of yourself. You shrink. You doubt. You start to question your own instincts. You teach your mind that your comfort matters more than your truth. You train your heart to tolerate things it should never have accepted. And the longer you do that, the harder it becomes to remember what you really stand for. You are not here to stay quiet in situations that disturb your peace. You are not supposed to carry the weight of things that hurt just to keep the atmosphere light for everyone else. That is not kindness. That's neglecting yourself. Speaking up is not aggression. It's not rebellion. It's not overreacting. It's self-respect. It's the decision to no longer betray your inner voice just to avoid discomfort. It's the courage to say, "This does not sit right with me," and mean it. That kind of honesty isn't loud. It isn't dramatic. It's clear. It's firm. It's necessary. People will treat you based on what you allow. If you let others walk over your boundaries, they will. If you stay silent when they cross a line, they'll cross it again. If you avoid expressing your pain just to maintain peace, they'll assume there is no pain. And if you keep hiding your real feelings behind politeness or fear, the world will never really know you. You deserve to be known. You deserve to be heard. But that only happens when you decide that your voice is worth using, even when it's hard. There are moments in life where your silence costs more than your words ever could. It costs your energy. It costs your confidence. It costs your relationships. It costs your self-image. And over time, it builds resentment. Because deep down, you know what you feel. You know what's bothering you. You know what doesn't feel right. But when you stay quiet, you deny yourself the chance to address it. You hold in what you were meant to express. And instead of clarity, you live in emotional confusion. Your gut knows. Your body knows. Your tension, your restlessness, your emotional weight. That's not random. It's a sign, a message, a push from within telling you something is not aligned. And instead of ignoring it, you need to honor it. You need to speak up, not just to others, but to yourself. To admit what's really going on. To stop pretending you're okay when you're not. To stop brushing it off, just to keep things smooth on the surface. Because the truth is, smooth on the surface means nothing when there's chaos underneath. You don't need to yell. You don't need to attack. But you do need to be direct. You do need to say what matters. You do need to express how you feel, what you need, what you won't tolerate, and where you stand. You owe that to yourself. Because if you don't, no one else will do it for you. People are not mind readers, and even the kindest people will miss the mark if you never speak up. If something feels wrong, speak. If someone disrespects you, speak. If a situation crosses your line, speak. If your boundaries are not being respected, speak. It's not about being confrontational. It's about being clear. It's about refusing to live under the weight of unspoken truths. You don't have to explain everything. You don't have to justify how you feel. But you do have to own it. You do have to say, "This doesn't feel right, and I'm not okay with it." That one sentence can save you years of pain. It can stop emotional damage before it begins. It can protect your peace before it's broken. It can strengthen your relationships. And most importantly, it can restore your relationship with yourself. If you want to feel powerful in your own life, start by standing up for your emotions. When you feel dismissed, ignored, controlled, or misunderstood, you don't have to accept that as normal. You don't have to keep the peace by destroying your own. You have a right to speak up. Even if your voice shakes, you have a right to express what hurts, even if it makes others uncomfortable. And you have a right to say no, to say stop, to say enough, even if you've tolerated it before. One of the biggest reasons people stay silent is fear. Fear of losing people. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear of conflict. But the truth is, if your voice costs you the wrong people, it's a win, not a loss. The ones who truly value you will want to know how you feel. They won't punish you for being honest. They won't guilt you for protecting your peace. They'll grow with you. They'll listen. They'll adjust. And if they don't, they were never really for you. Speaking up is also how you protect your energy. Emotional exhaustion doesn't come from hard work. It comes from avoiding hard conversations. It comes from carrying the weight of unexpressed truths. It comes from pretending everything is fine when deep down you're not okay. That pressure builds. It shows up as tension in your shoulders, as headaches, as irritability, as sadness you can't explain. And the cure isn't silence. It's honesty. It's having the courage to say what's true for you, even if it's uncomfortable. You don't have to be rude to be real. You can speak your truth with calm. You can set boundaries with grace. You can express your feelings without turning it into war. The key is consistency. The key is conviction. The key is knowing that your emotions matter, that your thoughts matter, and that your presence in this world is not here to be invisible. You were not given a voice just to stay silent when it matters most. Start small if you need to. Speak up when someone interrupts you. Speak up when you're not okay with how something was said. Speak up when you feel pressured into saying yes when you mean no. Speak up when your time is not being respected. Speak up when something feels off. Every time you do, you build strength. Every time you do, you send a message to yourself. I will not abandon my truth for anyone. This is how self-worth grows. This is how confidence is built. Not from praise or validation, but from those quiet moments where you could have stayed silent, but didn't. From those moments where you chose discomfort over regret, where you chose alignment over approval. That's when you start feeling proud of yourself. That's when you start living in integrity. You will not always be received well. Not everyone will agree. Some people will be offended. Some will push back. That's okay. The goal isn't to please everyone. The goal is to stop betraying yourself. The goal is to create a life that feels right, not just looks right. And that begins with speaking up when something feels wrong. Don't wait until you explode. Don't wait until you're overwhelmed. Don't wait until the resentment is so deep that the relationship is already broken. Speak early. Speak clearly. Speak often. Your peace depends on it. Your identity depends on it. Your growth depends on it. And above all, remember this. Your voice is powerful. It carries your truth. It holds your boundaries. It protects your soul. Use it. Don't waste your life staying quiet in situations that demand your courage. Don't waste your strength hiding behind silence. You were made to stand up, to speak out, to rise. And you can't do that while staying silent about what matters most. Speak up for yourself when something feels wrong. Not tomorrow, not next week, now. Because every time you choose to protect your peace, you build a life that reflects who you really are. Not the version that conforms, not the version that hides, but the version that lives fully, clearly, and confidently, no matter what. Lesson 8. Build strong boundaries and protect your mental space. That's not just advice for surviving. It's the groundwork for building a life that feels clear, balanced, and powerful. Without boundaries, your mind becomes a battlefield. Your energy gets pulled in 100 different directions. Your time gets hijacked by other people's demands. Your emotions get tangled up in situations that drain you. You start saying yes when you mean no, tolerating things that wear you down, and agreeing to things that go against your values, just to avoid conflict or to keep others comfortable. Over time, that kind of living doesn't just leave you tired. It leaves you disconnected from yourself. You can't grow when your mind is cluttered. You can't think clearly when everyone has access to your attention. You can't move forward when you're constantly managing the noise of other people's opinions, expectations, and energy. Your mental space is sacred, and if you don't guard it with intention, the world will fill it with things that do not serve you. You don't owe access to anyone just because they ask for it. You don't owe your time to people who disrespect it. You don't owe your presence to people who only show up when they need something. Boundaries are how you protect your clarity. They are how you protect your peace, and they are how you honor your own values in a world that's constantly trying to convince you to compromise. This isn't about building walls. It's about creating structure. It's about knowing what is and isn't acceptable for your life. It's about defining your limits so that you don't live in reaction to other people's chaos. When you build strong boundaries, you stop being available to energy that drains you. You stop picking up calls that leave you feeling worse. You stop entertaining conversations that go nowhere. You stop agreeing to plans you regret the moment you say yes. You stop apologizing for choosing yourself, and you start creating a life where you are in control of your space, your time, and your emotional energy. Strong boundaries don't push people away. They filter out what doesn't belong. The people who genuinely care about you will respect your limits. They won't guilt you for needing space. They won't punish you for being unavailable when you're recharging. They won't expect you to fix their messes or carry their emotional weight. And if someone reacts poorly to your boundaries, that's not a signal to lower them. It's a sign they were never interested in respecting you in the first place. You get to decide what you allow into your mind, what you listen to, what you watch, who you talk to, what you focus on. And once you realize how powerful your attention is, you stop giving it away so easily. You start choosing conversations that feed your growth. You start limiting interactions that bring confusion. You start creating space in your schedule, not just for tasks, but for rest, reflection, and real recovery. That's the difference between people who feel in control of their life and people who constantly feel overwhelmed. One protects their mental space. The other leaves it wide open for chaos. You don't need to explain your boundaries. You don't need to convince people why you need quiet, why you're unavailable, or why you're stepping back. Your peace doesn't need a permission slip. It needs a commitment, and that commitment has to come from you. If you keep waiting for other people to understand, you'll keep living in frustration. Boundaries are not about changing others. They're about protecting yourself. Start by paying attention to how you feel around certain people, in certain environments, or after certain habits. Does your mind feel lighter or heavier? Do you feel calm or tense? Do you feel grounded or scattered? Your emotions will always give you feedback. They'll tell you what belongs and what doesn't. You just have to stop ignoring them. You have to listen when your body tightens up after saying yes. You have to notice when your energy drops after a certain conversation. You have to be honest when something feels off. That honesty becomes your guide for building better boundaries. You don't have to be harsh, but you do have to be clear. Boundaries without clarity are useless. People won't know how to treat you if you never tell them. You have to speak up. You have to say, "I'm not available during this time," or "that topic is not something I want to discuss," or "I need time to myself tonight." And you have to follow through. If you say yes after setting a boundary, you send mixed messages. You teach people that your limits are flexible. That's how resentment builds. That's how burnout happens. Boundaries don't work unless you enforce them. Your mental space is not a dumping ground. It's not a storage unit for other people's negativity. It's not a background channel for endless noise. It's the space where your ideas are born, where your focus is built, where your resilience is shaped. And if it's constantly full of clutter, you lose access to the power that lives inside you. Clear thinking only comes from a clear mind, and a clear mind only comes from clear boundaries. Learn to say no without guilt. Learn to walk away without explaining. Learn to protect your time without apologizing. The people who get upset about your boundaries are the ones who benefited from you having none. Don't make their discomfort your problem. Don't lower your standards to match someone else's chaos. Don't trade your peace for temporary approval. Because once you start doing that, you're no longer living your life. You're surviving someone else's. Strong boundaries are an act of self-love. They're how you show yourself that your energy matters, that your time is valuable, that your focus is worth protecting. Every time you say, "This is what I need," or "This is what I will no longer accept," you take your power back. You stop playing small. You stop bending for everyone's comfort, and you start standing in your truth, even when it's uncomfortable. Your mental space doesn't just affect how you feel. It affects how you think. It affects how you perform. It affects how you treat others. It affects how you experience life. And when that space is filled with stress, noise, pressure, or resentment, your life begins to reflect that chaos. But when that space is protected, everything changes. You get your clarity back. You get your energy back. You get your mind back. And with that comes direction, purpose, and strength. This is not about cutting people off unnecessarily. It's about knowing when something is costing you too much. It's about knowing when your peace is being compromised. When your mind is no longer your own. When you've been too available, too accommodating, too open to things that drain you. That's when you know it's time to build a stronger boundary. And once you start, don't stop. Keep reinforcing it. Keep checking in with yourself. Keep adjusting. Boundaries are not one-time decisions. They're daily choices. You choose what you give your time to. You choose what conversations you engage in. You choose what noise you allow in. And those choices determine how much strength you have left for the things that really matter. A strong life is not just built on effort. It's built on structure. And structure begins with limits. You don't let everything in. You don't say yes to every request. You don't engage with every message. You don't carry every emotion. You pause. You evaluate. You decide. That's what strong people do. They don't wait until they're exhausted. They protect their energy from the start. If you want to build something meaningful, your mind has to stay sharp. And for that, your environment has to be clean. Clean from noise. Clean from unnecessary drama. Clean from emotional manipulation. Clean from distractions. That's how you stay locked in. That's how you stay consistent. That's how you stay true to what you said you would do. You don't need permission to protect your peace. You don't need to feel guilty for choosing quiet. You don't need to feel bad for putting yourself first. The world will always ask for more than you can give. That's why boundaries exist, to remind you where you end and someone else begins. To remind you that just because someone asks, doesn't mean you have to say yes. To remind you that your life is not a public space, it's your own. Protect your mental space like your life depends on it. Because in many ways it does. Your ability to think clearly, to make smart decisions, to live with intention. It all depends on the strength of your mind. And your mind cannot stay strong if it's constantly being invaded. Don't give that kind of access to people who haven't earned it. Don't give that kind of access to voices that confuse you. Don't give that kind of access to habits that steal your time and offer nothing in return. Build boundaries not just around your time, but around your thoughts, around your focus, around your attention, around your emotional state. Treat your inner world like it matters, because it does. Every thought you allow in shapes your direction. Every feeling you carry changes your pace. Every person you interact with influences your energy. Be mindful, be intentional, be protective. This is your life. This is your space. This is your responsibility. And if you don't take control of it, someone else will. Don't live in reaction. Live with direction. Don't wait until you're overwhelmed to start protecting your energy. Start now. Set the boundary. Say the truth. Choose yourself. Not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Build strong boundaries and protect your mental space. That's how you stay grounded. That's how you stay focused. That's how you build a life you don't need to escape from. Not by doing more, but by choosing better. By filtering what enters your world. And by standing guard at the gates of your peace. Every single day. Lesson 9. Do hard things that make you mentally stronger. That's a decision most people avoid because it's uncomfortable and it forces you to face everything you've been trying to run from. Your fear, your weakness, your doubt, your limits. But that's exactly why it works. Mental strength is not something you're born with. It's something you earn. You earn it by walking into resistance when every part of you wants to turn away. You earn it by choosing discipline when distraction is easier. You earn it by doing what's necessary instead of what's comfortable. The people you admire, the ones who are clear, confident, and focused, they didn't get that way by taking the easy route. They got that way by repeatedly stepping into hard situations and refusing to quit. And if you want that strength, you have to do the same. Avoiding hard things doesn't protect you, it weakens you. The longer you avoid discomfort, the more power it has over you. The more you avoid effort, the more fragile you become. And fragile minds can't handle real life. They break under pressure. They fold when challenged. They crumble when plans fall apart. That's not who you want to be. You want to be steady, grounded, and capable of handling pressure without losing control. That kind of strength doesn't appear by magic. It comes from pushing yourself on purpose. It comes from choosing to do the hard thing, even when the easy way is right there in front of you. This isn't about proving something to the world. It's about building something inside yourself that no one can take away. When you do hard things consistently, your mind changes. You start to believe in your ability to face anything. You stop overthinking every decision. You stop fearing setbacks. You stop doubting your worth every time you hit an obstacle. You develop grit. You develop courage. You develop trust in yourself. And that trust becomes your edge. Most people don't have it. They break the moment things get difficult. But not you. Not if you choose to train your mind through hard action. You don't build mental strength by reading about it. You build it by doing things you don't want to do. Getting out of bed when it's easier to sleep in. Finishing the task when your body's tired. Saying no when it's unpopular. Telling the truth when lying would be easier. Showing up when nobody's watching. Sticking to your plan when your emotions beg you to quit. That's the work. It's not flashy. It's not glamorous. But it's the reason some people rise while others stay stuck. The more hard things you do, the smaller your fears become. Fear feeds on hesitation. It grows when you avoid it. But when you confront it head on, something changes. You realize it was never as big as you made it in your head. You realize you were capable all along. That shift in perspective only happens through action. No amount of thinking or planning or wishing will build that strength. Only doing will. Only effort will. Only the grind of hard choices repeated daily will rewire the way you see yourself. Mental strength isn't about having no weakness. It's about choosing to move anyway. It's about standing tall even when your legs shake. It's about keeping your word to yourself, even when it's inconvenient. You want to build self-respect. Do the thing you said you'd do. Long after the excitement is gone, do the thing that scares you. Do the thing that demands more from you than what's comfortable. Every time you do that, you're not just completing a task. You're telling your mind, I am the kind of person who shows up when it's hard. That identity is powerful. It changes everything. Because when you know you can handle difficulty, you stop needing to avoid life. You stop running from pressure. You stop panicking when things don't go as planned. Instead, you face it. You adjust. You adapt. You push forward without losing your center. That's what mental strength gives you. The ability to stay calm under fire. The ability to lead when others collapse. The ability to keep moving when the odds look bad. And that ability makes you dangerous. In the best way. You don't need perfect conditions to grow. You need pressure. You need discomfort. You need tasks that make you stretch. That's how muscles grow. That's how your mind grows. Through resistance. Through repeated exposure to hard things. But most people spend their lives avoiding that. They avoid difficult conversations. They avoid physical discomfort. They avoid anything that challenges their routine. And then they wonder why they feel weak, lost, and unsure of themselves. You don't get stronger by protecting yourself from life. You get stronger by participating in it fully, even when it's messy, especially when it's messy. The hard path will never be popular. Most people will choose comfort, shortcuts, and instant pleasure. But if you want to live a life that actually means something, if you want to build a character that lasts, you have to go the other way. You have to say, I'm going to do this the hard way, not because I enjoy pain, but because I value strength. You have to start seeing struggle as something that shapes you, not something that defines you. Struggle doesn't mean something's wrong with you. It means you're growing. It means you're doing something that matters. It means you're no longer living in safety mode. And that's a good thing. Growth doesn't happen in comfort. Growth happens at the edge of your limits. And every time you reach that edge, you have a decision to make. Step back or push forward. That decision defines your life. You won't always feel motivated. You won't always feel ready. That's why discipline is more important than inspiration. You have to act even when the feeling isn't there. You have to move even when your mind is full of doubt. You have to show up when the voice in your head is screaming for comfort. That's the battle. And the more times you win that battle, the more mentally tough you become. Hard things are everywhere. Waking up early, saying no to unhealthy habits, pushing through setbacks, starting over, ending toxic relationships, facing the truth, owning your mistakes, asking for help, letting go of old identities, committing to goals that take time. None of it is easy, but all of it is worth it. Every hard thing you do sharpens you. Every challenge you face makes you more resilient, and that resilience carries you through storms you haven't even seen yet. You can't avoid pain in life, but you can choose your pain. The pain of discipline or the pain of regret. The pain of growth or the pain of staying the same. One pain leads to progress, the other leads to frustration, and the decision is always yours. No one else can make it for you. No one else can build your mental strength. That's your job. That's your responsibility. Start small. Choose one hard thing every day and finish it. Doesn't matter how big, just one thing that challenges you. One thing that demands more from you. One thing that makes you uncomfortable. And do it without complaint, without delay, without negotiation. Do it like it matters, because it does. That one decision, repeated every day, will change your entire identity. You don't need more time. You don't need better circumstances. You need more courage. You need the courage to face hard things without running. The courage to do what others avoid. The courage to say, this is tough, but I'm tougher. That's what separates winners from wishers. That mindset, backed by action, is what builds champions. Mental strength doesn't shout. It doesn't brag. It doesn't need to be seen. It's quiet. It's consistent. It's built in the dark when no one is watching. It's built during early mornings, late nights, lonely hours, and private battles. And when it's strong enough, it shows in everything you do, in how you speak, how you think, how you lead, how you recover, how you handle pressure. No one will give you this. You earn it. You earn it by doing what most won't, by embracing what most fear, by working when it's not fun, by rising when it's not easy. That's how you transform. That's how you become someone who doesn't just talk about growth, but lives it. Do hard things that make you mentally stronger. Not once, not when it's convenient. Every single day, make it your standard. Make it your identity. Make it the way you show yourself and the world who you are. That's the real path to power. That's the path to self-respect. That's the path to unshakable inner strength. And that's a path worth walking, no matter how hard it gets. Lesson 10. Choose discipline even when it's uncomfortable to do. That choice will change the entire trajectory of your life. And most people will never make it, because comfort is easier. Convenience feels better in the short term, but discipline builds the kind of strength that stays with you for a lifetime. Discipline is not something you feel. It's something you decide. It's a choice you make when your emotions tell you to stop, when your body says rest, when your mind tells you to quit. That's where discipline begins. Right in the middle of that tension, that resistance, that pressure. And if you want to grow, if you want to evolve, if you want to reach your full capacity, you must learn to choose it every time. You won't always want to follow through. There will be days when everything inside of you looks for an excuse, a way out, a delay. You'll hear yourself say things like, I'll start tomorrow, or I don't feel right today, or just this once won't hurt. And that's the test. That's the moment where most people give in. And that's exactly why most people stay stuck. Discipline means you move anyway. Not because you feel like it, not because someone's watching, but because you gave yourself a standard, and now it's time to live by it. When you choose discipline, you stop letting your feelings run your life. Feelings come and go. They're inconsistent. But a disciplined person doesn't depend on emotional waves. They depend on structure, on clarity, on rules they gave themselves when their mind was strong and focused. And those rules protect them from falling back into the same patterns that held them back for years. That's what most people don't understand. Discipline is freedom. It doesn't restrict you. It releases you. It frees you from chaos, from confusion, from distraction. It gives you a path, a clear, direct, solid path to follow, even when life gets noisy. Nobody is disciplined by accident. You don't stumble into it. You create it. You build it one decision at a time, one action at a time, one early morning, one skipped shortcut, one hard truth faced, one urge resisted, one task completed when you could have walked away. That's how discipline is built. Slowly, daily, through small wins that stack into something unshakable. Most of that work happens in private. No one sees it. No one applauds it. But you do it anyway. Because you're not doing it for approval. You're doing it for who you want to become. That version of you, the one that's consistent, focused, driven. That version doesn't show up when it's convenient. It shows up when it's hard, when it hurts, when it's boring, when it's not exciting anymore. Anyone can work when it's easy. Anyone can start when motivation is high. But very few will continue when that motivation fades. And that's where discipline separates the serious from the wishful, the committed from the curious, the builders from the talkers. Discipline is the decision to do what needs to be done, even when your mind tries to negotiate. Your mind will tell you it's not the right time. It'll say you're tired. It'll say you deserve a break. It'll remind you of how far you still have to go. It'll try to wear you down with doubt. That's not a signal to stop. That's a signal to push. That voice doesn't disappear. You just learn to move with it. You learn to take action despite it. That's real power. That's how you build the inner strength that doesn't crumble under pressure. People want results, but they avoid the pain it takes to get there. They want change, but they keep choosing what's easy. They want success, but they don't want to give up the habits that keep them average. You can't have both. You can't stay comfortable and get better. You can't keep doing what feels good and expect your life to transform. Discipline demands discomfort. It demands effort. It demands full responsibility. And that scares most people because it means there's nowhere to hide. But that's also the gift. When you embrace discipline, you stop waiting for permission. You stop waiting for someone to push you. You stop waiting for motivation to arrive. You take your power back. You take control of your outcomes. You realize you're not a victim of your schedule or your surroundings. You are the one building the life, and that gives you a level of self-respect. No one can hand you. It comes from you, from your actions, from your standards. Discipline doesn't mean you never get tired. It doesn't mean you're perfect. It means you show up anyway. You miss a step. You get back in line. You fall off. You return stronger. You don't run from failure. You study it. You adjust. You keep going. Because your commitment to the process is stronger than your desire for comfort. That's the edge that separates those who evolve from those who keep repeating the same year over and over again. When you build discipline, you don't just change your habits, you change your identity. You start seeing yourself as someone who follows through, as someone who keeps promises, as someone who can be trusted. That changes the way you carry yourself, the way you speak, the way you make decisions. Because now your confidence isn't based on fake positivity. It's rooted in proof. You've seen yourself do hard things. You've seen yourself push through. You've seen yourself delay pleasure for progress. And that builds unshakable belief. That's the real value of discipline. It's not just about getting more done. It's about becoming the kind of person who doesn't give up, who doesn't fold under pressure, who doesn't quit because things got hard. It's about building mental and emotional strength that stays with you no matter what's happening outside of you. You stop being controlled by chaos. You start operating from consistency. You stop being fragile. You become resilient. That's not something you develop overnight. It's a long, slow, demanding process. But every time you choose the harder path, every time you delay gratification, every time you do what you said you would do, you move closer, closer to mastery, closer to clarity, closer to the life you've imagined. And the longer you stay on that path, the fewer excuses you accept. You stop asking for easy. You stop chasing quick fixes. You start asking what's required of me. And then you get to work. There's no secret formula. There's no hack. Just you, your goals, your time, your actions, and your willingness to choose discipline when it's the last thing you feel like doing. You can ignore that choice, and your life will reflect it. Or you can own that choice, and your life will rise with it. There's nothing soft about this process. It's not comfortable. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Every sacrifice, every early morning, every hard decision, every step forward, when it would have been easier to stay where you are. It's worth it, because discipline gives you something nothing else can control over your time, over your progress, over your direction. And once you have that control, everything becomes possible. Choose discipline even when it's uncomfortable to do. Not just once, not just when you feel like it, every single time. because that's what separates the people who live with regret from those who live with pride. That's what builds the kind of life you don't need to escape from. A life rooted in action, not excuses. In structure, not chaos. In vision, not emotion. That life starts the moment you stop waiting to feel ready and choose discipline instead. Lesson 11. Clean your room and keep your space organized. That one habit might seem small, but it holds the power to shift your entire mindset. Your environment reflects what's going on inside your mind. And when your space is a mess, it usually means your thoughts are scattered too. Chaos around you leads to confusion within you. You wake up in a room that's cluttered, and before you've taken your first step, your mind already feels heavy. You're searching for your phone, your keys, your shoes, wasting minutes and draining mental energy. You're tripping over clothes. You're avoiding the pile of things you keep saying you'll deal with later. That later turns into weeks. And eventually it just becomes part of the background. But it's not neutral. It weighs on you. It slows you down. Cleaning your room isn't about perfection. It's about clarity. It's about creating a space where your mind can breathe, where your focus isn't constantly being hijacked by visual distractions, where your energy isn't being drained by 100 unfinished tasks silently demanding your attention. Most people overlook this because they don't think a messy space matters, but it does. It affects your decisions. It affects your discipline. It affects your self-respect. When you live in clutter, it's harder to feel confident. It's harder to take yourself seriously, because deep down you know that your space doesn't match the kind of life you say you want. And that's the key: alignment. When your environment is clean, structured, and intentional, your mind starts to follow. You start thinking clearer. You start moving with more purpose. You stop wasting time looking for things. You stop feeling stuck. You stop avoiding tasks. Because now the space around you supports your progress instead of blocking it. You feel lighter when you walk into a room that's clean. You feel more capable. You feel more in control. That's not just emotion. It's a direct response to your surroundings. When everything has its place, your mind doesn't have to keep track of so many little problems. That gives you room to focus on bigger goals. Keeping your space organized is a way of showing yourself that you care. It's a message you send to your mind every day. This space matters. I matter. My peace matters. You don't have to own a mansion. You don't need expensive furniture. But what you do need is a sense of order. You need to look around and feel like this space is yours, not a dumping ground for unfinished decisions. When your room is clean, you sleep better. You think better. You work better. You feel more ready for the day, because you're not starting from chaos. You're starting from a calm foundation. It doesn't take hours. It just takes consistency. 10 minutes a day can transform your entire environment. Make your bed. Put things back where they belong. Clear the surfaces. Empty the trash. Wipe the counters. Organize your desk. These are not just chores. These are investments into your mental health, into your momentum, into your daily rhythm. People think discipline is about big sacrifices, but sometimes it's as simple as keeping your room clean. Because that one action triggers a chain reaction of better habits. If you keep living in mess, you start accepting it as normal. And when mess becomes normal, disorder becomes your baseline. You start tolerating things you should have dealt with. You let small problems pile up. You stop feeling the urgency to fix what needs attention. But when you make order your standard, you raise your awareness. You start noticing what's out of place, not just in your room, but in your life. You stop tolerating chaos. You stop accepting low standards, and you start showing up differently, because you're no longer operating from disorganization. Cleaning your space also builds momentum. When you take care of your environment, you create movement, and movement breaks stagnation. That energy you get from organizing your room spills into other parts of your day. You feel accomplished. You feel focused. You want to keep that energy going, so you tackle more. You follow through more. You delay less. That's how real progress happens. Not through giant leaps, but through small actions that create a ripple effect. You're not doing this for anyone else. You're doing it for you. You're doing it because your life deserves structure. Your future deserves a space that helps you grow. Your goals deserve an environment that isn't constantly pulling your attention away. You want to build a better life. Start with your surroundings. Start with what you can control right now. Because the way you treat your space is a reflection of how seriously you take your future. You wouldn't build a business in an office full of trash and distractions. You wouldn't host a meeting in a room covered in clothes and half-eaten food. So why live like that? Why let your own personal space become something that drains you instead of supports you? You are the CEO of your life. Act like it. Keep your environment in a state that reflects leadership, not neglect. Respect your space, and it will respect your mind. Some people say they don't have time to clean, but they spend hours on their phones binge-watching shows or doing things that add nothing to their lives. Time is not the issue. Priority is. Make order a priority. Make clarity a priority. Make your peace a priority. Because every time you walk into a clean space, you feel the difference. You feel more present. You feel more aligned. That feeling fuels action. And that action builds the kind of life you can be proud of. When your space is clean, you're more likely to stick to your routines. You're more likely to respect your calendar. You're more likely to work when it's time to work, rest when it's time to rest, and think clearly when decisions are required. Disorder leads to delay, but order leads to action, and that action creates results. Cleaning your room might feel small, but it's a foundational move. It's how you gain momentum when you feel stuck. It's how you create progress when you don't know where to start. There's also something powerful about ownership. When you take care of your space, you're taking ownership of your life. You're not blaming circumstances. You're not waiting for motivation. You're doing something that's fully in your control, that changes your identity. You stop seeing yourself as someone who lets things fall apart. You start seeing yourself as someone who keeps things in order, who makes progress, who follows through. This doesn't mean your space has to be perfect. It means it has to support your goals. You want to write? Make space to write. You want to train? Make space to move. You want to grow? Make space to think. That's what a clean room does. It creates mental room. It removes distractions. It signals to your brain that you're in a place that's designed for growth. That one shift can make the difference between another day wasted and a breakthrough. You don't need to wait for the weekend. You don't need a spring cleaning checklist. You need to decide right now that your environment matters, that your surroundings deserve respect, that your energy is too valuable to be wasted in a space that confuses your mind. Start today. Pick one corner, one drawer, one shelf. Clear it, organize it, then move to the next. One space at a time, one decision at a time. That's how you transform the atmosphere around you and the mindset inside you. You can't control everything in life, but you can control the state of your space. You can decide whether you walk into a room that lifts you or lowers you. You can choose whether your environment adds to your clarity or steals it. And that choice, repeated daily, becomes the foundation for something greater. When your space is clean, you carry yourself differently. You think sharper, you act faster, you respect your routines more, because you're not starting the day cleaning up yesterday's mess. You're starting the day focused, calm, and ready. You want discipline? Start with your room. You want self-respect? Start with your space. You want progress? Start with what's in front of you. It's not about impressing anyone. It's about aligning your physical space with your mental goals. It's about proving to yourself that you care enough to create order, even when no one is watching. That's real growth. That's real leadership. And that's the kind of habit that builds the life you're capable of living. Clean your room and keep your space organized. Not because it's easy, not because it's fun, but because it's the first step in showing up for yourself, building your structure, and gaining the mental edge that changes everything. It's a habit that seems small until you feel how much stronger, calmer, and more focused your life becomes because of it. That's why it matters. That's why it works. And that's why it needs to be your standard. Every day, without fail. Lesson 12. Stop scrolling and start working on your goals. Most people don't realize how much time they're wasting until they look back and see how little has changed. You wake up, and before you even speak a word to the world, your fingers are already scrolling. You check notifications that don't matter. You watch content that doesn't teach you anything. You spend an hour comparing yourself to people who aren't even thinking about you. And by the time you put the phone down, your energy is gone, your confidence is shaky, and your goals are still untouched. It feels normal because everyone's doing it. But just because it's normal doesn't mean it's right. You can't build your dream life with your eyes glued to someone else's. You can't create results while passively consuming distractions. You can't improve your life by watching other people pretend to live theirs. That screen steals your focus, It feeds your self-doubt. It buries your ambition under entertainment and endless opinions. And you keep going back to it like it's giving you something. But it's not. It's giving you noise. It's giving you confusion. It's giving you the illusion that you're engaged when really you're avoiding the real work. You have things to do. You have a vision you've been holding on to. You've told yourself you want more. You've imagined a better future. But none of that becomes real while your time disappears into a feed that never ends. Every scroll is a decision. Every scroll is a delay. Every scroll is a trade between who you are and who you could be. And if you don't take control of that habit, it will take control of your future. You were not born to consume your life. You were meant to build it. Discipline begins with attention. If your attention is scattered, your progress will be too. If you can't stay present with your goals, you'll never reach them. They require focus. They require energy. They require action. Not someday, today. Not when you feel like it, now. But you won't feel that urgency as long as you're being entertained. That's what passive content does. It numbs you. It makes you comfortable with inaction. It lowers your standards without you even realizing it. And before long, a day becomes a week, then a month, and still nothing has changed. You have the time. You've always had the time. What you haven't had is priority. You've allowed your phone to decide what matters. You've allowed other people's content to fill your mind before you even touched your own purpose. And the more you do that, the harder it becomes to even remember what your goals were. You feel busy, but you're not productive. You feel drained, but you haven't done anything meaningful. That's not by accident. That's a result of distraction disguised as entertainment. It's time to break that pattern. Start by reclaiming your mornings. Don't let your first hour be dictated by a screen. Use it to connect with your thoughts, your schedule, your direction. Sit with your ideas. Write your goals down. Plan your next steps. Set your priorities before anything else can interrupt them. That simple shift can change everything. Because once your day starts with purpose, you stop chasing distractions. You stop reacting. You start choosing. You start leading. Your phone is a tool, not a lifestyle. Use it when necessary. Turn it off when it's not. Set time limits. Delete apps that waste your focus. Create distance between yourself and the things that pull you away from your purpose. You don't need to know what everyone's doing. You don't need to watch endless content about other people's lives. What you need is to start showing up for your own. The goals you keep talking about won't build themselves. They require work, not watching, not wishing, doing. Look around your life right now. What are you avoiding? What's been sitting on your to-do list for weeks? What dream have you buried under distractions? That's where your focus needs to go. That's where your energy belongs. Not in another highlight reel. Not in another thread of arguments. But in the real actions that move your life forward. You can't afford to waste another day, giving your attention to things that don't make you better. There is no shortcut to what you want. There is only the work. The quiet, unglamorous, consistent work that no one sees but that builds everything you're hoping for. And that work starts the moment you decide you've had enough of escaping into your screen. It starts when you silence the noise and say, now it's time to act. Every great result begins with that decision. To stop watching, to stop scrolling, to stop delaying, and to start. Nobody's coming to force you. No one will drag you away from your phone. No one will remind you how much time you're losing. That's your job. That's your responsibility. And that's your power. The moment you realize that your future is in your hands, not your algorithm, is the moment you take back control. You get one life, one shot, and the clock is always ticking. What you give your time to, you give your life to. Make sure it's something real, something meaningful, something that will still matter a year from now. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to delete everything. You just need to shift. Choose your goals first. Build your dreams before you consume someone else's. Work for 2 hours before you scroll for 10 minutes. Earn your rest. Earn your distractions. Make progress before you celebrate. That's how you separate yourself from everyone else. Drowning in digital noise. You set a standard, and then you live by it. Discipline isn't easy, but distraction is expensive. Every moment you spend feeding your curiosity instead of your growth is a moment you don't get back. You say you want change, then show it. You say you want to be successful, then act like it. You say you want focus, then protect it. If your screen time is higher than your progress, something needs to change. And you already know what it is. You're not addicted to your phone. You're addicted to avoiding discomfort. You're addicted to escape. You're addicted to the easy hit of stimulation that doesn't ask anything of you. But your future does. It asks for discipline. It asks for clarity. It asks for follow-through. And you won't get any of that from scrolling. So the next time your hand reaches for the screen, pause. Ask yourself, what am I running from? What do I need to do that I'm avoiding? What could I be building right now instead of watching? That awareness is the first step to breaking the pattern. And once you've broken it, you'll start to feel what it's like to live with focus again. You'll remember what it feels like to spend a day working towards something real. You'll see progress. You'll feel pride. You'll earn confidence, not from likes or views, but from actions. Your goals need your full attention. They need your time. They need your daily effort. Every task you finish makes your future more real. Every habit you stick to makes your discipline more natural. Every moment of focused work brings results closer. That's not a fantasy. That's the real formula. And it's available to you right now, but only if you stop numbing yourself with noise. You don't need to do it all in one day, but you do need to start. Start by choosing 1 hour of pure focus. Start by putting your phone in another room while you work. Start by building one habit that supports your mission. Start by showing yourself that your dreams mean more than temporary pleasure. That shift, repeated daily, will change your identity. You stop being the person who talks about goals and start becoming the one who reaches them. The life you want is possible, but it won't be built with your thumb. It will be built with your hands, with your mind, with your time, with your discipline. You already have everything you need, but you've got to use it, not later. Now, stop chasing the lives of others. Start building your own. That's how the change begins. That's how your goals become reality. One choice at a time, 1 hour at a time, 1 day at a time. You were not made to scroll your life away. You were made to create, to build, to improve. You were made to rise above distraction and lead your future with intention. And that begins when you stop consuming and start creating. When you stop watching and start working. When you stop delaying and start deciding. That's your moment. And it's right in front of you. Pick it, choose it, own it, then get to work. Because no one's coming to do it for you. It's your time now. Make it count. Lesson 13. Read real books that build your mental strength. Information is everywhere, but wisdom is still rare. You're constantly surrounded by content, clips, captions, opinions, endless streams of noise. But very few people are feeding their mind with depth, structure, and long-term perspective. Most of the information we take in today is quick, surface level, and shallow. And the truth is, it's not helping you grow. It's keeping you distracted, unfocused, and mentally weak. If you want to become strong in the mind, if you want to think clearly, if you want to stop living in emotional chaos, you have to go deeper. You have to train your brain the way you train your body. And one of the best tools for that is reading real books that push your thinking and challenge your patterns. This isn't about school. This isn't about being smart for the sake of looking smart. This is about building mental strength that can handle pressure, think through complex problems, stay calm during setbacks, and lead a life that's guided by purpose, not panic. Most people walk around with cluttered minds. They react to everything. They absorb emotions from the outside world without filtering anything. They consume content that feels good in the moment, but offers no lasting structure. And then they wonder why they can't stay focused, why they're easily triggered, or why they can't stay committed to anything long enough to see results. Mental strength doesn't come from scrolling and watching. It comes from thinking deeply. It comes from feeding your mind with material that demands more than a few seconds of attention. It comes from turning pages, sitting with ideas, challenging your own beliefs, and learning from people who've lived through struggle, built wisdom, and shared what works. There are people who've already written the roadmap to solve problems you're facing right now. But you won't find it in a clip. You'll find it in books. Books that are grounded, clear, and timeless. Books that carry strategy, structure, and substance. You want to be better at making decisions? Read. You want to build emotional control? Read. You want to communicate clearly? Lead others. Stay calm under pressure? Read. Not random things, not gossip, not motivational one-liners. Real books. Books on leadership. Books on focus. Books on mindset. Books on history. Books on people who lived with strength when things were falling apart. Books on finance, health, discipline, performance, communication. Books that give your brain something solid to build on. Reading real books strengthens your attention. You're forced to slow down. You're required to follow a train of thought. You begin to think in longer patterns instead of short bursts. That's how deep focus is built. And deep focus is a superpower today. Most people can't hold a single thought for more than 10 seconds without needing stimulation. But a trained mind is different. It doesn't run from stillness. It doesn't fear complexity. It knows how to focus, how to think through situations, how to stay present with a problem until a solution is clear. That kind of power comes from long-form learning, not from shallow consumption. The time you spend with a book isn't just about gaining knowledge. It's about shaping your identity. Every page you read is a step away from confusion and closer to clarity. You start to understand how your mind works. You start to recognize patterns in behavior, both your own and others. You learn from the failures of those who came before you. You gain perspective that keeps you grounded when life feels overwhelming. You realize that most problems aren't new. They've been lived through, written about, and solved before. And by reading, you access that wisdom without having to make the same mistakes. Books slow you down in a good way. They give your mind a rhythm. They build patience. They train your focus. And over time, they rewire how you think. You stop being reactive. You stop chasing the next hit of stimulation. You become deliberate. You become calm. You become stronger. And that strength isn't loud. It's not dramatic. It shows in how you speak, how you listen, how you respond to difficulty. It shows in your decisions, in your work ethic, in your discipline. If you want to lead others, if you want to build something meaningful, if you want to rise above average, you have to feed your mind differently. Most people waste their mental energy on things that change nothing. You have to choose better. You have to read like your growth depends on it, because it does. The more you read, the more tools you have. The more language you gain to express your ideas. The more strategies you discover to manage your time, your emotions, your future. Start with 15 minutes a day, one chapter, one idea. Let it sink in. Highlight what speaks to you. Write down what applies to your life. Think through how you can use it. That small habit, done daily, will change how you show up. It will sharpen your mind. It will build your confidence. You'll stop looking for answers from the outside and start building clarity from within. You don't need to read 10 books a week. You need to read one book deeply and let it change the way you think. Let it challenge you. Let it correct you. Let it strengthen your mental framework. That's the kind of reading that lasts. The kind that makes you see life differently. The kind that builds a new level of awareness you can't unsee. Some books will make you uncomfortable. That's a good thing. It means your beliefs are being stretched. It means your old ways of thinking are being confronted. That's how growth works. It's not always fun, but it's always worth it. Because every time you face a challenge on the page, you're building the muscle to face real challenges in life. You're building the strength to stand tall when others fold. You're building the mindset of someone who leads with clarity, not chaos. Reading also reminds you that you're not alone. You're not the first person to feel lost, to struggle, to fall behind, to doubt yourself. But the ones who made it through, many of them wrote it down. Their experiences, their mistakes, their lessons, they're all there, waiting for you. And if you ignore that, you're choosing to go through life unarmed. Why repeat avoidable mistakes? Why take the hard road when someone already mapped out a better one? Make reading a standard in your life, not a luxury, not a hobby, a standard. The same way you train your body, you train your brain. You give it the fuel it needs to stay sharp. You feed it with strategy. You challenge it with ideas. You respect it enough to grow it intentionally. That's how real leaders operate. That's how real confidence is built, not from empty noise, from solid thought. You have access to more information than any generation before you. But that's not the same as having wisdom. You have to choose what to absorb. You have to choose to go deeper than what's trendy. You have to commit to learning things that help you build discipline, structure, purpose, and clear thinking. That's what separates the serious from the distracted, the ones who lead from the ones who follow. This isn't about being academic. This isn't about reading for status. This is about becoming mentally unshakable, becoming someone who can stay focused under pressure, someone who can think through conflict, someone who knows how to respond when life gets messy. That level of strength is not given, it's built. And one of the strongest tools you have to build it is in your hands, if you choose to open it. Read the books that make you better. not just the ones that entertain. Pick the ones that stretch your thinking, that demand your attention, that leave you thinking long after you close the cover. Those are the ones that change you. Those are the ones that stay with you in moments of doubt. You won't remember every word, but you'll remember how it shaped your mindset, how it made you stronger, how it gave you a new perspective right when you needed it. Most people aren't doing this. Most people are still chasing noise. You can be different. You can build your advantage. You can read with purpose, with discipline, with urgency. And over time, your mind becomes your strength, not your weakness. You stop depending on the world to give you answers. You start relying on the wisdom you've built through study, through reading, through reflection. That's the foundation of power. That's how you become steady. That's how you stay grounded when everything else is shaking. It's not about luck. It's not about talent. It's about training. And the best training you can give your mind is high-quality thought, every day, on purpose. So stop waiting. Pick up the book, build the habit, and give your future the strength it needs to rise above the noise and lead from clarity. That's the real advantage, and it's yours to build, starting now. Lesson 14. Cut the lies and start living with full honesty. Most people are not stuck because of a lack of talent or opportunity. They're stuck because they're lying to themselves about their lives. They're not honest about their habits. They're not honest about their effort. They're not honest about their weaknesses. They're not honest about the way they show up when nobody's watching. And the truth is, the longer you avoid the truth, the longer you stay in cycles that don't serve you. It's not life that's holding you back. It's the lies you keep telling yourself to feel better in the short term. But short-term comfort always leads to long-term pain. And the only way out of it is to face your life with full honesty. No filter, no excuses, no story to protect your ego. You can't grow if you won't face where you're weak. You can't fix what you won't admit is broken. You can't lead your life if you keep pretending everything is fine when it's not. Living with full honesty means looking at your actions, your patterns, your choices, and telling the truth, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts. Because pain is a teacher, and the truth is the path to freedom. Every lie you hold on to delays your next level. Every story you tell yourself to avoid responsibility becomes another brick in the wall between you and your potential. Being honest doesn't mean you hate yourself. It means you respect yourself enough to see things as they are. It means you're done hiding. It means you're done pretending. It means you're finally willing to do the hard work of looking in the mirror and saying, this isn't working, and I'm going to do something about it. That's when growth starts. Not when things are perfect. Not when you feel good. But the moment you stop running from the truth. Because the truth is the only foundation strong enough to build real change. You've got to stop telling yourself you're giving your best when you know you're not. You've got to stop saying you're okay when you're drowning inside. You've got to stop blaming your situation when it's your decisions that keep putting you there. Every lie you tell yourself may buy you some comfort now, but it will cost you later. It will cost you clarity. It will cost you self-respect. It will cost you the opportunity to build a life that actually reflects who you want to be. Honesty is not weakness. It's not something to fear. It's strength. It's clarity. It's power. Because when you tell the truth, you take control. You stop living in denial. You stop playing the victim. You start owning your choices, your emotions, your results. And that ownership gives you leverage. It gives you momentum. It gives you a direction you can actually follow. The moment you get honest about how you're spending your time, you stop wondering why your goals aren't moving forward. The moment you get honest about your emotional habits, you stop blaming others for how you feel. The moment you get honest about your excuses, you realize how much power you've been giving away. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's why most people avoid honesty. They're scared of what they'll find. But the fear of truth is nothing compared to the pain of living a fake life. There's nothing more exhausting than trying to keep up an image, trying to look like you've got it all together, trying to hide the parts of yourself that still need work. That kind of life is heavy. It's slow. It's unclear. But honesty lifts that weight. It's not about exposing yourself to everyone. It's about getting real with yourself first. What do you know deep down that you've been ignoring? What patterns do you keep repeating and justifying? What truth have you buried under busyness and distraction? You don't have to fix everything overnight, but you do have to stop lying to yourself about where you're really at. Because the truth you're avoiding is the breakthrough you need. That's where the change lives. That's where the power is. In facing the facts without flinching. In being so real with yourself that you can't help but change. And that shift is not something anyone else can give you. It comes from within. You don't need more motivation. You need more truth. You don't need another plan. You need to stop pretending that your current habits are working when they're not. You don't need more advice. You need to look at your behavior and be honest about what's helping and what's hurting. You've already heard enough. You've already read enough. You've already read enough. Now it's time to stop lying to yourself and start taking real ownership of your path. Living with full honesty also means being real with others. It means saying what you mean. It means not smiling when you're angry. It means not pretending to agree when you don't. It means not playing along just to keep the peace when your values are being compromised. Honesty in relationships is the only way to build something solid. Without it, you're just performing. You're just adjusting yourself to avoid discomfort. But that discomfort grows, and eventually it turns into resentment. And resentment destroys everything you were trying to protect by lying in the first place. It's not always easy to be honest. Sometimes it feels like it's going to cost you something. A relationship, an opportunity, a connection. But dishonesty will always cost more. It will cost your peace. It will cost your integrity. It will cost your alignment. And without those, no success matters. No amount of money or validation or approval can replace the peace of knowing you're living the truth, even when it's hard, even when it's messy, even when it's not what people want to hear. You don't owe the world a perfect version of yourself. You owe yourself the truth. That's where your real strength is, in being transparent with yourself, in being honest about your fears, your flaws, your insecurities, and choosing to work through them, not avoid them. The strongest people are not the ones who pretend everything's fine. They're the ones who face what's not fine and choose to change anyway. If you're tired, say you're tired. If you're hurt, admit you're hurt. If you're confused, stop pretending to have it all figured out. If you're behind, own it. If you messed up, take responsibility. That's what strong people do. They don't hide behind stories. They don't waste time justifying what needs to change. They get honest, and then they take action. The lies you tell yourself are subtle. They sound like, I'll start tomorrow. I'm doing enough. It's not that bad. I deserve this break. It's out of my control. But deep down, you know better. You know when you're lying. You know when you're wasting time. And you know when you're capable of more. Stop pushing that voice away. Start listening to it. Start trusting it. Start using it to become the person you were meant to be. Honesty simplifies your life. You stop pretending. You stop explaining. You stop performing. You just live. You do the work. You tell the truth. You own your journey. And the people who can't handle that truth will fall away. Let them. That's not your loss. Your job is not to keep everyone comfortable. Your job is to live in a way that's real, that's aligned, that's clean, that's clear. Because clarity is power. And power only comes when you stop hiding. Your potential doesn't need perfection. It needs truth. It needs you to stop running and start facing. It needs you to look at your patterns and say, this ends with me. It needs you to stop using comfort as a reason to stay the same. Because comfort is temporary. Regret is permanent. And regret is what you get when you choose lies over truth. Too many times, you can start right now. You don't need to wait for rock bottom. You don't need to wait for the perfect time. You don't need to be ready. You just need to decide that you're done with the excuses, that you're done pretending, that you're done shrinking yourself to fit someone else's version of you, that you're ready to live fully, completely, and honestly. No more hiding behind potential. No more lying about effort. No more pretending to care about things you don't. No more saying yes when your soul says no. No more ignoring the voice inside that's been telling you the truth for years. This is your time. Your season to stop lying and start living, to stop performing, and start becoming. To stop wasting your strength, protecting a version of yourself that no longer fits. You already know what needs to change. You already know what you've been avoiding. Now is the time to face it, to own it, to walk through it. Not perfectly, not instantly, but truthfully. That's what real growth looks like. Not polished, not easy, but honest. And if you live that way long enough, everything begins to align. The right habits, the right people, the right opportunities. Because the truth has a way of attracting what's real. Cut the lies, get real, and let that be the beginning of your transformation. Not by waiting, not by wishing, but by deciding right now that your truth matters more than your comfort. And living by that truth every single day, no matter what. Lesson 15. Keep your promises even when nobody is watching. The strength of your character isn't proven in front of a crowd. It's built in the moments when no one's around, no one's watching, and no one would even know if you quit. That's where integrity is born. When you say you're going to do something, and you actually follow through, not for praise, not for attention, not for validation, but because your word means something to you. That's where real self-respect comes from. Keeping your own promises is one of the rarest forms of discipline, because there's no audience, no applause, no reward outside of the inner strength you gain. But that strength is what separates average from exceptional. It's what creates a life of substance, not noise. Anyone can perform when the pressure's on. Anyone can show up when people are watching. But the life you want isn't built on performances. It's built on what you do in silence. The decisions you make when it's just you and the mirror. The commitments you keep when quitting would be easier, and nobody would ever call you out for it. That's where your identity gets shaped. If you break your own word, you teach yourself not to trust yourself. And if you don't trust yourself, nothing in your life will feel stable. You'll always need someone else to push you, someone else to keep you accountable, someone else to make sure you show up. But you don't need that when you train yourself to follow through alone. Most people have a habit of talking big and following through small. They write out plans, they post about goals, they get excited about new habits, but excitement fades fast. What lasts is discipline, and that discipline is tested in the quiet. The early mornings, the late nights, the boring days when nothing is exciting, and the only reason to keep going is because you said you would. You made a promise to yourself, and you either honor it or you lie to yourself. And the more you lie to yourself, the weaker your self-respect becomes. The world teaches you to chase results, but what matters even more is the process you're building inside yourself. And that process only becomes solid when you can rely on your own word. If you say you'll wake up early, you do it. If you say you'll finish a project, you finish it. If you say you'll train today, you show up. If you say you'll study, you open the book. Not because someone told you to. Not because someone will find out if you don't. Because you decided that your word means something. And that kind of person becomes unstoppable. Keeping promises to yourself builds an internal confidence that no external validation can touch. You don't need to be motivated when you know you're the type of person who always finishes. You don't need outside encouragement when you've already proven to yourself that you don't quit. That confidence doesn't come from results. It comes from repetition, from making a decision and backing it up with consistent action over and over again. Even when it's hard, even when it's uncomfortable, especially when it's uncomfortable. When you break your own word, you damage more than your schedule. You damage your trust in yourself. You start seeing yourself as someone who says things they don't mean. You start hesitating. You start doubting. You second guess your own plans because you've trained your mind not to believe you. That's not just about discipline, it's about identity. Every broken promise becomes a signal that your words don't carry weight. But every time you follow through, you strengthen the voice inside that says, I finish what I start. Your goals aren't waiting for you to feel inspired. They're waiting for you to become consistent. And consistency doesn't happen by chance. It happens when you decide that you'll stop quitting on yourself, that you'll stop making promises you don't keep, that you'll stop being a part-time version of the person you claim to be. That level of personal leadership starts when you remove the option to quit quietly. You stop negotiating with laziness. You stop entertaining excuses. You stop depending on feelings. And you start showing up, regardless of who's watching. It doesn't matter how small the promise is. Every little one counts. If you say you'll read 10 pages, read 10 pages. If you say no sugar today, then mean it. If you commit to writing for 30 minutes, do it even if your brain resists. These actions may look small from the outside, but on the inside, they're shaping a mindset that cannot be broken. Because what you're really building is personal credibility, and credibility is power. It means you can rely on yourself. It means your mind knows that when you commit, action will follow. You can't outsource this. You can't fake it, and you can't talk your way around it. Either you do what you said you would do or you don't. And over time, those choices add up. They either build momentum or destroy it. They either build belief or break it. They either push you closer to the life you want or keep you stuck in cycles of guilt, delay, and frustration. And if you're tired of starting over, tired of feeling like you're always behind, tired of chasing motivation that never lasts, this is where you fix it. Not with another plan, not with another speech, with one choice: to keep your word to yourself. Real growth starts in the dark, in silence, in solitude. When you push through even when nobody is clapping. When you hit your goal even though no one will ever see it. That's when you know you've crossed a line that most people never will. Because most people quit when the praise stops. But you won't. You'll keep going because it's who you are now. Because you've built that identity by keeping promises over and over again. That's what changes you. You stop being the person who needs pressure to move. You stop needing deadlines to perform. You stop depending on accountability from others and start building it from within. That's freedom. That's power. That's what allows you to succeed when others fade out. Because no matter how you feel, no matter what's going on, you're not driven by emotion. You're driven by the standard you set for yourself. You don't have to be loud about it. You don't have to post about it. You don't have to tell anyone what you're doing. Just do it quietly, daily, relentlessly. Let your work speak for itself. Let your actions build your confidence. Let your follow-through create your future. That's what builds legacy. Not words, not announcements, not declarations. Consistency in silence. Reps in the dark. Results that don't need to be explained. Every time you keep a promise, you sharpen your edge. You become more focused, more resilient, more grounded. And slowly that starts to spill into everything. Your habits get tighter. Your mindset gets sharper. Your energy becomes cleaner. Because you're no longer leaking it through broken promises. You're holding it. You're directing it. You're channeling it into things that matter. There will be days when the voice in your head says, "No one's watching, it doesn't matter." But it does, because you're watching. And what you allow yourself to get away with determines who you become. Integrity isn't built in front of an audience. It's built when it's just you and the choice. Do you do what you said you'd do, or do you quit? Every time you choose discipline over convenience, you're voting for the version of you that rises. No shortcuts, no skipping the hard parts, no hiding behind the excuse of just this once. If you want a different life, you need to be a different person. And different doesn't mean louder or busier. It means more solid, more clear, more disciplined, more committed. That comes from doing what needs to be done, not once, but every day, even when no one else will ever know. Because you know. And that's enough. You're not doing this for attention. You're doing it for transformation. And transformation only happens when the person you are in private matches the person you claim to be in public. That's real integrity. That's real strength. That's how you build a life that lasts. Not because you shouted your goals from the rooftop, but because you showed up when the world was silent. Decide now that your word matters, that your promises matter, that your time, your energy, your future, they all matter enough to follow through. Stop negotiating. Stop delaying. Stop making exceptions. Start keeping your word every time, especially when no one is watching. Because that's when it counts the most. That's when it changes you the deepest. That's when you prove, not to the world, but to yourself, that you're the real deal. Not sometimes, always. Not when it's easy, when it's hard. Not when you're seen, when you're alone. That's how leaders are built. That's how lives are transformed. That's how you become unstoppable. Keep your promises. Let nothing break that, ever. Lesson 16. Say no without feeling guilty about your decision. You are not responsible for carrying everyone's expectations. The moment you decide to protect your time, your peace, and your priorities, you will start needing one powerful skill: being able to say no without guilt, not with hesitation, not with apology, not with emotional overload. Just no. Clear, honest, firm. Because every time you say yes to something that doesn't align with your values or goals, you are saying no to something that does. And most people don't realize how much of their life they've given away just to avoid the discomfort of saying no. When you feel guilty for protecting your boundaries, you train yourself to believe that your needs don't matter, that your voice should always come second, that your value is based on how often you can please, help, or rescue others. But the truth is, always saying yes doesn't make you kind. It makes you exhausted. It makes you scattered. It makes you frustrated. And eventually it makes you bitter toward the very people you're trying to help. That's not generosity. That's emotional self-neglect. People will ask for your time. They will ask for your energy. They will ask for your attention. That's not the problem. The problem begins when you start giving out pieces of yourself that you don't even have. When you agree to plans you don't want to attend. When you accept tasks you have no time or energy for. When you say yes with your mouth but feel resentment building in your chest. That's the pattern that drains your clarity and weakens your identity. You start becoming the person who's always available, always agreeable, always stretched too thin to focus on their own life. That has to stop. You're not here to live as a background character in everyone else's story. You have your own mission, your own goals, your own voice, and you can't honor those things if you keep sacrificing them to avoid temporary discomfort. Saying no is not a betrayal. It's a form of self-respect. It's how you show yourself that your time is valuable, that your energy matters, that you don't have to explain your boundaries to be allowed to have them. Start practicing it in small ways. Decline the invitation when you're already overwhelmed. Turn down the favor when you know it will throw off your schedule. Refuse to pick up the call when your energy is drained and you need time alone. Every time you say no with clarity, you build confidence. Every time you protect your limits, you build peace. Every time you choose yourself without guilt, you build self-trust. And that self-trust makes you stronger in every other area of your life. People might be surprised when you start setting limits, especially if you've spent years always saying yes. They might push back. They might question your decisions. They might even try to guilt you into changing your mind. That's not your problem to solve. That's not your responsibility to carry. Their reaction is not a sign you're doing something wrong. It's a sign they were used to you living without boundaries. Keep holding the line anyway. You don't owe anyone access to your time just because they asked for it. You don't owe anyone a yes just to avoid an awkward moment. You don't owe your energy to people who drain it just to keep the relationship smooth on the surface. Real relationships respect your no. Real friends understand when you choose rest. Real leaders know that boundaries are necessary, not selfish. And the people who truly care about you will still be there when you decide to honor your time and energy. Stop over-explaining. You don't need a 3-paragraph reason every time you say no. You don't need to soften the truth just to be liked. A clear, honest no is enough. You don't have to justify your schedule. You don't have to defend your decisions. You don't have to say yes out of fear that someone will think less of you. Because the cost of pleasing everyone is abandoning yourself. And that's too high of a price to pay. Your peace is worth protecting. Your goals are worth defending. Your attention is a limited resource. And if you don't learn how to protect it, the world will keep taking more than you can afford to give. That doesn't make you cold. That makes you clear. And clarity leads to freedom. You stop doing things out of obligation. You stop stretching yourself thin. You stop living on autopilot. And you start moving with intention, with structure, with power. The guilt you feel after saying no is temporary. But the regret of living a life that doesn't reflect your truth lasts a lot longer. That regret builds every time you avoid conflict by avoiding the truth. Every time you say yes to keep the peace, but the internal cost is too heavy. You know it's not the right choice, but you say it anyway, and then carry the weight of it for hours, days, or even weeks. That kind of guilt isn't healthy. It's not a sign of compassion. It's a sign you've been taught to trade your comfort for someone else's approval. That can end now, right here. By deciding that guilt is not a good enough reason to keep overcommitting. By deciding that protecting your energy is not selfish, it's necessary. By learning that not every decision needs to be comfortable to be correct. You're allowed to disappoint people. You're allowed to change your mind. You're allowed to choose differently than you used to. That's growth. That's evolution. That's how strong people live. You don't need to be everything to everyone. You don't need to show up for every event. You don't need to prove your worth by how many people you say yes to. You prove your worth by showing up fully for what truly matters. And that only happens when you say no to what doesn't. This isn't about being selfish. This is about being selective. You're not rejecting people. You're choosing what aligns with your values. You're choosing what moves your life forward. You're choosing what preserves your energy, because that energy is needed for the things that actually matter. Your health, your goals, your relationships, your future. And if you keep draining it just to avoid uncomfortable conversations, you'll never have enough left for the life you're trying to build. You get stronger every time you choose clarity over guilt. Every time you prioritize your mental space over someone else's momentary satisfaction. Every time you make a decision that feels hard now but supports your peace later. That's what self-respect looks like in practice. It's not always glamorous. It's not always easy, but it builds a life that's clean, strong, and stable. A life that doesn't crumble every time someone wants something from you. Keep practicing. Keep saying no when you mean it. Keep defending your space. Keep holding your boundaries. Let people adjust. Let them be surprised. Let them have their reaction. But don't let that reaction change your direction. Because the more you live from alignment, the less room there is for resentment. You stop feeling like a victim of your calendar. You stop feeling used. You stop wondering why your needs never seem to matter. They matter, but only if you act like it. Saying no is how you create room for what's real, for what's yours, for what actually matters to you. Without that room, you're just surviving. You're just responding to everything that comes your way, without ever asking if it belongs in your life. But when you start saying no with confidence and without guilt, you take ownership. You stop surviving and start leading. You stop reacting and start choosing. And your life starts to feel like yours again. You don't need permission to live this way. You just need the courage to do it. And that courage grows every time you make the choice that serves your future instead of protecting someone else's comfort. Every time you say no without guilt, you become stronger, more clear, more grounded, more aligned. And that alignment becomes your new normal. That's the life you're building, one clear no at a time. Lesson 17. Eat clean food that fuels your body to win. What you eat affects how you think, how you feel, and how you perform. Every bite is either fueling you forward or holding you back. Most people don't make this connection because they've never really paid attention. They eat what's easy, what's fast, what tastes good for 5 minutes, and then spend the rest of the day wondering why they're tired, bloated, foggy, irritable, or unmotivated. They don't realize their food is controlling their energy, their mood, their focus, and their strength. You cannot expect your body to function at a high level while feeding it garbage and pretending it doesn't matter. It does, more than you know. Food is fuel. Your brain needs it. Your body depends on it. Your mental sharpness is tied to your physical input. If you eat low-quality food, you live with low-quality performance. You're slower. You're less focused. You're constantly hungry for more, because junk food doesn't satisfy. It just triggers cravings. You crash after meals. You need more caffeine to stay awake. You get distracted easily. You don't move with purpose. All of that starts with what's on your plate. And if you want to take control of your life, your health, your energy, and your power, then you've got to take control of your food. This isn't about being perfect. This isn't about dieting. This is about respect. You respect your body by choosing food that gives you something, not just food that satisfies a craving. You respect your future by eating in a way that keeps your mind sharp, your body strong, your emotions stable. Clean food isn't punishment. It's preparation. It's setting yourself up to win the day before the day even begins. It's giving your system everything it needs to run well, to recover fast, and to move through life with intensity and clarity. You want better discipline? Eat clean. You want to think faster and sharper? Eat clean. You want to stop feeling drained by 3 p.m.? Eat clean. You want to sleep better, move better, live longer, recover quicker, stay more consistent. It starts with what you put in your mouth. Your food choices are habits, and those habits are shaping your future whether you want them to or not. The good news is, you're in charge. You make those decisions. Nobody else. No one's forcing you to eat trash. No one's making you feel sick and heavy and foggy. That's on you. And you can change it starting today. You don't need some trendy plan. You don't need to follow a complex routine. You need to simplify. Eat real food. Eat what comes from the earth, not what comes from a factory. Stay away from processed junk that's been designed to make you addicted and tired. Stay away from sugar-loaded snacks that give you 5 minutes of pleasure and 5 hours of regret. Choose meals that fuel, not meals that numb. Choose food that makes you feel light, clean, and strong, not heavy, tired, and slow. Listen to how your body responds after meals. If you feel worse, that wasn't food. That was poison dressed up as a snack. If your stomach is bloated, your energy crashes, your focus disappears. That's your body sending a signal. Pay attention. Respect it. Don't ignore the signs just because the food tastes good. Flavor isn't the goal. Function is. You're not eating for comfort. You're eating for power, for performance, for clarity. And when you shift that mindset, everything changes. You start walking past the junk food aisle because you know it steals your energy. You stop eating out of boredom because you value your clarity. You say no to processed meals because you don't want to feel sluggish halfway through your day. You don't eat what everyone else eats just to fit in. You eat what supports your mission, your goals, your standards. And that choice, repeated daily, becomes a lifestyle. A strong one, a clean one that keeps you sharp when others are fading. You have to stop rewarding yourself with food that punishes your body. You're not a child who needs a treat every time something good happens. You're an adult building something real. And you don't build greatness on a foundation of sugar, grease, and chemicals. You build it on discipline, clarity, strength, and clean food helps you build all three. This is how champions eat. This is how leaders fuel themselves. This is how high performers think about nutrition. It's not just about taste. It's about training. It's about creating the internal strength to match the external goals. Every clean meal is a vote for your future. Every smart choice is another step in the direction of power, energy, and control. And that control spreads into everything else. You eat clean and your workouts improve. You eat clean and your sleep is deeper. You eat clean and your patience expands. You eat clean and you make better choices in every area. Discipline in the kitchen becomes discipline in your business, your fitness, your mindset, and your relationships. Because when you're clean inside, you think cleaner. You speak more clearly. You move with intention. You stop feeling the need to fix problems with food. You stop running to snacks every time stress hits. You stop burying your emotions under sugar and salt. Instead, you face life. You stay present. You stay focused. You stay light. Eating clean is not about obsession. It's about alignment. Aligning your habits with your goals. Aligning your input with your purpose. Aligning your discipline with your potential. It's about knowing that every bite is either helping or hurting, and choosing to help. Not because someone told you to, but because you want to feel strong. You want to show up sharp. You want to be ready for life, not recovering from your last bad decision. It's a mindset shift from what do I feel like eating, to what do I need to eat to be who I said I want to become. That shift is everything. It moves you out of short-term emotion and into long-term clarity. You stop living for the next hit of dopamine. You start living for energy, for focus, for health, for power. That's what food is supposed to give you. Not distraction, not sedation, not addiction. You don't have to overhaul your entire life overnight. Start with one clean meal, then 2, then 3. Build momentum. Feel the difference. Notice how your mornings change when you're fueled right. Notice how your mood shifts when your gut is healthy. Notice how your sleep improves when your digestion isn't fighting junk all night. Every small shift adds up. Every smart decision becomes another layer of strength. Before you know it, you've built a foundation that can't be broken by temptation. Other people might not understand. They might joke about your choices. They might tempt you to just have one. Let them. That's their standard, not yours. You're not here to live by other people's patterns. You're here to live by intention. You're here to raise your bar, to lead your own life. And that means eating like someone who values their potential, not someone who keeps sacrificing it for snacks. This doesn't mean you never enjoy food. It means you enjoy it with purpose. You eat for performance. You eat for life. You eat in a way that supports your mission, not one that slows you down. You can still enjoy meals. You can still have balance, but your baseline has to be strong, has to be clean. has to be disciplined. Because that baseline is what keeps you steady when life gets chaotic. Fuel your body like it matters, because it does. Your energy matters. Your focus matters. Your clarity matters. And every meal is a choice. Choose the one that gets you closer to who you want to become. Choose the one that builds momentum. Choose the one that reflects strength, not weakness. You already know what foods make you feel better. Eat those. You already know what foods make you feel worse. Walk away from those. It's not about willpower, it's about clarity. And when you're clear, the decisions become easier. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be consistent. One smart meal at a time. One better choice at a time. One vote for your future at a time. That's how you build energy that lasts. That's how you fuel a mind that stays sharp. That's how you take back control. From your plate to your purpose. It's all connected. So eat like it counts, because it does. Every single time. Lesson 18. Work in silence and let your actions speak louder. Most people talk more about what they're going to do than actually doing it. They post it, announce it, repeat it, hoping the words alone will carry weight. But progress isn't built with talk. It's built with consistent action that doesn't need attention to keep going. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. You don't need applause before you take the first step. You don't need recognition to stay committed. What you need is focus, privacy, and relentless execution. The world doesn't need another plan. It needs another example. And that starts with working quietly, without the spotlight, without broadcasting your every move, and letting the results speak when they're ready. When you keep your work private, you protect your energy. You keep distractions out. You stay locked in. You're not chasing reactions. You're not waiting for feedback. You're not adjusting based on what people think. You're doing what needs to be done regardless of how many people notice. That's how you build real momentum. That's how you stay consistent. That's how you become unstoppable, by detaching your actions from outside approval. Every minute you spend talking about what you're going to do is a minute you could spend building it. And while everyone else is busy convincing the world they're serious, you'll be the one actually doing the work. Quietly, relentlessly, day after day. Because that's how winners operate. They don't shout, they move. They don't explain, they deliver. They don't hype, they execute. They don't need noise. They build power in silence. And when the results show up, they speak for themselves. Silence isn't weakness, it's discipline. It's the choice to stay focused when your ego wants to be seen. It's the decision to value progress over attention. It's what separates the committed from the casual, the serious from the spectators, the ones who finish from the ones who only talk about starting. Working in silence keeps you grounded. It keeps your head down and your standards high. It reminds you that the goal isn't to impress, it's to improve. Letting your actions speak louder means putting in the reps no one sees. It means showing up when no one's clapping. It means working through the resistance without sharing every struggle. It means building something solid while everyone else is busy building a performance. That's how real confidence is earned. Not by announcing what you're about to do, but by proving what you've already done through consistent, visible, undeniable results. There's something powerful about moving in silence. It gives you peace. It gives you control. You're not living to prove yourself. You're not seeking permission. You're not distracted by likes or comments. You're building in the shadows. You're investing in yourself. You're stacking quiet victories that no one sees, but that give you the strength to keep going. And when the time comes, the work will speak. The transformation will show. The success will be undeniable. Talking about your goals too early tricks your brain into thinking you've already achieved something. That early validation steals your urgency. You feel good from the attention, and the need to act fades. But when you hold your goals close, when you keep them sacred, they stay alive. They keep burning. You don't waste energy convincing people. You use that energy to become the person who doesn't need to explain because their life speaks for them. There's no need to share every detail. No need to post every step. No need to involve everyone in your process. Not everyone needs to know your plans. Not everyone is qualified to hear them. Protect your vision. Build your work in quiet hours. when the world is asleep. Stack your habits in silence. Develop your discipline behind the scenes. Strength grows in quiet rooms. Results are built in private moments. You'll be tempted to show people what you're doing. You'll want to prove your progress. But remember this, attention is temporary. Discipline is forever. Focus is forever. Results are forever. What's built in silence can't be taken by noise. What's earned through action can't be denied by opinion. You'll get all the recognition you need if you're patient enough to keep working while everyone else is watching each other. Some people need the spotlight. They can't move without being seen, but that makes them weak. They're slaves to approval. They live for recognition. That's not you. You're not here to impress. You're here to improve. You're here to rise. You're here to build something unshakable. And that only happens when you learn to keep your head down. Stay in your lane and keep executing while the rest of the world watches and waits. Work doesn't have to be loud to be effective. It just has to be real, consistent, clear, sharp. Quiet work multiplies. Quiet work compounds. Quiet work gets done while others are still talking about it. And that's what sets you apart. You're not chasing applause. You're chasing growth. You're chasing mastery. You're chasing the kind of strength that doesn't need to be advertised to be respected. It's not about being secretive. It's about being serious. When you're serious about your goals, you don't waste time sharing every detail. You focus. You move. You act. You get results. And those results are loud enough. Let people wonder what you're doing. Let them see the shift, but not the steps. Let your life become the proof. The transformation will say more than your words ever could. There's dignity in silence. There's maturity in restraint. There's power in quiet consistency. You're not trying to prove anything to anyone. You're proving everything to yourself. That you can stay the course. That you can stay disciplined. That you can move with intention. That you don't need the noise. You don't need the hype. You don't need the validation. You need the work. And the work gets done in silence. Distractions come from people who aren't doing the work themselves. They want to talk. They want to analyze. They want to question your process. But they don't matter. Let them talk. Let them doubt. Let them guess. You stay focused. You stay locked in. You let your performance answer every question. You let your consistency silence every doubt. You let your results tell the full story. You can't fake results. You can't post your way to excellence. You can't talk your way to real power. You have to build it. You have to earn it. And that journey isn't public. It's private. It's painful. It's lonely at times. But it's worth it, because when you finally arrive, you won't need to say a word. The work will speak. The progress will speak. The transformation will speak. And that kind of message is louder than anything you could say. You don't need to defend your process. You don't need to prove your value. You don't need to justify your silence. The ones who matter will see. The ones who understand will respect it. And the rest were never paying attention to your growth. They were just watching for entertainment. Let them watch. Let them wonder. While you build, while you grow, while you rise, in silence, with clarity, with force. Every day you work in silence. You become harder to ignore. Every habit you build, without noise, becomes another block in the foundation of your success. Every sacrifice you make without recognition becomes another reason why your discipline is unshakable. That's how greatness is built. Not through noise, through work. Relentless, quiet, consistent work. You want the world to notice. Stop telling them what you're going to do. Show them what you've done. Not with words, with results, with change, with progress, with a life that doesn't need to be explained. Just seen, just felt, just respected. That's the level you're aiming for, where your name is spoken in rooms you've never entered, where your actions echo louder than your voice, where your presence is earned, not advertised. And that journey begins in silence. One decision at a time, one day at a time, one step at a time. Quiet, focused, driven, until there's no more room for doubt. Only proof, only growth, only results. That's what speaks loudest. That's how you rise. That's how you lead. That's how you win. Lesson 19. Forgive others so you can move forward faster. Holding on to pain doesn't punish the person who hurt you. It punishes you. Every time you relive what happened, every time you replay the words, the betrayal, the disappointment, you are giving that experience power over your present. It might feel justified. It might feel like you're protecting yourself. But in reality, you're slowing yourself down. You're keeping the wound open. And as long as you keep that pain close, it will block your peace, distract your focus, and drag your energy backwards. Forgiveness isn't about agreeing with what they did. It's not about pretending it didn't hurt. It's about choosing to stop carrying a weight that's already taken enough from you. Resentment builds walls around your mind. It clouds your thoughts. It distorts your clarity. It becomes the filter through which you see people, opportunities, and even yourself. You start expecting disappointment before it happens. You start closing off, pulling back, shutting down. Not because of what's happening now, but because of what happened back then. That's the damage unforgiveness does. It creates emotional clutter. And when you're cluttered inside, you can't move forward with strength. You're dragging the past into every decision, into every relationship, into every new chance. And slowly, that pain becomes part of your identity. But it doesn't have to. Letting go doesn't mean you forget. It means you stop giving power to what already happened. It means you decide that your future is more important than your anger. It means you choose healing over blame, not because they deserve it, but because you do. You deserve peace. You deserve clarity. You deserve freedom from the emotional loops that keep you stuck. And forgiveness is the key to that freedom, not just once. Again and again if needed. Every time the memory surfaces, every time the hurt resurfaces, you remind yourself, I'm not staying here. I'm not letting this rule me. I'm not wasting more time replaying what I cannot change. You can't move forward while holding on to what broke you. You can't step into strength while clinging to the weakness of revenge. You can't grow with a heart full of bitterness. It poisons everything. Your conversations, your choices, your peace. And over time, it makes you feel like you're powerless, like you have no control. But you do. You may not have been able to stop what happened, but you get to decide what happens next. You get to choose whether the pain defines you or teaches you, whether it keeps you stuck or makes you stronger. Forgiveness is not soft. It's not passive. It's not weakness. It's one of the hardest things you'll ever do, because it means facing the pain and deciding not to let it own you. It means choosing growth when anger would be easier. It means stepping away from the story that makes you a victim and stepping into one that makes you powerful. That choice gives you your life back. It opens space in your heart and mind for new things, new trust, new peace, new strength. But that space can't exist when it's filled with blame and bitterness. When you forgive, you're not saying they were right. You're not saying it didn't matter. You're saying it's no longer going to control your energy. You're cutting the cord. You're freeing yourself. You're releasing the burden. And that release gives you speed. It gives you movement. It lets you grow faster, heal faster, win faster. Because now your energy isn't stuck in the past. It's present. It's available. It's powerful. The longer you hold a grudge, the more it becomes part of your routine. You start feeding it, talking about it, thinking about it, letting it shape your identity. And that creates a cycle, a loop. One where your emotions revolve around what happened instead of what's possible. That loop robs you of joy, it steals your focus, and it makes you miss out on the very things that would help you move on. Opportunities, people, peace. But forgiveness breaks the cycle. It stops the loop. It cuts through the noise and says, I'm done living in the past. I'm ready for now. Forgiveness is also how you take your power back. As long as the person who hurt you still has control over your emotions, you're giving them space in your mind, rent-free. But when you forgive, you take that power back. You decide that they don't get to steal one more day, one more night, one more thought. You shut the door and face forward. That's not ignoring reality. That's rewriting your relationship with it. That's choosing leadership over pain. That's you stepping up and saying, I will no longer be held down by something I can't change. It doesn't happen all at once. It's a process. Sometimes it takes time. Sometimes you'll feel free and then the hurt creeps back in. That's okay. Don't fight it. Just keep choosing to let go. Again and again and again. Until the story no longer stings. Until the weight no longer drags. Until the memory is just a memory. Not a trigger. Not a chain. Just something you went through. Not something you're still stuck in. You'll feel lighter. You'll feel clearer. You'll feel like yourself again. Because when bitterness leaves, peace enters. When blame fades, strength rises. And when you stop needing them to apologize or make it right, you realize that your healing never depended on them. It always depended on you. You were always the one in control. You just had to claim it. Some people won't understand your decision to forgive. They'll think you're weak. They'll think you're letting them off easy. But they don't understand that forgiveness isn't for them. It's for you. It's your escape from a mental prison. It's your step toward clarity. It's your act of rebellion against the pain. You're choosing to move forward when the world expects you to stay stuck. That's power. That's strength. That's growth. And it's not just for big betrayals. Sometimes the little things weigh us down just as much. The rude comment, the silent treatment, the unmet expectation. It all builds up. And if you don't learn how to let go, you carry it. It becomes tension in your body, anger in your voice, frustration in your work. Forgive it, not for them, for your own peace. Let it go so you can think clearly, so you can sleep better, so you can show up stronger. Every second spent stuck in resentment is a second you could be using to build, to create, to heal, to grow. And that's the trade. You can keep the anger, or you can step into the life that's waiting for you beyond it. You can carry the weight, or you can drop it and move forward with more speed, more energy, more vision. It's a choice, one only you can make. And the moment you do, the moment you forgive fully, you'll feel it. The release, the shift, the weight lifting. You'll feel free again. Like something that was gripping your mind has finally let go. That's what forgiveness does. It unlocks you. It releases the future that pain tried to hold hostage. And when that happens, you don't just move forward, you rise, lighter, clearer, stronger. No more delays. No more holding on. No more telling yourself you'll forgive when they apologize, when they explain, when they make it right. You don't need anything from them. You just need to decide that you've carried this long enough. You've lost enough time. You've suffered enough for something that wasn't your fault. It's time to stop letting the pain win. Forgive, release, and move forward. Faster, lighter, freer than ever before. Lesson 20. Get uncomfortable and push yourself into growth. Growth doesn't come when you stay in the same place, doing the same things with the same level of effort. Growth comes when you force yourself into situations that make you uncomfortable, unsure, and stretched beyond what's easy. Most people live their lives avoiding discomfort, waiting for confidence to show up before they move. But confidence doesn't come first. Discomfort comes first. Pressure comes first. Resistance comes first. You gain strength by moving through what you're afraid of, not by running from it. And until you accept that discomfort is required, you will keep staying where it's safe and wonder why nothing is changing. The people who evolve are not the ones who have the most talent or the best background. They're the ones who willingly walk into challenge. They're the ones who say yes to hard things on purpose, because they know what's on the other side. They know that every new level of growth demands a new level of effort. And that effort usually looks like waking up earlier than you want to, facing feedback that stings, learning skills that make your brain ache, or doing something for the first time and not getting it right. That tension is the doorway to everything you want. But most people see it as a stop sign instead of a green light. You have to train yourself to lean into that tension, not avoid it, not complain about it, but move toward it. Because comfort doesn't develop character. It preserves your current level. It holds you in place. And if you spend too much time in it, it becomes a trap. You stop dreaming bigger. You stop testing your limits. You stop aiming higher. And before you know it, years go by and you've barely grown. Not because you weren't capable, but because you kept choosing comfort over growth. Pushing yourself into growth means you start showing up differently. It means you stop looking for shortcuts. It means you stop waiting to feel ready. It means you stop using your fear as a reason to hold back. You say yes even when your voice shakes. You try even when you're unsure. You ask even when you might be rejected. You move forward even when you don't feel like it. Because that's where change lives, in the middle of the resistance, not around it. There is no version of success that comes without discomfort. None. Every person you admire has a story of pressure, fear, mistakes, and hard lessons. They didn't avoid the discomfort. They welcomed it. They expected it. And they used it to get better, sharper, more focused. That's what separates people who grow from people who stay stuck. The ones who grow feel the same fear and resistance, but they move anyway. They understand that real transformation is never convenient. It's earned through friction. You don't become stronger by doing what's familiar. You become stronger by doing what's hard. You develop new levels of discipline by sticking to commitments that stretch your current limits. You become mentally tough by showing up on the days when your emotions beg you to quit. You build emotional control by handling pressure with clarity. None of that happens in your comfort zone. It happens when you push yourself through what feels uncomfortable, uncertain, or even scary. And it's not about extremes. It's about daily decisions. Every time you choose to do the harder thing, the thing that grows you, you win. When you say no to the easy distraction and yes to the focused task, you grow. When you ask the hard question instead of pretending everything's fine, you grow. When you speak up instead of staying silent, when you train harder than last time, when you admit what needs work and get to it, you grow. These small moments of discomfort, repeated daily, build a level of confidence that's unshakable because it's based on action, not emotion. Growth doesn't wait for you to feel like it. It doesn't ask for your permission. It shows up through challenge, through effort, through friction. And if you keep avoiding those moments, you'll keep missing the growth that comes with them. You'll keep repeating the same year with a new number. You'll keep wondering why you feel stuck when the answer is simple. You haven't forced yourself to grow. You haven't done what's hard on purpose. You've chosen easy because it's safer. But safety doesn't give you strength. Struggle does. Stop telling yourself you'll grow later. Stop lying to yourself that you need more time. You need more courage, not more comfort. You need more grit, not more ease. You need to stop asking what's the least I have to do and start asking what will make me stronger. That mindset flips the whole game. You stop being the person who needs to be pushed and you become the one who pushes yourself. That's how leaders are built. That's how warriors are formed. That's how legacies are created. The version of you who can lead, perform, and dominate at the next level already exists. But you'll never meet that version if you keep hiding from discomfort. You meet them in the sweat, in the grind, in the silence of difficult choices, in the late nights when no one's clapping but you keep going, in the early mornings when you don't feel like it, but you show up anyway. That's where growth lives. And the only way to get there is to move into what most people avoid. Get uncomfortable on purpose. Sign up for the challenge. Speak on the stage. Have the tough conversation. Set the higher standard. Wake up earlier. Train harder. Focus longer. Say no to more. Choose the harder option that stretches you instead of the easy one that protects you. And when your mind starts to panic, when your body resists, when everything inside says, take the easy way out, that's when you lean in harder. That's the moment you break the pattern. That's the moment something inside you shifts. You won't feel ready. You won't feel confident. That's not the point. You're not doing it because you feel strong. You're doing it to become strong. That's how growth works. It demands you step into the unknown, that you let go of who you've been, so you can become who you're meant to be. And you can't do that while holding on to comfort. You have to let it go. You have to burn it behind you. You have to run toward the hard things and face them with full intensity. If you're not growing, it's not because you're stuck. It's because you've stopped challenging yourself. You've settled into routines that feel good, but do nothing for your future. You've allowed convenience to become your standard. You've replaced progress with comfort. And now it's time to break that. Not tomorrow, right now, with one hard decision, with one move that makes you sweat, think, stretch, and rise. Your potential isn't hiding from you. It's just sitting behind a wall called discomfort. And every time you push into it, you chip away at that wall. Every time you step through the fear, you get closer to what's waiting on the other side. You don't need permission to grow. You just need to decide that it matters more than your temporary feelings, that your future deserves more than your comfort zone, that your goals are worth the pain that growth requires. You are not here to play small. You are not here to repeat the same level forever. You're here to evolve, to rise, to stretch into something unrecognizable from who you were. But that stretch won't happen in comfort. It happens in discomfort, chosen, embraced, and used as fuel. So get uncomfortable, stay uncomfortable, and keep pushing into growth until everything around you changes, because everything inside you already has. Lesson 21. Ask for help instead of silently breaking down. When you feel overwhelmed by the weight of your struggles and the storm of emotions building inside you, remember that you don't have to shoulder everything alone. There is power in reaching out when the darkness feels too heavy to bear, in asking for assistance, rather than letting your pain remain a silent, crushing burden. Every moment you spend fighting your battles in isolation is a moment stolen from your potential to heal and grow. It is in the simple act of asking for help that you reclaim your strength and start transforming your life. When you keep your struggles locked away in silence, they multiply in your mind and spirit. The internal pressure builds until it feels as if you're on the brink of collapse, and yet you hesitate to share that burden with anyone. It's as if you believe that admitting weakness will diminish your worth, or that seeking support is a sign of failure. But the truth is quite the opposite. Asking for help is a bold acknowledgement of your humanity, a declaration that you understand you cannot do it all alone. It is a testament to your desire to overcome adversity and to grow into the person you're meant to be. Many people have been conditioned to think that independence means never asking for support, that vulnerability is a weakness rather than a pathway to strength. This mindset, however, only isolates you further and makes the hard times even harder to bear. The real measure of character is not in enduring pain silently, but in recognizing when you need a helping hand and being courageous enough to accept it. When you reach out, you allow others to share their strength with you, and in doing so, you open the door to deeper connections and a more resilient self. Consider the times in your life when you have felt like you were drowning in challenges, when every day felt like a relentless struggle against unseen forces. In those moments, the silence can be deafening, and the pain seems unbearable. But if you allow yourself to express that pain, to speak up and say, "I need help," you invite the possibility of healing. It is not an admission of defeat, but a proactive step toward a brighter future. When you open up to others, you create space for empathy, understanding, and practical support that can guide you through the toughest periods. Imagine the relief that comes from knowing you no longer have to carry the burden alone. Every time you share your struggles, you lighten the load on your shoulders. You might be surprised at how many people have faced similar hardships and are willing to offer their insights, their encouragement, and even just a listening ear. In that shared experience, you find that you are not isolated in your pain. You are part of a community that understands and cares. This connection is the cornerstone of recovery. It transforms your silent suffering into a collective journey toward renewal. When you choose to ask for help, you not only benefit from the support of others, but you also set a powerful example for those around you. You become the person who is brave enough to acknowledge their limits and seek guidance, showing that vulnerability and strength are not mutually exclusive. In doing so, you inspire others to do the same. Your actions create a ripple effect, encouraging friends, family, and even strangers to recognize that it is okay to lean on each other. This mutual support builds a network of resilience that can carry everyone through the darkest times. There is a misconception that needing help diminishes your independence or your ability to stand on your own. In reality, the willingness to ask for assistance reflects a deep understanding of life's interconnected nature. No one achieves greatness by working entirely in isolation. Every successful person has encountered moments when they had to lean on others, learn from them, and allow themselves to be vulnerable. In those moments, they discovered new perspectives and tools that enabled them to grow beyond their previous limitations. By embracing help, you open yourself to new ideas, innovative solutions, and the kind of wisdom that only comes from shared experience. The journey to a more fulfilled life is never a solitary one. You are not expected to have all the answers, nor should you be forced to endure every setback on your own. There will be times when the challenges seem insurmountable, when the darkness feels overwhelming. It is during these moments that the courage to ask for help is most crucial. It signifies that you recognize the importance of taking care of yourself and that you value the strength found in unity. When you allow others to support you, you are not giving up control. You are choosing to empower yourself by accepting that you are part of something larger than your own individual struggle. It might feel uncomfortable at first, stepping outside your comfort zone and admitting that you cannot manage everything on your own. There may be a fear that your problems will burden others, or that you will be seen as incapable. Yet the truth is that everyone needs help at times, and offering support is a natural part of being human. You deserve to have people who care about you stand by your side during difficult times. Letting them in is not a sign of weakness, but an acknowledgement of the fact that relationships are built on mutual support and understanding. When you share your load, you invite compassion into your life and create a foundation for lasting growth. Your pride might urge you to solve everything independently, to maintain an image of unwavering strength. But true strength comes from self-awareness and the willingness to admit that you are not infallible. It comes from the courage to be vulnerable and to let others help you mend the parts of you that are broken. When you allow yourself to be helped, you gain access to insights and resources that you might have missed on your own. You start to see that asking for help is a strategic decision that propels you forward rather than holding you back. Think about the times when you reached out to someone and received support, how much lighter you felt afterward. Perhaps it was a friend who listened without judgment, a mentor who offered guidance, or even a professional who provided the tools you needed to cope. Those moments of connection can be transformative. They remind you that you are valued, that your struggles matter, and that you have the strength to overcome. By seeking help, you are not admitting defeat. You are embracing the truth that collaboration is essential for real progress. In the long run, the practice of asking for help becomes a powerful habit that enhances every aspect of your life. It teaches you humility, resilience, and the importance of community. It reinforces the idea that you are not alone in your journey, and that the challenges you face are shared by many. When you no longer feel compelled to hide your struggles, you free yourself from the isolation that often exacerbates pain. Instead, you create a support system that nurtures growth, fosters understanding, and celebrates progress. This network of support not only helps you during moments of crisis, but also encourages you to strive for greater heights in your everyday life. The process of reaching out can be as simple as having an honest conversation with someone you trust. It might mean sending a message, making a phone call, or even scheduling a session with a counselor or coach. Whatever form it takes, the act of seeking assistance is a declaration that you are committed to your well-being. It is a decision to invest in your future by addressing the challenges that weigh you down. It shows that you are proactive, that you are willing to face your issues head-on, and that you believe in the possibility of change. One of the most liberating aspects of asking for help is that it dispels the myth of self-reliance that can trap you in silence. When you realize that you are not expected to have all the answers, you open up to learning and growth. You begin to see that wisdom often comes from the experiences of others, and that collaboration is a key ingredient in overcoming obstacles. This shift in perspective can transform how you view challenges, not as insurmountable barriers, but as opportunities for collective problem solving and personal development. It is in these moments of shared vulnerability that true breakthroughs occur. There is also a profound sense of relief that comes with no longer bearing the weight of your struggles alone. The silence that once engulfed you, filled with doubts and fears, gradually gives way to a supportive dialogue that lightens your burden. You begin to realize that many of the problems you face have solutions that are within reach, solutions that become evident when you let go of the idea that you must endure everything on your own. The act of asking for help transforms your internal narrative from one of isolation to one of community, and that change has a ripple effect on your overall well-being. It is important to remember that asking for help does not mean you are weak. In fact, it is one of the strongest decisions you can make. It demonstrates that you are self-aware, that you value your health, and that you are committed to living a full life, even when it is difficult. Each time you reach out, you reinforce your own resilience and show that you are not defined by your hardships. Instead, you are defined by your willingness to confront them, to learn from them, and to rise above them. This is the essence of growth, transforming adversity into the fuel that drives you forward. At times you may worry that by asking for help, you are burdening others with your problems. But consider this, the people who truly care about you want to be there for you. They want to support you because they understand that no one is meant to carry their struggles alone. Sharing your difficulties not only benefits you, but also deepens the bonds of trust and empathy with those around you. When you allow others to see your challenges, you invite them to share in your journey. And in that sharing, you both become stronger, more compassionate, and better equipped to face future obstacles. Moreover, the willingness to ask for help sets a powerful precedent in your own life. It teaches you to be proactive about your well-being rather than reactive. Instead of letting problems fester until they become overwhelming, you learn to address them early, when they are still manageable. This proactive approach not only reduces the emotional toll, but also prevents minor issues from snowballing into major crises. In time, asking for help becomes an integral part of your strategy for maintaining balance, productivity, and overall happiness. There will be moments when reaching out feels daunting, when your pride or fear of judgment holds you back. During those times, remember that vulnerability is a strength, not a liability. Embracing your need for support is a courageous act that propels you closer to the life you want to lead. It is a declaration that you are ready to face your challenges and that you believe in the possibility of healing and improvement. The courage to ask for help is the same courage that has led countless others to overcome adversity and achieve greatness. Let that inspire you to take the next step, even if it feels uncomfortable at first. As you practice asking for help, you will notice a gradual shift in how you perceive your challenges. What once seemed insurmountable may become manageable, and what once filled you with dread may begin to feel like a call to action rather than a dead end. This transformation happens because you are no longer alone with your burdens. You are part of a network of support that understands and cares. The simple act of sharing your load can bring clarity to your thoughts and relief to your heart, enabling you to approach problems with a fresh perspective and renewed energy. Over time, you will build a habit of openness and mutual support that extends beyond your personal struggles. You may find that the very people you reach out to become more willing to ask for your help in return, creating a cycle of shared growth and resilience. This reciprocal dynamic not only strengthens your relationships, but also reinforces the idea that together, you can overcome obstacles that might seem insurmountable when faced alone. In this way, asking for help is not just an individual act. It becomes a catalyst for building a community of strength and compassion, where everyone contributes to each other's progress. As you continue on your journey, keep in mind that every request for help is a step toward breaking free from the isolation that often accompanies struggle. Every time you reach out, you signal to yourself and to those around you that you are not defined by your pain, but by your determination to rise above it. The act of seeking assistance is a powerful reminder that you are not alone, and that there is a vast reservoir of support available to you if you are willing to tap into it. This understanding can empower you to face future challenges with greater confidence and resilience, knowing that you have the strength of a community behind you. Ultimately, the decision to ask for help is one of the most transformative choices you can make. It is an affirmation of your self-worth and a recognition that you deserve to live a life where you are not overwhelmed by your struggles. It is a commitment to your well-being that transcends pride or fear, and it sets you on a path toward greater clarity, balance, and fulfillment. When you let go of the notion that you must endure everything in silence, you open yourself to a world of possibilities, one where healing is possible, growth is inevitable, and your future is brighter than you ever imagined. So when the pressure builds and the weight of your challenges becomes too much to bear alone, remember that there is strength in vulnerability. Reach out, speak up, and let others share in your journey. In doing so, you free yourself from the confines of silent suffering and pave the way for a more empowered, resilient, and connected life. Trust that asking for help is not a sign of weakness, but a declaration of your commitment to growth. It is the bridge that leads you from isolation to community, from despair to hope, from stagnation to progress. Every time you choose to ask for help, you take back a piece of your power. You prove to yourself that you are not alone, that your struggles are surmountable, and that the support of others can be the catalyst for profound change. Embrace this truth with open arms, and let the act of reaching out be the first step toward a life defined not by silent breakdowns, but by shared strength and unstoppable momentum. Your journey is not meant to be walked alone. invite others in, and watch as together you build a future filled with promise, resilience, and unwavering hope. Lesson 22. Be brutally honest about your bad habits today. Most people already know what's holding them back. They just avoid admitting it. Deep down, you know exactly which habits are keeping you stuck, draining your energy and sabotaging your growth. But instead of calling them out, you've learned how to justify them. You tell yourself it's not that bad, you'll fix it eventually, or everyone else does it too. You cover the truth with excuses, distractions, and comfort. But the truth doesn't disappear because you avoid it. It grows in silence. It multiplies behind closed eyes. And until you face it head on with brutal honesty, nothing will change. You can't solve what you won't admit. That's the rule. You can't break free from a cycle you're still pretending doesn't exist. If you want real progress, not fake motivation, not temporary hype, but lasting transformation, then you've got to strip away the lies and take a cold, clear look at your habits, every single one. Not just the obvious ones, but the ones you've normalized. The ones you excuse because they don't cause immediate damage. The ones you've buried under phrases like, "I deserve it. It's just one time," or "I'll stop tomorrow." Tomorrow never fixes today's lies, and the more you delay the truth, the harder it becomes to break the cycle. Brutal honesty is not about judging yourself. It's about freeing yourself. It's about saying, "This is what I'm doing, and this is what it's costing me." No filters, no soft language, no sugarcoating, just truth. That's where real strength begins. Not in being perfect, but in being willing to face your flaws and fix them before they ruin your future. Take a look at your life right now. Be honest. How many hours do you waste on things that give you nothing in return? How often do you choose short-term comfort over long-term growth? How many times have you said you were going to change but didn't? That's where the real problem lives. Not in your lack of potential, but in your refusal to confront your patterns. You don't need more plans. You need more honesty. It's not the big habits that ruin you overnight. It's the quiet ones, the ones that feel harmless in the moment. Scrolling when you should be working, sleeping in when you promised yourself an early start, eating things that make you feel worse, saying yes when you know it should be no, pushing things off for later when you know they should be done now. These are the patterns that destroy momentum, drain your energy, and weaken your self-respect. You can't keep living like your time is unlimited. You can't keep acting like your bad habits aren't costing you anything. Because they are. They're stealing your focus. They're blocking your progress. They're making your future harder than it needs to be. And until you're willing to admit that to yourself, completely openly, without defense, you'll keep living under the illusion that things will magically get better, while doing the same things that keep you stuck. Start with the habit that bothers you the most, the one that keeps resurfacing. Call it out. Don't soften it. Don't rename it. Don't frame it in a way that makes you feel better. Just speak the truth. If you're lazy, say it. If you're unorganized, own it. If you lie to yourself about your discipline, face it. If you avoid the hard work, stop pretending you're too busy. Call it what it is. That's the only way to change it. Not by being nice to your excuses, but by being ruthless with your reality. This kind of honesty isn't supposed to feel good. It's supposed to create discomfort, because discomfort is a sign that something's been exposed, and once it's exposed, you can finally deal with it. You can't fix what's still hiding, but you can fix what you're willing to face, and the faster you face it, the faster you regain control. Stop telling yourself you'll fix your habits when life slows down. Life doesn't slow down. You slow down, you stop showing up, you let comfort win. You wait for the perfect time, the perfect mood, the perfect energy. But the perfect time is now, not later. Not next month. Not when it's easier. Now, because every day you delay is a day your bad habits win. And every day they win, they become harder to break. You're not stuck because of your circumstances. You're stuck because of what you've allowed. You've allowed habits that don't serve you to become part of your routine. You've allowed comfort to become your default setting. You've allowed distraction to replace focus. You've allowed yourself to settle instead of fight for more. But that can change if you're willing to get honest, brutally honest. No more soft talk, no more excuses, just raw truth. It's not about being perfect. It's about being real, real enough to say, I don't like where this is heading, and I refuse to keep feeding it. Real enough to draw a line and say, this ends now. Real enough to stop pretending everything's fine when you know it's not. That honesty will wake you up. It will make you uncomfortable. It will force you to see how much time you've wasted. But it will also give you clarity. And from that clarity comes power. Because once you see your patterns clearly, you can interrupt them. You can create new ones, stronger ones, disciplined ones. You can rebuild from the inside out. You can stop needing willpower because your new habits align with who you want to be. But none of that starts until you face the truth of what's really going on. You already know which habits are destroying your momentum. Stop hiding from them. Drag them into the light. Make them uncomfortable. Make them impossible to ignore. Write them down. Say them out loud. Look them in the eye. Because as long as they stay hidden, they stay strong. But when you expose them, you weaken them. And when you weaken them, you can replace them. Replacing a bad habit isn't about force. It's about strategy. It's about choosing something better in its place. Instead of reaching for your phone, reach for a book. Instead of hitting snooze, get out of bed and move. Instead of emotional eating, go for a walk. Instead of hiding your problems, speak up. These little replacements, done consistently, will rewire your brain and rebuild your life. But you'll never get to that place if you keep protecting your habits with soft language. You have to go all in on the truth. That's how you earn your freedom. Not through blame, not through guilt, through honesty. Real, raw, unfiltered honesty. Because that's the only kind that creates change. This is your moment to be the kind of person who refuses to live in denial. The kind who stops making excuses and starts making progress. The kind who doesn't wait for rock bottom to wake up. The kind who takes control, not by shouting goals, but by cleaning up the small decisions that build your days. You already know what needs to change. Now give yourself permission to change it. Not tomorrow, not later. Now rip the comfort off. Be direct. Be clear. Be brave enough to stop pretending. And when you do that, you'll feel a shift. You'll feel your energy come back. Your clarity will return. Your focus will sharpen. Because the truth sets you free. But only if you're bold enough to face it. So face it, break it, replace it, and never let it control you again. Lesson 23. Spend time with people who actually uplift you. Who you spend your time with shapes the direction of your life. You might not see it happening right away, but over time, the people around you start influencing how you think, what you believe, how you speak, and what you tolerate. If you're constantly surrounded by negativity, sarcasm, jealousy, or people who minimize your goals, you're going to feel small, stuck, and second-guessing yourself without even realizing why. Your energy drops. Your standards lower. Your vision blurs. And it all starts with who's sitting next to you, talking to you, feeding your mind every day. You cannot grow in the wrong environment. No matter how disciplined you are, if you're surrounded by people who make you feel like your dreams are too big, your standards are too high, or your discipline is too extreme, you'll eventually shrink. You'll hold back just to stay comfortable around them. You'll stop speaking your goals out loud because you're tired of being misunderstood or mocked. That's not connection. That's silent suffocation. And you don't owe anyone your presence if they're constantly draining your peace or minimizing your effort. It takes courage to choose better company. It takes awareness to look around and realize that you're growing in the wrong soil. But once you do, everything starts to shift. When you surround yourself with people who believe in you, challenge you, and speak life into you, your mindset levels up. Your confidence grows. Your habits sharpen. You feel energized instead of depleted. These people don't just listen, they lift. They push you toward action. They hold you to a higher standard. They remind you of who you are when you forget. That kind of environment is fuel. This is not about cutting people off out of arrogance. It's about protecting your energy like your future depends on it, because it does. Not everyone is meant to come with you. Some people are only meant to be part of your past, not your path. And when you keep them in your life, out of guilt, fear, or routine, you end up paying the price in confusion and delay. You delay your progress. You delay your healing. You delay your goals, and all because you were afraid to be uncomfortable for a little while. You have to stop confusing loyalty with limitation. Just because you've known someone for years doesn't mean they're helping you grow. Just because someone's always been there doesn't mean they're good for your mental space. History doesn't equal alignment. Time doesn't equal support. What matters is how they make you feel today, not how long you've known them. If every conversation feels like criticism, if every visit leaves you drained, if every time you share your wins they go silent, that's not support, that's resistance. And you don't need more resistance in your life. You already fight enough battles in your own mind. Start paying attention to how you feel after you spend time with people. Do you leave feeling lighter or heavier, more focused or more distracted, clearer or more confused, inspired or discouraged? Your body knows, your energy knows. Trust it. You don't need permission to protect it. You need boundaries. You need intention. You need people around you who get it. Not because you're perfect, but because you're growing. You need people who want to see you win and don't feel threatened when you do. The people who uplift you aren't always the loudest. Sometimes they're the quiet ones who check on you without being asked. The ones who speak truth into you when you're drifting. The ones who see your potential even when you're tired. They don't flatter you. They challenge you. They don't compete with you. They collaborate with you. And when you're around them, you don't have to shrink, pretend, or hold back. You get to be all of you. Ambition, discipline, fire, flaws, and they still support your process. You become what you're surrounded by. If your environment is full of gossip, negativity, excuses, and laziness, that becomes your norm. But if your circle is full of builders, thinkers, dreamers, and doers, you elevate without even trying. You grow just by showing up. You learn from their habits. You rise with their energy. You move faster because the people around you are already running toward purpose, not hiding from it. That kind of circle is rare, but when you find it, everything in your life accelerates. You don't need 100 people. You just need a few solid ones. People who tell you the truth without breaking your spirit. People who clap when you win. People who check your blind spots and still believe in your future. People who celebrate your growth even when they're struggling themselves. That's love. That's support. That's what real friendship looks like. And if you don't have that yet, don't settle until you do. Because the wrong environment will keep you stuck in a life you don't even want. Simply because you're too afraid to leave the crowd you've outgrown. Be honest with yourself. Who drains you? Who distracts you? Who keeps you small? Now flip it. Who sharpens you? Who lifts you up? Who challenges you to rise? Start spending more time with the second group. Seek them out. Value them. Reciprocate that energy. Pour into those relationships like your life depends on it. Because in a way it does. The quality of your relationships shapes the quality of your decisions. And your decisions shape your life. The more you grow, the more intentional you need to be about your circle. This is not about ego. It's about alignment. It's about growth. It's about choosing what supports your purpose over what keeps you distracted. Some people will get uncomfortable with your standards. Some will call you distant or selfish. Let them. You're not abandoning them. You're choosing yourself. You're choosing your peace. You're choosing progress. And the people who matter won't be offended by your growth. They'll support it. They'll grow with you or cheer for you from wherever they are. Either way, you don't have to slow down just to stay in their comfort zone. You were not built to play small. You were not designed to live in environments that make you question your worth, your pace, or your vision. You are here to rise. And rising requires community. It requires truth. It requires challenge and support. It requires people around you who want you to win as badly as you want it for yourself. That's the kind of energy that moves mountains. That's the kind of connection that builds momentum. Protect your space like it's sacred, because it is. Protect your time. Protect your mental clarity. Don't explain your standards to people committed to misunderstanding you. Just live them. Don't try to drag everyone with you. Some people only understand comfort, not growth. That's okay. Let them be where they are. You keep rising, keep building. Keep surrounding yourself with people who remind you of what's possible, not what's familiar. You don't need loud hype. You need quiet strength. You need people who show up, people who see you, people who hold you accountable. And if you haven't found them yet, keep becoming that kind of person yourself. Be the uplifter. Be the supporter. Be the honest voice in someone else's life. The energy you give is the energy you attract. And when you live with intention, the right people will come into your life, not to complete you, but to run with you. This is your reminder that you don't owe access to everyone. Just because someone wants to be around you doesn't mean they deserve to be. Proximity is a privilege. Treat it like one. Choose wisely. Build your environment with the same care you build your goals, because one will support the other or destroy it. And you deserve an environment that does nothing but strengthen your focus, expand your vision, and make your goals feel even more possible every time you show up. So stay sharp about who gets your time. Give more to those who lift. Give less to those who drain. And never again apologize for walking away from anything that blocks your peace or delays your growth. You're here to build something real, and you can't do that while staying surrounded by people who don't believe in real progress. Spend your time with people who speak your future into existence, who match your discipline, who celebrate your rise. That's not selfish. That's necessary. And the sooner you start, the faster you grow. Lesson 24. Invest time learning instead of complaining daily. Every time you complain, you waste energy that could be used to grow. It feels good in the moment to let out your frustrations, to point fingers, to list the reasons why things aren't working. But after you're done talking, nothing changes. The situation stays the same. The frustration returns. The problems remain. Complaining doesn't move your life forward. Learning does. The time you spend blaming circumstances, people or systems could be used to build your skills, sharpen your thinking, and create real solutions that change your life from the inside out. No one ever got ahead by making excuses their full-time job. The world doesn't reward frustration. It rewards action. And action starts with knowledge, with new insight, with understanding how things work so you can stop being confused and start being in control. If you're always talking about what's wrong but never sitting down to learn what needs to change, then you're not improving. You're just recycling your own misery and calling it honesty. That cycle is draining, not productive. And the only way to break it is to replace that energy with curiosity. Curiosity leads to growth. Complaining leads to stagnation. You can either choose to ask questions and get better, or complain about problems and get bitter. But you can't do both at the same time. When you're stuck, that's your cue to learn, not to rant. When something goes wrong, that's a signal to reflect, research, and adjust, not to blame and spiral. People waste years complaining about jobs they could have outgrown, skills they could have built, and opportunities they could have created if they'd spent that same time learning instead. You have access to more knowledge than any generation before you. But if all you do is scroll, compare, complain, and wish, you'll never unlock the power of what's already available to you. Books, videos, courses, conversations, mentorship, experience, these are the tools that sharpen you, empower you, and prepare you to lead your life with clarity and control. But they only work if you use them. And you won't use them if you're too busy complaining about why things aren't fair, or why success feels far away. Complaining is easy. Learning is work. But learning is the only work that compounds into a better future. Every hour you spend developing your mind is a seed. That seed grows into ideas, confidence, discipline, and solutions. That seed becomes progress. Complaining doesn't plant anything. It just poisons the soil. It gives you a moment of relief and a lifetime of regret. The longer you stay in that habit, the more it becomes your identity. You stop believing change is possible. You start seeing problems in everything, and you forget that the power to fix it all was always in your hands. Learning gives you options. It opens your mind to what's possible. It shows you how other people have solved the same problems. It trains your brain to spot opportunities instead of obstacles. It gives you clarity where you used to have confusion. But most importantly, it helps you take back control. When you understand something deeply, you don't panic. You don't blame. You don't spiral. You respond. You adjust. You adapt. That's what separates people who rise from people who stay stuck. Every time you catch yourself complaining, pause and ask yourself, what am I learning from this? If the answer is nothing, then stop and do something better. Look it up. Ask someone. Research the solution. Break the pattern. Complaining about what you don't understand won't help you understand it. But learning will. And once you start doing that consistently, you'll feel your power return. You'll notice how much time you used to waste, and you'll never want to go back to the old version of you that talked more than they studied. This doesn't mean you ignore your emotions. It means you channel them. Instead of sitting in frustration, you use it to fuel curiosity. You stop being a victim of your situation and start becoming a student of it. You stop saying, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What can I learn here?" That simple shift changes your posture. It gives you control, and it separates you from the crowd that chooses to complain while staying the same. You'll notice that the people who complain the most are often the least informed. They speak with confidence about things they've never studied. They give opinions backed by zero experience. They project blame because they don't have the clarity that comes from learning how things actually work. Don't be like them. Be the one who listens more than they speak, studies more than they judge, and builds more than they blame. That's where your growth is. That's where your advantage lives. Every time you sit down to learn instead of complain, you're sharpening your edge. You're making yourself harder to replace. You're preparing yourself for opportunities before they show up. And when they do show up, you won't be scrambling to get ready. You'll already be equipped. That's what separates the prepared from the panicked, the disciplined from the emotional, the builders from the victims. You don't have to be the smartest person in the room. You just have to be the one who shows up to learn when others are showing up to complain. That habit will take you further than talent, further than connections, further than luck. Because the person who learns is always evolving, always improving, always getting stronger behind the scenes. They're not talking about how hard things are. They're learning how to do them better. Start with what frustrates you the most. Turn that frustration into a learning goal. Hate your job. Learn new skills that qualify you for something better. Struggling with discipline. Study habits and structure. Lost in life? Read biographies of people who rebuilt themselves. Nothing changes until you do, and change begins with understanding. Understanding comes from study, and study replaces the need to complain with the power to solve. You don't need to spend 5 hours a day learning. Start with 30 minutes. Replace some of the time you spend talking about the problem with time spent researching it. Shift some of the time you scroll into time you study. Use dead time in your day to feed your mind with something that helps you think clearly, work smarter, and lead better. That daily investment compounds. That mental discipline stacks. And over time, it changes your entire posture toward life. People will notice. Your energy will shift. You won't panic like you used to. You won't talk in circles. You'll speak with clarity. You'll move with focus. You'll act with structure. Because you didn't just react to life. You studied it. You became the kind of person who doesn't need to complain, because they're always too busy improving. This world is full of people looking for shortcuts and sympathy. Be different. Be the one who learns. Be the one who uses their time to grow. Be the one who sees a problem and goes straight to the root of it. That's what makes you valuable. That's what makes you strong. Not your complaints, but your mindset. Not your frustration, but your ability to turn it into action. If you've spent weeks, months, or years complaining about the same things, now is the time to stop. Now is the time to replace those habits with something that serves you. Nobody is coming to save you, but you can save yourself by learning, by thinking, by improving. That's the way forward. That's the way out. And it starts the moment you decide that learning matters more than blaming. That growing matters more than whining. That change is more important than comfort. You are not powerless. You are not stuck. You are not too late. But you are responsible. You are capable. And you have a choice. Every single day you can choose to keep repeating the same stories about why things are hard. Or you can choose to study, build, and become someone who handles hard things better. You can't do both. So choose wisely. The future belongs to learners, not complainers. Let that guide the way you spend your time starting now. Lesson 25. Respect yourself enough to walk away from nonsense. Respect isn't something you wait for someone else to give you. It's something you give yourself by the choices you make every single day. When you tolerate nonsense, when you stay in situations that drain you, when you let people talk to you any kind of way, when you argue over things that don't matter, you're not standing up for yourself. You're letting chaos lead your life. Walking away doesn't make you weak. Walking away means you understand your worth. It means your time is valuable. It means your peace is a priority. It means you don't need to prove your point to people who have already shown they're not listening. You don't owe your energy to anyone who's trying to waste it. Not everyone deserves your response. Not every situation deserves your attention. There's a difference between standing up for yourself and dragging yourself into constant battles that bring you nothing but stress. If you find yourself constantly explaining, defending, reacting, and justifying, stop. That's not strength. That's you letting nonsense rent space in your life. And the longer you let it stay, the harder it becomes to focus on what actually matters. There are people who feed on drama, who live in negativity, who look for any reason to pull you into their world of constant complaints, conflict, and chaos. And if you're not careful, you'll mistake their noise for importance. You'll feel like you have to respond. You'll get pulled into trying to fix what you didn't break. But you're not responsible for their mindset. You're not responsible for their emotional state. You're responsible for you. And if you respect yourself, you'll stop handing over your energy to situations that were never meant to grow you, only distract you. Respecting yourself means protecting your environment. That means choosing silence over arguments. That means walking away from gossip, manipulation, guilt trips, and people who can't respect boundaries. You don't have to explain why. You don't have to convince anyone. You just have to decide that your energy isn't available for nonsense anymore. Because every time you entertain it, you lower your standards. You waste precious time. You delay your goals, and you confuse your identity. You can't build something powerful while being surrounded by noise. You can't grow while being pulled into drama that keeps your mind scattered. You can't stay focused while being emotionally drained by situations that don't deserve you. It might feel uncomfortable at first to walk away. You might feel guilty. You might feel misunderstood. But what's worse, being misunderstood for walking away from chaos, or being completely drained because you stayed too long. You've got to be willing to lose things that aren't aligned. That might mean losing people. That might mean losing your place in certain conversations. That might mean being seen as distant. But your job isn't to be everywhere. Your job is to be where your peace, purpose, and power are protected. If a situation constantly makes you feel small, unheard, disrespected, or heavy, walk. You don't have to beg for better. You don't have to fight to be seen. You just have to move, quietly, decisively. There's a difference between being available and being accessible. You can be kind, but that doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. You can be compassionate, but that doesn't mean you allow manipulation. You can be understanding, but that doesn't mean you stay in spaces where you are constantly disrespected. At some point, you've got to draw the line, and that line doesn't need to be announced. It just needs to be enforced. People will test your boundaries. Life will throw you distractions. Not everything that demands your reaction deserves it. You've got to be able to say, "This isn't worth it," and move on. You've got to be strong enough to know when your peace is more valuable than being right. You've got to know when silence is your greatest strength. Not because you're afraid, but because you know how expensive your energy is, and you're not giving it away for free. Respect isn't loud. It's not aggressive. It's not dramatic. It's quiet. It's firm. It's choosing to disengage from what no longer serves you. It's saying no without guilt. It's leaving without drama. It's understanding that protecting your space doesn't make you selfish. It makes you strong. You can't be everything to everyone. And if you keep trying, you'll end up being nothing to yourself. You don't have to respond to every text. You don't have to attend every event. You don't have to explain your boundaries. You don't have to participate in every argument. You don't have to stay where you're not respected. The moment you realize that you control your access, your life changes. You're no longer pulled into every storm. You're no longer drained by every interaction. You're no longer a slave to other people's chaos. This is your life. You only get one. Why waste it on nonsense that adds no value, no peace, no progress? Be bold enough to walk away. Be wise enough to know what doesn't deserve your energy. Be grounded enough to protect your time. Be focused enough to stay in your lane. That's not weakness. That's emotional maturity. That's strength. That's power. The world is full of noise, but you don't have to live in it. You don't have to internalize it. You don't have to carry it. You can choose peace. You can choose clarity. You can choose to build something meaningful without the constant need to be in battles that don't even belong to you. Not everything is a fight, and not every fight is worth entering. You don't prove your worth by how much nonsense you endure. You prove your worth by what you walk away from. If something consistently brings confusion, pain, or anxiety, it's time to go. If a person constantly disrespects your space, it's time to create distance. If a situation forces you to lose your identity just to keep the peace, that's not peace, that's self-abandonment. And if you keep abandoning yourself for comfort, for approval, for belonging, you'll look up one day and not even recognize who you've become. Respecting yourself is about consistency. Not just when it's easy, not just when others agree, but especially when it's hard. Especially when people don't understand. Especially when it costs you temporary comfort. That's when it matters the most. That's when you prove to yourself that your standards aren't negotiable, that your boundaries are real, that your peace is non-negotiable. You teach people how to treat you by what you tolerate. You can't keep blaming others for crossing boundaries that you never clearly set or enforced. Start standing on what you say. If something doesn't feel right, address it. If it continues, leave. You don't have to make a scene. You don't have to burn the bridge. But you do have to walk away with your head high and your peace intact. You are not required to stay in places that hurt you. You are not obligated to explain your value to people who refuse to see it. You are not here to fight for space in rooms that drain your light. You were meant for more, but you'll never get to that more if you keep settling for less, just because it's familiar. Learn to release things without regret. Let go of what confuses your mind, poisons your heart, or pulls you away from your path. Every time you walk away from nonsense, you make space for clarity. Every time you remove chaos, you make room for peace. Every time you choose self-respect, you step closer to your real power. There will always be noise. There will always be opinions. There will always be distractions. But you get to choose what enters your space. You get to decide what stays. You get to lead your life with discipline, focus, and strength. And that begins with honoring yourself enough to say, "This isn't for me," and walking away without guilt. You don't rise by fighting every battle. You rise by learning which ones matter, and most of them don't. What matters is your growth, your clarity, your peace, your energy, your discipline, your alignment. Protect those things with everything you've got, because once you lose them, everything else falls apart. Make it your mission to keep your life clean. Not perfect, but clean. Clean energy, clean intentions, clean boundaries, clean focus. That's how you move faster. That's how you go further. That's how you build a life that feels good to wake up to. Not one that feels like survival. You're allowed to leave conversations that go in circles. You're allowed to exit relationships that no longer serve your purpose. You're allowed to change your mind about what you'll accept. You're allowed to say no without explanation. You're allowed to walk away from the noise and build in peace. You don't owe anyone your chaos. You don't owe anyone your silence. You don't owe anyone your time just because they expect it. You owe yourself protection. You owe yourself discipline. You owe yourself a life that reflects the strength you've been building behind the scenes. So make the choice. Start walking away from nonsense today. Not next week. Not after one more conversation. Not after they change. Today. That's how you take back control. That's how you lead your life. That's how you respect yourself. Not in words, but in action. And that kind of action changes everything. Lesson 26. Take feedback seriously and use it to grow. Growth only happens when you're willing to face the truth about where you stand. One of the most powerful tools in life is feedback, and how you respond to it determines whether you rise or stay the same. Most people get offended the moment someone points out a weakness or an area they can improve. They shut down, get defensive, or blame others instead of listening. But the truth is, the person who can take feedback seriously and use it to grow becomes unstoppable. Not because they're perfect, but because they're coachable. They don't just want to feel good, they want to get better. They're not attached to their ego. They're attached to their progress. You cannot grow if you refuse to hear what needs to change. You cannot evolve if every critique feels like an attack. You cannot improve if all you want to hear is praise. Feedback isn't there to hurt you. It's there to help you. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. Sometimes it stings. Sometimes it feels personal. But you have to rise above the discomfort and ask yourself, what's true in this message? Because the most valuable feedback doesn't always come wrapped in kindness. Sometimes it's direct. Sometimes it's blunt. Sometimes it's from someone who doesn't sugarcoat anything. That doesn't mean you ignore it. That means you extract the lesson, apply it, and move forward stronger. If you can't take feedback, you'll keep repeating the same mistakes. You'll stay stuck in your habits, blind to your weaknesses, and disconnected from the truth that could set you free. The people who win in life are not the ones who get it right all the time. They're the ones who are willing to be corrected. They're the ones who are open to being challenged. They're the ones who want the truth more than they want comfort. That mindset is rare, but it's what separates average from excellent. The ability to hear something hard, sit with it, and say, I can fix that, is a skill that will take you further than talent. The person who gives you feedback isn't always your enemy. Sometimes the most uncomfortable truth comes from someone who sees your potential. They see something in you that you don't even see in yourself, and they care enough to say, this isn't your best. You can do better. That kind of feedback isn't criticism. It's investment. And if you're smart, you'll thank them instead of resenting them. You'll write it down. You'll think about it. You'll act on it. Because every bit of real, honest, constructive feedback is a gift. You don't have to accept all feedback blindly. Not all of it is useful. Some people speak from jealousy. Some speak from projection. Some don't know what they're talking about. But your job isn't to take everything personally. Your job is to filter the noise and find the value. You ask yourself, is there something I can learn here? Is this pointing to something I've been avoiding? Feedback isn't always delivered perfectly, but if you stay open, you'll hear something that can help you. Most people miss their breakthroughs because they're too busy protecting their image. They don't want to look wrong. They don't want to seem weak. They don't want to admit they've been doing something the wrong way. But that pride keeps them in the same cycle. If you're more focused on defending your behavior than improving it, you'll stay exactly where you are. It takes maturity to say, that's on me, and even more strength to say, here's what I'm doing to fix it. That's the mindset that creates lasting change. Start looking at feedback as a tool, not a threat. It's the mirror that shows you what you need to see, even when you don't want to. And once you see it, you can do something about it. You can adjust, you can adapt, you can improve. But only if you're honest enough to admit that something needs work. Growth never comes from pretending. It comes from facing the facts and doing the work to change them. You might think you're doing everything right, but if the results don't reflect that, something's off. Feedback helps you identify what that is. It helps you spot blind spots, tighten your process, sharpen your delivery, and clean up what you've been missing. You don't always see yourself clearly. That's why other people's perspective matters. You don't have to agree with every word, but you do have to listen. The feedback you avoid today is the growth you'll miss tomorrow. And the longer you delay it, the longer you delay your progress. Don't wait until a crisis forces you to face what feedback could have fixed months ago. Be proactive. Ask for input. Seek correction. Look for ways to get better before life makes you face them the hard way. That kind of discipline gives you the edge in every area. Your career, your relationships, your habits, your performance. Because you're not just reacting to problems, you're getting ahead of them. One of the greatest signs of leadership is how well you take feedback. Can you hear hard truths without shutting down? Can you receive correction without becoming defensive? Can you extract the value even when the delivery isn't perfect? That's leadership. That's maturity. That's how you separate yourself from the crowd that only wants comfort. If you want to be great at anything, you have to master this. Make it a habit to ask the right questions. What can I improve? Where did I fall short? How did that come across? What could I do better next time? And don't just ask people who will flatter you. Ask the ones who will be real. Ask the people who will tell you what you don't want to hear. because they're the ones who will actually help you grow. The goal isn't to protect your ego. It's to develop your edge. It's not enough to just hear the feedback. You've got to act on it, apply it, reflect on it, build it into your next move. If someone tells you your communication needs work, improve it. If they tell you your timing was off, adjust it. If they tell you your attitude is slipping, fix it. Don't just nod and forget. Let it reshape how you show up. Let it sharpen your habits. Let it fuel your growth. Feedback isn't valuable until you use it. You'll know you're growing when feedback stops feeling like an attack and starts feeling like a roadmap. You'll stop bracing for criticism and start asking for clarity. You'll stop reacting emotionally and start responding strategically. That's a shift that changes everything. You go from playing defense to playing offense. You stop fearing judgment and start welcoming insight. And every time you do, you become more effective, more confident, and more capable. People around you will notice. Your relationships will improve. Your results will speak louder. Your influence will grow. Why? Because you're not stuck in your ways. You're not too proud to evolve. You're not pretending to know everything. You're learning, adapting, sharpening. And that's the kind of person who becomes a force because they never stop improving. This is not about being perfect. It's about being honest. It's about being serious enough about your potential that you're willing to hear what's not working. It's about staying humble enough to know you can always get better. It's about choosing growth over ego every single time. That choice doesn't just change your results. It changes your identity. Be the kind of person who listens deeply, who writes things down, who reflects before reacting, who sees feedback not as something to fear, but something to welcome. Because that posture builds strength. It builds wisdom. It builds clarity. It builds the kind of growth that lasts. Not hype, not surface level changes, but real transformation. If no one is giving you feedback, that's a problem. It either means they don't believe you're open to it, or they've given up on trying. Don't let your pride close the door on people who care. Don't let your ego push away the insight that could change everything. Create space for it. Invite it. Be hungry for it. And when it comes, don't argue. Don't deflect. Don't excuse. Absorb. Evaluate. And improve. This isn't easy. It takes humility. It takes patience. It takes the kind of self-awareness most people avoid. But it's worth it, because the more you face the truth, the more power you gain. The more you open yourself up to learning, the more control you have over your future. The more you act on feedback, the faster you grow. And that growth isn't just personal. It impacts everything you touch. You'll find yourself leading better, speaking clearer, thinking sharper, executing faster. You won't need to be pushed anymore. You'll push yourself because the feedback gave you clarity, and that clarity gave you confidence, and that confidence fuels momentum. That's what happens when you stop fearing feedback and start using it. Every piece of feedback is a mirror. Some show you what you like. Some reveal what you've ignored. Some expose what you didn't even know was holding you back. But they're all useful if you're willing to look. And when you do, you step into a version of yourself that's more refined, more disciplined, and more effective than ever before. So from this day forward, stop avoiding feedback. Stop brushing it off. Stop pretending you already know. Start listening. Start applying. Start growing. Let feedback shape your actions, sharpen your mindset, and stretch your performance. Because the person who takes feedback seriously and uses it to grow doesn't stay average for long. They rise. They evolve. They win. Not because they knew it all, but because they were willing to learn it all. One correction at a time. One lesson at a time. One upgrade at a time. That's the path. That's the process. And it starts now with how you choose to respond to the truth. Lesson 27. Create a daily routine and stick to it hard. The fastest way to change your life is to get serious about how you use your time every single day. When your days are chaotic, unplanned, and reactive, you can't expect to feel in control. You can't expect results when you're guessing your way through the day. You wake up late, waste your most productive hours, get distracted, push tasks off, and then blame everything except the real problem. You don't have a solid routine, and even if you do, you're not committed to it. Building a daily routine isn't just about being organized. It's about building a system that protects your focus, directs your energy, and keeps you aligned with what matters most. When you create a routine and stick to it hard, you take the guesswork out of your day. You stop waking up wondering what to do. You stop chasing motivation and start running on discipline. You move with structure, not emotion. You take control of your time instead of letting it slip away. That structure gives you freedom. It gives you consistency. It makes your life less chaotic and more intentional. And it builds momentum that compounds every single day you show up and follow through. A solid routine doesn't have to be complicated. It just has to be clear. You decide what matters most: your health, your work, your goals, your learning, and you lock it into your schedule like it's non-negotiable. Not something you do when you feel like it. Not something you squeeze in between distractions. It becomes a priority. You get up, and without thinking twice, you get to work. You train, you read, you build, you execute. And when life gets messy, your routine keeps you grounded. It keeps you stable. It keeps you moving forward even when everything else feels uncertain. The truth is, you already have a routine. You just might have the wrong one. Hitting snooze, checking your phone, eating junk, watching random content, reacting to every distraction, that's a routine too. And if you don't break it with intention, it will keep repeating itself. Not because you're lazy, but because you haven't decided what your days are supposed to look like. You haven't taken the time to design a life that reflects your standards. That changes the moment you build a real routine and stick to it like your future depends on it. And it does. Your future depends on how you manage your present. You don't get to the next level with occasional effort. You get there by building habits that work for you, even when you're tired, distracted, or unmotivated. The routine becomes the safety net. It keeps you from falling back into bad patterns. It keeps you honest. It holds you accountable. And when others are wasting time trying to get back on track, you're already 10 steps ahead, because your days are locked in. Discipline starts the moment you wake up. If your mornings are sloppy, your whole day feels rushed and reactive. But when you wake up with a plan, your mindset shifts. You don't just roll into the day, you attack it. You know what needs to be done. You know when and how to do it. You move with purpose. You start your day by winning the first hour, and that momentum pushes into every task that follows. Your energy rises, your clarity sharpens, your confidence grows. And it all starts with a routine you don't skip. You can't keep treating your time like it's unlimited. You don't have the luxury to waste days hoping something will happen. You have to make it happen. You have to build systems that pull you forward when your emotions push you back. You have to stop negotiating with yourself every morning and start following through. If your routine says get up, get up. If it says train, train. If it says work, focus. No discussions, no delays, just execution. That's how winners live. That's how progress is built. One decision at a time, one day at a time. It's not about being robotic. It's about being committed. You build a routine that matches your goals, and you protect it like it's sacred, because it is. The way you spend your time reveals your priorities. You say you want success. Let me see your schedule. Let me see how you start your mornings. Let me see what you do when you don't feel like working. That's where the truth lives. Not in what you say, but in how you live. And your routine tells the whole story. Start small. Don't overcomplicate it. Pick a few key habits and anchor them to the same time every day. Wake up at the same time. Move your body. Fuel your mind. Get to work. Track your wins. Protect your energy. And repeat. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be consistent. The longer you stick to the routine, the stronger it gets. It becomes part of who you are. You don't have to force it anymore. It runs automatically. And when that happens, your progress multiplies. Most people quit too early. They try a routine for a few days, then stop because it feels hard or boring. But that's exactly the point. Discipline is built by doing the hard, boring things every day without skipping. That's how habits form. That's how focus sharpens. That's how confidence grows. Every day you follow your routine. You train your mind to be stronger than your mood. And that's a skill that will serve you for the rest of your life. The people who live with purpose don't wait for motivation. They build routines that keep them moving through the highs and lows. They don't ask how they feel. They ask what needs to be done. They don't need someone to push them. They've built systems that do the pushing. That's what you're building. A system that keeps you grounded, focused, disciplined, and progressing. No matter what life throws at you, stop waiting for perfect conditions. They don't exist. Life will always have distractions, problems, and chaos. That's why you need a routine. You stick to hard. One that doesn't fall apart when things get hard. One that protects your time when people pull at you. One that keeps your standards high when everything around you gets noisy. Your routine becomes your anchor, your compass, your foundation. When you commit to it fully, everything else starts to align. Your energy stabilizes. Your decisions get clearer. Your productivity increases. Your confidence becomes unshakable. Because you're not living on reaction. You're living with direction. You're not just surviving the day. You're owning it. And that kind of discipline changes everything. There will be days when you want to quit. Days when you feel tired, distracted, or discouraged. That's normal. But your routine isn't based on how you feel. It's based on who you're becoming. And the more you stick to it, the more your identity shifts. You stop seeing yourself as someone who tries. You become someone who executes. You stop hoping for change. You start creating it daily. Build your routine around your values, around your goals, around your vision. Don't copy someone else's schedule. Build one that fits your mission. And once it's built, treat it like a contract. You don't negotiate with it. You don't postpone it. You don't bend it for convenience. You stick to it hard. That's where the breakthrough happens. Not in the big moments, but in the small, consistent ones. Every morning you show up matters. Every hour you protect counts. Every decision to stick to the plan builds more self-trust. That trust becomes momentum. That momentum becomes identity. That identity becomes your reality. And before you know it, you've transformed. Not because of one big moment, but because of thousands of small disciplined choices stacked on top of each other. The world is full of people who start strong and then fade. Be the one who stays locked in. Be the one who gets stronger, the longer they stick with it. Be the one who treats their time like it matters, because it does. Your future is shaped by your daily system, not your wish list, not your potential, your routine. That's what wins. So build one that matches the life you want, and stick to it like your freedom depends on it, because it absolutely does. Lesson 28. Face your fears and stop running from them. The thing that holds most people back isn't a lack of time, resources, or talent. It's fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of looking foolish, fear of change, fear of the unknown. And as long as you keep running from it, it keeps controlling your life. You can dress it up with excuses, you can cover it with distractions, you can pretend it's not there, but it is. And it grows in silence. It grows in avoidance. It grows when you push it to the side and hope that someday, somehow, it'll just go away. It won't. Fear doesn't disappear on its own. It waits, and it only loses power when you face it directly. You don't overcome fear by thinking about it. You don't beat it by talking yourself into comfort. You overcome fear by walking straight into it. You beat it by doing the thing that scares you. You prove to yourself that it won't destroy you, that it's not as powerful as it pretends to be. Fear is loud, but it's not strong. It's persuasive, but it's not permanent. It tricks your mind into believing danger is everywhere. But danger and fear aren't the same. Fear is emotional. It's built on what might happen, not what will. And the moment you step into it, you take away its illusion. You strip it of its control. Running from fear only makes it stronger. It teaches your mind that fear is something to obey. Every time you avoid the hard conversation, skip the opportunity, or stay quiet when you should speak up, you reinforce a message inside yourself that says, I can't handle this. And the more you say that, consciously or unconsciously, the more it becomes your identity. Until you're not just scared of one thing, you're scared of everything. You're scared of success. You're scared of failure. You're scared of being seen, of being judged, of being wrong. And that kind of fear doesn't stay in one area. It spreads, but it doesn't have to. You don't have to live in fear. You don't have to keep running. You don't have to wait for courage to show up before you take the first step. Courage doesn't come before action. It comes after. You build it by moving. You become stronger by doing the very thing you thought you couldn't. It starts when you make a decision. I'm not letting fear control me anymore. I'm not shrinking anymore. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm going to face this, and I'm going to do it scared if I have to. Facing your fears doesn't mean you feel brave. It means you act even while you feel afraid. It means you stop giving your fear so much power in your life. You stop waiting until you're comfortable. You stop overthinking every step. You stop letting worst-case scenarios dominate your thinking. You start showing up differently. You start challenging yourself to grow. You start breaking patterns. That's how change begins. Not in comfort, but in confrontation. You have to name the fear. You have to stop avoiding it. Be honest with yourself. What exactly are you afraid of? What are you avoiding? What's the real reason you haven't started, spoken up, applied, built, confronted, or ended something? What's hiding underneath the surface? That kind of clarity gives you power. When you name it, you own it. When you own it, you can face it. And when you face it, you take its control away. Don't wait for the fear to vanish. It won't. Move with it. Work through it. Let it be there, and do the work anyway. People think fearless means feeling nothing, but real strength is feeling everything, and still moving, still showing up, still doing the thing that makes your heart race and your stomach turn. Because you know what's on the other side of that fear is freedom. That's the truth. You're not running from the thing, you're running from the emotion. But once you walk through it, the emotion dies, the anxiety fades, the fear dissolves. Because fear can't survive in action. It only lives in avoidance. You have to stop making decisions based on what scares you. If fear is driving your choices, you're never in control. You're reacting, not leading. You're surviving, not building. And that mindset keeps you in the same loop. You keep avoiding risk. You keep shrinking your world. You keep choosing what's safe. And that kind of life isn't life. It's maintenance. It's staying alive without ever really living. You weren't born to stay safe. You were born to grow, stretch, lead, and evolve. But that growth only happens when you step through fear, not around it. The longer you wait, the more it robs you. Fear steals time. It steals peace. It steals opportunities that don't come back. It keeps you stuck in jobs you hate, relationships that drain you, routines that numb you. All because you're afraid of the unknown, afraid of failing, afraid of looking foolish. But what's the cost of staying exactly where you are? What are you losing by doing nothing? You've got to start measuring the cost of inaction. Because staying stuck might feel safer, but it's not free. It's expensive, and the price is your potential. Every time you choose to face a fear, you build strength. You build grit. You build mental toughness that lasts beyond the moment. That muscle starts small. Maybe it's speaking up when you usually stay quiet. Maybe it's sending the message, making the call, applying for the thing, showing up even when it's uncomfortable. One small act at a time. And those small acts stack. They rewire your brain. They reframe how you see fear. Until one day, you're not the same person anymore. You're not the one who hides. You're not the one who quits. You're the one who faces what others avoid. You don't have to become fearless. You just have to become consistent. Consistent in action. Consistent in facing discomfort. Consistent in proving to yourself that fear is not a stop sign. It's a signal that something important is on the other side. That signal is not there to scare you. It's there to guide you. It tells you where to grow, where to lean in, where to get sharper, where to become more. And the more you listen to that signal, the stronger you become. The most dangerous thing about fear isn't that it's painful. It's that it's subtle. It doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers. It whispers reasons why you shouldn't try. It whispers doubts. It whispers distractions. It tells you stories that sound reasonable, but they're just lies dressed up as logic. Fear doesn't always say, don't do it. Sometimes it says, do it later, but later becomes never, and never becomes regret. That's the trap. And the only way out is to act now, to move now, to face the thing today. There's no shortcut, no perfect time, no magic moment when you'll feel ready. The people who grow the most are not the ones who felt prepared. They're the ones who moved while they were scared, who started when everything in them screamed to stop, who leaned into the fear instead of away from it. That's what real growth looks like. Not pretty, not polished, but honest, relentless, courageous. You'll surprise yourself. You'll realize how much strength you've been sitting on, how many lies fear told you. You'll look back and think, that wasn't even as bad as I imagined, because most of the pain wasn't real. It was mental. It lived in the story, not the experience. That story dies when you walk into it. That's the breakthrough. That's the freedom. You don't need to conquer every fear today, but you do need to stop running, turn around, face it, take one step toward it, just one. That's how the shift begins. Not by feeling fearless, but by being willing to try, willing to grow, willing to fail and learn, and get up again. That's what separates people who stay stuck from people who rise. Let this be the moment you stop making fear your leader. Let this be the day you stop bowing to what scares you. Let this be the time you take back control, not through talk, through action, through one step, one move, one decision. The fear won't like it. It'll scream louder. But that's how you know you're close. Keep going. Don't back down. You've avoided it long enough. Now it's time to walk through it. And when you do, you'll see what was waiting for you all along. A version of yourself that's stronger, bolder, and finally free. Lesson 29. Hold yourself accountable when nobody else does. You don't need someone watching over your shoulder to do what's right. You don't need applause to be consistent. And you don't need pressure from others to hold your standards high. You need personal accountability. That's what builds real growth. That's what separates those who talk from those who execute. When you hold yourself accountable, you stop waiting for someone to check in. You stop relying on external reminders. You stop needing a push. You become the one who checks yourself, corrects yourself, and keeps yourself in line when no one else will. Most people wait for consequences before they change. They wait until the damage is done, until the pain is sharp, until the cost is too high. But the people who win long-term are the ones who stay accountable without being forced. They track their habits. They review their days. They reflect on their decisions. They tell themselves the truth when it's hard to hear. Because they're not doing this for recognition. They're doing it for results. They know that discipline isn't built when someone's watching. It's built when no one is. When it's just you, your choices, and the quiet consequences of those choices. You know what needs to be done. You know when you're slipping, you feel it. And that feeling is your signal. Not to make excuses, not to blame distractions, not to pretend everything's fine, but to call yourself out and fix it. Nobody is coming to save you from your bad habits. Nobody is responsible for keeping your goals alive. Nobody owes you reminders, motivation, or inspiration. That's your job. And the sooner you take full ownership, the faster your life will move forward. Personal accountability means you don't let yourself off the hook. It means you stop telling half-truths to justify why you didn't follow through. It means you look at your results without sugarcoating anything. You said you'd wake up early. Did you? You said you'd stay consistent. Did you? You said you'd stop the excuses. Did you? That's how you build self-trust, by holding your own word like a contract. Not when it's convenient. Always. You'll feel the urge to lie to yourself, to soften the truth. To say things like, I'll do better tomorrow, or at least I did something, or I had a lot going on. But every time you do that, you lower your standard. You train your mind to settle. You teach yourself that it's okay to break promises as long as you have a good excuse. But that mindset is poison. It keeps you stuck. It kills your confidence. Because deep down, you know you could have done more. Deep down, you know you didn't give it your best. That's the difference between people who rise and people who stay the same. It's not talent. It's not luck. It's not opportunity. It's responsibility. The ones who rise don't wait to be told. They don't need accountability partners to stay on track. They might have support, but they don't depend on it. They depend on their own standards, their own structure, their own systems. That's what makes them powerful. That's what makes them consistent. That's what makes them grow faster than everyone else. You have to stop outsourcing your accountability. Stop needing someone to check on you. Stop depending on other people's discipline to stay focused. Start being your own leader. Start running your own program. Start checking in with yourself every single day. Did I do what I said I'd do? Did I live up to my standards? Did I improve? Or did I coast? That self-check is everything. It's where growth lives. Not in motivation, but in the mirror. The mirror doesn't lie. And the person staring back at you is either proud or disappointed. Not because of how you feel, but because of what you did. You can't fake effort. You can't pretend discipline. You can't fool the person who knows how many shortcuts you took. That person is you. And if you want to build self-respect, You start by being brutally honest. Every night, ask yourself, did I win today? Not in the big things, but in the details, in the discipline, in the habits, in the small choices that build your life. Most people avoid accountability because it's uncomfortable. It forces you to confront where you're falling short. But that discomfort is exactly where progress begins. That's the pressure that shapes you, the pain that reveals what needs to be fixed. If you run from it, you stay soft. If you face it, you get sharper, stronger, more focused, and the sharper you get, the faster you grow. Accountability also means you stop blaming outside forces. You stop saying I didn't have time, or things came up, or I got distracted. Those aren't explanations, they're habits. And as long as you keep using them, you stay stuck. The truth is, your results are a reflection of what you prioritized. If you didn't follow through, it wasn't important enough. That's not an insult, that's a wake-up call. And if you want different results, you need different priorities. Not someday. Now you have to build systems that keep you locked in. Morning check-ins, daily reviews, weekly breakdowns. You set the standard, and then you track it. You write down your goals, you track your progress, you mark the wins, you study the losses. Not emotionally, but clearly, with facts, with numbers, with proof. That level of structure keeps you honest. It kills the guesswork, and it makes it impossible to lie to yourself. Because when you don't measure, you assume. You assume you're working hard. You assume you're consistent. You assume you're growing. But assumptions are dangerous. They create comfort where there should be urgency. And the only way to kill assumptions is with data. Did you hit your target? Did you stick to the schedule? Did you finish what you started? Numbers don't lie. And when you get used to facing them, you stop playing games with yourself. Holding yourself accountable also means calling yourself out in the moment. Not later. Not after the damage is done. In real time, you catch yourself scrolling. You stop. You catch yourself slacking. You correct. You catch yourself making an excuse. You cut it. That kind of discipline doesn't come from willpower. It comes from clarity, from knowing exactly who you want to be and refusing to accept anything less. You stop arguing with yourself. You stop negotiating. You stop overthinking. You just act because your routine is locked in. Your goals are clear. Your standards are set. And you don't need someone watching to stay consistent. You've decided. You've committed. You've made it non-negotiable. That's power. That's control. That's freedom. Nobody's going to care about your life more than you. And if you don't take full ownership, you'll always be chasing motivation from the outside. But motivation fades. Discipline doesn't. And discipline is born from accountability. From doing what's right, not what's easy. From showing up, even when nobody's clapping. From being the one who holds the line when everyone else slips. You don't need perfection. You need consistency. You need honesty. You need the kind of mindset that says, if I said I'd do it, I do it. If I made a promise, I keep it. If I miss, I fix it. If I slip, I recover fast. That's how you build unstoppable momentum. Not by being flawless, but by being relentless. And when you start living this way, you become a different person. You stop chasing validation. You stop relying on accountability partners. You start leading. You start inspiring. You start building a reputation. Not with others, but with yourself. You know you can trust you. And that's the foundation of real success. Because at the end of the day, it's you versus you. And the version of you that wins isn't the one with the best excuses. It's the one with the highest standards. The one who checks their actions, adjusts their effort, and refuses to settle every single day. So start now. Track your time. Log your habits. Review your performance. And when you fall short, don't hide from it. Own it. Fix it. Move forward. No pity. No guilt. Just action. Just standards. Just full accountability. That's the way. That's the mindset. That's what changes everything. And it all starts the moment you stop waiting for someone else to hold you accountable and start doing it yourself. Lesson 30. Plan your week before it steals your time. Time will not wait for you to get organized. If you don't plan your week ahead of time, it will disappear without warning. The hours will slip through your fingers, the days will blur together, and before you know it, the week is over and you're no closer to your goals. You'll wonder where all the time went. But time didn't vanish. You just didn't take control of it. It got taken from you by distractions, interruptions, demands, and everything that wasn't part of your real priorities. Planning your week is how you stop that. It's how you take your life back before it slips into another cycle of regret and missed opportunity. Most people walk into their week blind. No structure, no strategy, no direction. They react to what happens instead of leading with intention. They hope they'll find time for what matters. But you never find time. You make it. You carve it out. You claim it before the world fills it up for you. If your calendar isn't filled with your priorities, someone else will fill it with theirs. And you'll end up working on things that don't matter, wondering why your progress is slow and your energy is gone. You don't need a complex system. You need clarity. You need to know what matters most, what has to get done, what can't be pushed, what drives results. Once you know that, you block time for it before the week begins. Not on the fly, not when you feel like it, but before the distractions show up, before the chaos begins. Because once the week starts, it's already too late to think clearly. That's why the planning happens first. That's how you stay in control. Planning your week isn't just about tasks. It's about building momentum. You walk into Monday knowing what needs to happen, and you don't waste your energy figuring it out. You execute. You move fast. You stay locked in. And by the time most people are still trying to get organized, you've already built momentum that carries through the rest of the week. That edge compounds. And over time, it separates people who rise from people who spin their wheels. You have to schedule what matters. Block time for it. Set boundaries around it. Make it non-negotiable. If your health matters, schedule the workouts. If your business matters, schedule the deep work. If your learning matters, schedule the reading. Don't wait for free time. Don't try to squeeze it in. Protect it. Prioritize it. Lock it in. Because if it's not scheduled, it's not real. Vague intentions don't produce results. Precise plans do. Every week has the same number of hours. The difference is how you use them. Some people drift, distracted, and disorganized. Others attack, focused, and prepared. The difference isn't intelligence, it's preparation. It's clarity. It's planning. When you sit down and map out your week, you create a blueprint, a game plan, a structure that keeps you aligned with your vision. You stop reacting and start building. You can't control everything. Emergencies will happen. Unexpected things will show up. But when your week is planned, those things don't derail you. You have anchors. You have structure. You know what can be moved and what can't. You adjust, but you don't collapse. That resilience comes from preparation, from knowing what matters most, from walking into the week with intention, not hope. The process is simple. You look ahead. You ask yourself, what needs to happen this week? What will move me closer to my goals? What deadlines exist? What habits am I building? What do I need to stop doing? What am I avoiding? Then you schedule the answers. You don't just think about them, you put them on the calendar. You make them real. And once they're there, you protect them like your future depends on it. Because it does. Discipline starts with your schedule. If you don't respect your own time, nobody else will. If you let your week run itself, don't be surprised when you feel behind, overwhelmed, and exhausted. That's what happens when you leave your life on autopilot. But when you sit down and lead your schedule, everything changes. You gain clarity. You build rhythm. You develop consistency. And consistency over time creates mastery. Planning your week doesn't take long. 20 to 30 minutes is all it takes to change everything. That small investment of time saves hours of wasted motion, scattered focus, and low productivity. It gives you breathing room. It gives you control. It gives you the power to say no to what doesn't fit. Because you already know what does. You stop guessing, and you start leading. That's what planning creates: leadership. You lead your life instead of being led by your impulses. Most people are busy, but not effective. They're reacting all week long, putting out fires, chasing tasks, always moving but never progressing. That's not productivity. That's chaos, disguised as effort. Real progress comes from knowing what matters and doing it first. From saying no to distractions. From eliminating what wastes time. And that kind of focus only happens when you plan it. Not once in a while, every week, like clockwork. Planning your week also helps you stay emotionally stable. When you're disorganized, you feel scattered. You start the week anxious. You carry stress. You feel overwhelmed because your mind is juggling too many decisions. But when your schedule is locked, your mind calms down. You know where to be. You know what to do. You move with confidence. And that emotional clarity becomes your advantage. You're not wasting energy making decisions all day. You already made them. Now you're executing. This isn't about being rigid. It's about being responsible. You don't plan your week to control every second. You plan your week so your highest priorities don't get lost in the noise. So your time reflects your values. So your energy is spent on what builds your future, not what distracts from it. It's not about perfection. It's about direction. You move with purpose. You adapt when needed. But the direction never changes. That's how you grow. That's how you win. So stop waiting for your schedule to clear up. It won't. Stop hoping your priorities will fit in naturally. They won't. Take the lead. Sit down every week. Ask the hard questions. Get brutally honest. What's working? What's not? Where are you wasting time? What needs to get done? Then plan it, protect it, and follow through, no matter what. The world will pull at your time from every angle. Everyone wants a piece of it, but not everyone deserves it. Planning your week is how you defend it. It's how you make sure your life reflects your goals, not other people's agendas. It's how you stay focused in a distracted world. And that focus is rare. It's powerful. It's what gives you the edge in a world full of noise. Your future depends on what you do this week. Not what you hope for, not what you talk about, but what you actually do. And what you do is determined by what you schedule, what you protect, what you prioritize. So take it seriously. Lead your schedule like your life depends on it. Because the truth is, it absolutely does. Lesson 31. Speak blessings to yourself every single morning. The first voice you hear in the morning should be your own, and it should speak with power, clarity, and purpose. Every single day you wake up, you're either setting yourself up to win or allowing the weight of yesterday to carry over into today. If you don't speak life into yourself, if you don't declare strength into your mind, you leave that job to the world, and the world doesn't always speak to you with kindness. You can't afford to begin your day with doubt, fear, or confusion. You've got to rise with words that remind you who you are, what you're capable of, and why you're still here fighting for something better. You don't wait for motivation. You create it by choosing your words carefully and repeating them with intention. What you say to yourself shapes how you see everything. It frames your decisions. It colors your energy. It sets the emotional tone for your day. And the truth is, most people start their morning without even realizing what they're saying to themselves. They open their eyes and immediately replay their worries, their failures, their frustrations. And then they wonder why they feel heavy. It's not the day, it's the dialogue. You can't start strong if you speak weak. You can't feel powerful if you speak fear. You've got to interrupt that pattern, and the best time to do it is first thing in the morning. Speaking blessings to yourself isn't about empty positivity. It's about telling yourself the truth with boldness. It's about speaking words that lift, center, and empower you. It's not about pretending everything's perfect. It's about reminding yourself that no matter what happens, you're equipped to handle it. You wake up and you say what needs to be said. You say, I'm built for this. You say, today is mine. You say, no matter what comes my way, I will not fold. That voice becomes your anchor. That voice becomes your fuel. And that voice becomes louder than the doubt that tries to follow you. You cannot rise in life if your own words are pulling you down. And you can't keep waiting for someone else to affirm your value. That job is yours. That responsibility belongs to you. You look in the mirror and you don't look away. You speak, even if it feels strange at first. You speak, even if the world hasn't caught up yet. You say it before you see it. You speak the person you are becoming, not just the one you've been. And you do it without apology, because you know that everything around you shifts when you start shifting your language. If you begin your day with doubt, it will follow you into every room. But if you begin with blessings, with power, with intentional words that align with your highest self, then you move differently. You make better choices. You see opportunities instead of problems. You feel ready instead of overwhelmed. And the only thing that changed was the voice in your head, the words you allowed to enter your mind when you were at your most open, your most vulnerable, your most impressionable. You don't have to shout it. You don't need anyone to hear it, but you need to feel it. You need to believe it. Even when it feels shaky, even when the outside doesn't match the inside, you still speak it. Because repetition builds belief, and belief drives action. If you say it every day, you start to live it. You start to carry yourself like someone who believes what they say. That becomes your identity. That becomes your baseline. And once that's in place, you stop needing external validation. You've already got internal confirmation. The people who go furthest in life are not the ones who wake up feeling ready every day. They're the ones who wake up and remind themselves they're ready. They train their mind before the day has a chance to train it for them. They speak blessings over their time, their energy, their focus, their direction. They set the tone early, so distractions don't decide it for them later. They're proactive, not reactive. And it starts with language. The most powerful form of personal leadership is being able to lead your own thoughts before the world does it for you. So you've got to ask yourself, what are you saying to yourself every morning? Are you preparing to win or bracing to lose? Are you speaking strength or rehearsing stress? Are you building yourself up or breaking yourself down? Because the answers to those questions will determine everything. The body follows the mind, and the mind follows the words you feed it. So if you want to move with clarity, speak with clarity. If you want to walk with power, speak with power. If you want to live with confidence, speak like someone who knows where they're going. Start your mornings with conviction. Look yourself in the eye and declare what you expect from yourself. Speak with honesty, but never defeat. Speak with humility, but never weakness. You can acknowledge struggle without becoming it. You can tell yourself the truth without speaking failure into your path. The truth doesn't have to sound like a limitation. It can sound like preparation. I'm not there yet, but I'm coming. I've failed before, but I've learned from it. Today, I will lead myself. These are the words that change your state, and your state is what drives everything. Don't wait for special occasions. Don't wait for big goals. Make it a daily ritual, like brushing your teeth, like tying your shoes. You wake up, you breathe, and you speak. You give yourself the mental direction that your day is waiting for. And you do it on the days you feel strong, and especially on the days you don't, because those are the days it matters most. Those are the days your mind wants to drift. Those are the days your emotions want to lead. But your words are the compass. They bring you back to center. You don't have to say anything fancy. You just have to say what you need. You just have to mean it. Say, today I will show up. Say, I'm not quitting on myself. Say, I deserve to focus on what matters. Say, I'm not controlled by fear. Say, I'm not the same person I used to be. I'm better. These words don't just sound good. They carry energy. They affect how you stand, how you breathe, how you move through the day. They give you grounding. And when life gets chaotic, they're what you come back to. Everything you want to become starts with what you're saying when no one's around. That inner dialogue is the foundation. And most people don't even realize they're sabotaging themselves with their own voice. But you're not most people. You're building something real. And if you want to build something real, you have to build it with strong words, with words that reflect vision, not limitation, with words that create momentum, not hesitation, with words that say, I'm ready, even when your emotions say I'm not. The morning is your window. That first few minutes shapes the hours that follow. If you waste it on doubt, negativity, or comparison, you'll feel off all day. But if you take that window and fill it with words of power, you change your state before anything external can touch it. You lock in your intention. You move with purpose, and your day starts responding to that energy. Speak blessings, even when it's quiet. Speak blessings, even when you're tired. Speak blessings, even when you're tired. Especially then, because those words aren't just sounds, they're seeds. And every seed you plant with your mouth creates a mindset. And every mindset shapes your behavior. And every behavior becomes your life. So tomorrow morning, don't wait. Get up. breathe deep, and speak blessings like your life depends on it. Because in a very real way, it does. Lesson 32. Let go of things you cannot fully control. There will always be things in life you can't fully control. No matter how hard you try, no matter how disciplined you are, no matter how much you prepare, there are pieces of the puzzle that are not in your hands. You cannot control how people treat you. You cannot control what others think. You cannot control the weather, the economy, the decisions of strangers, or the timing of every opportunity. But what you can control is how you respond, how you think, how you focus, and how you move forward despite the uncertainty. The moment you stop trying to force things that are outside of your reach is the moment you gain real power over your own life. Holding on too tightly to what you cannot control only creates stress, anxiety, and frustration. It fills your mind with questions that have no answers. It drains your energy. It traps you in a cycle of overthinking and hesitation. You wake up carrying a weight that was never yours to carry in the first place. You spend time trying to fix people who don't want to be fixed, trying to force outcomes that aren't ready, trying to predict what's impossible to predict, and none of it works. It just slows you down. It keeps you stuck. And while you're trying to control what's outside, you lose grip on the one thing that truly matters: yourself. The truth is, letting go is not giving up. It's not weakness. It's wisdom. It's the realization that your peace is more important than your need to manage everything. It's the understanding that clarity comes not from having control over everything, but from being in control of how you handle what's in front of you. It's about staying grounded when everything around you feels uncertain. It's about being calm in the chaos, steady in the storm, and clear in the confusion. And that clarity is something you can only find when you stop clinging to things that aren't yours to hold. Letting go begins with acceptance. You accept that not everything is meant to go your way. You accept that sometimes people will misunderstand you, and that's okay. You accept that not every opportunity will be yours, and that doesn't define your worth. You accept that you will face delays, setbacks, detours, and changes that weren't in your plans. But none of those things have the power to stop you unless you let them. The real damage doesn't come from the problem. It comes from how tightly you hold on to it. You give it life by thinking about it, worrying about it, and trying to control it. You've got to learn to release. Release the need to control people. Release the need to control every outcome. Release the pressure to have everything figured out. When you let go, your hands are free to build what actually matters. Your mind is clear to think creatively. Your heart is open to peace. Letting go gives you space. Space to breathe. Space to think. Space to live. And in that space, you begin to rebuild your power. You start focusing on your habits, your attitude, your decisions, your consistency, the things that are actually within your control. And those things are enough. Your mindset is enough. Your effort is enough. Your focus is enough. You don't need to manage everything outside of you to live a strong and successful life. You just need to manage you, your reactions, your attention, your energy. That's where your influence lives. That's where your growth happens. When you take full responsibility for what's in your control and release the rest, you move with clarity. You move without fear. You move without needing to force anything. You can't always choose what happens, but you can always choose how you respond. That's your power. And every time you respond with discipline, with maturity, with calm, you take that power back. You become the one who leads your life. Not your emotions, not your fear, not your circumstances. And that kind of leadership doesn't come from controlling others. It comes from mastering yourself. Most of the pain people carry doesn't come from what happened. It comes from trying to control what they never could. It comes from holding on to outcomes that didn't happen. People who didn't stay, plans that didn't unfold. But life isn't meant to be controlled like a machine. It's meant to be lived with intention, with direction, with discipline. Not with fear, not with force, not with obsession over things that are not in your lane. You've got to focus on your lane, your habits, your choices, your work. That's where the change begins. That's where the progress is made. Not in worrying about what others think or trying to shape things that won't bend. You rise when you release. You rise when you trust the process. You rise when you realize that peace comes from within, not from controlling the outside world. You will not grow if your energy is stuck in anxiety. You cannot build a strong foundation on fear. You cannot think clearly when your mind is trapped in the past or obsessed with the future. You need presence, and presence comes from release. Let go of what already happened. Let go of what might happen. Focus on what you can do right now, what you can say, what you can fix, what you can create. That kind of focus builds strength. Letting go also means you stop blaming others. You stop waiting for apologies. You stop needing people to act the way you want. That's not your job. Your job is to lead yourself, to rise with discipline even when others don't, to keep your standards high even when the world around you is messy. You are not responsible for how others live. You are responsible for how you respond. And the sooner you stop trying to fix what's outside, the sooner you'll start building something strong inside. The hardest part is knowing when to hold on and when to release. But deep down, you feel the difference. What brings peace is yours to keep. What brings stress and constant resistance is yours to let go. Letting go doesn't mean you don't care. It means you're mature enough to know that care and control are not the same thing. You can care deeply and still release control. That's wisdom. That's growth. Every day you will face something that tries to pull your focus away. You will face situations that are out of your hands, but you get to choose how long they live in your head. You get to decide whether they get your attention. And if you want peace, if you want growth, if you want results, you've got to be ruthless with your focus. You've got to protect your energy. You've got to draw the line and say, this is not mine to control, and then move on. Move forward. Move free. The peace you want is not in having everything figured out. It's in trusting yourself to handle whatever comes. It's in being grounded enough to know that even if things go off course, you won't. That you'll still show up. You'll still grow. You'll still lead. That kind of stability doesn't come from the world. It comes from you. And it begins the moment you stop fighting for control and start fighting for your focus. Letting go is an act of strength. It means you trust your process more than your plan. It means you value your peace more than your pride. It means you're committed to your long-term growth, not short-term comfort. And every time you let go of what you can't control, you make space to strengthen what you can. That's how you rise. That's how you win. That's how you build a life of strength, focus, and peace. One clear decision at a time. Lesson 33. Turn your pain into something worth building from. Pain is one of the greatest teachers you'll ever encounter. It's raw. It's honest. It doesn't lie. It shows you the truth about where you are, what matters, and who you've been pretending to be. But too many people get stuck in the pain. They sit in it. They replay it. They let it define them. They let it shrink them. But pain isn't meant to trap you. It's meant to shape you, to wake you up, to fuel you, to become the reason you build, not the excuse you break. When you go through something hard, you've got two choices. Let it destroy you, or let it develop you. And that choice will determine everything that happens next. Most people look at pain as something to avoid, but the truth is, some of your most powerful growth will come from the hardest moments you've ever faced. The betrayal, the failure, the rejection, the loss, the setback. All of it holds the potential to make you stronger if you're willing to face it and work with it. You can't undo the past, but you can use it. You can take what hurt you and let it become the fire that drives your discipline. The reason you push harder, the motivation to never go back to what broke you. It doesn't matter where the pain came from. Maybe it was someone who walked away. Maybe it was a mistake you made. Maybe it was something taken from you. Maybe it was years of feeling unseen, unworthy, or not enough. Whatever the source, you don't have to carry it like a burden forever. You can turn it into a reason, a mission, a foundation. But first, you have to stop hiding from it. Stop pretending it didn't affect you. Stop burying it under distractions. If you want to rise from it, you have to go through it, not around it, through it. And that means looking it in the eye and saying, you're not the end of me. You're the beginning of something better. You can use pain to build. You can use it to sharpen your focus, to clarify your purpose, to push you when motivation is gone. When your emotions say stop, your pain says keep going. When your past tells you you'll fail again, your pain says you've already survived worse. It becomes your edge, your reminder, your weapon. But only if you choose to pick it up and use it. You don't have to let it define you. You get to define what it means. You get to decide what it produces. That power is yours. Nobody can take it. And once you own that, nothing can stop you. People who've been through pain and still rise, they're different. They're focused. They don't play around with time. They don't waste their energy on nonsense. They've seen what darkness looks like, and they've decided they're not going back. That decision gives them clarity. That clarity gives them speed. They don't need a crowd to cheer them on. They've already fought battles no one saw. They don't need someone to believe in them. They believe in themselves because they've earned it the hard way. That's the kind of strength pain gives you when you stop running from it. But turning pain into something worth building from takes honesty. You've got to get real with yourself. What are you still holding on to? What story are you still telling yourself about why you can't heal, why you can't grow, why you can't start over? Every excuse has pain at its root. But pain isn't the problem, avoidance is. The longer you avoid it, the louder it gets, the more power you give it. But when you face it, when you name it, when you turn and walk into it instead of away from it, it starts to lose its grip. You realize it's not there to destroy you. It's there to shape the person you were meant to become. The greatest breakthroughs don't come in easy seasons. They come when you've had enough. When you decide that you're done repeating the same cycles. When you stop asking why something happened and start asking what you're going to do about it. When you stop waiting for someone to come and fix it and decide you're going to build something better. Pain makes that decision easier because pain creates pressure. And pressure either breaks you or builds you, depending on what you do with it. If you're in pain right now, don't waste it. Don't numb it with distractions. Don't silence it with fake positivity. Sit with it. Learn from it. Let it show you what needs to change. Let it strip away what's fake. Let it guide you to what's real. And then use it. Use it to create discipline, to develop structure, to build something you can be proud of. Use it to create art, to start a business, to become a better leader, a better parent, a better friend. Let your pain remind you that you are still here, still capable, still breathing, and still worthy of a future that looks nothing like your past. You don't heal by ignoring the pain. You heal by honoring it. You honor it by not wasting it, by not letting it become a dead weight, by turning it into fuel, into fire, into forward motion. That pain didn't come to stay. It came to move you. And the moment you decide to build from it, you stop being a victim and start becoming a creator, a builder, a force. Someone who took what should have broken them and used it to become someone unshakable. You are not what happened to you. You are what you choose to do with it. You're not the heartbreak. You're not the failure. You're not the disappointment. You're what rises from the ashes of all those things. You're the product of decisions made in the dark that no one saw. You're proof that pain doesn't get the final word. You do. So make the decision today. Don't let your pain be for nothing. Don't let it sit inside you collecting regret. Turn it into something. Build something. Create something. Lead something. Let it be the reason you no longer tolerate the things that kept you small. Let it be the reason you no longer settle for less. Let it be the moment you stopped waiting and started becoming. Every scar has a story, but it's not just a reminder of what hurt you. It's a reminder that you lived through it, that you made it, that you kept going. And if you can make it through that, then what else are you capable of? That's the question you answer by what you do next, by what you build next. And no one else can do that for you. Let your pain become the standard you use to rise, the strength you use to lead, the story you use to teach others how to rebuild. Not by pretending it never happened, but by showing them what's possible when it does. Let it be the reason you don't quit, the reason you don't compromise, the reason you wake up and give more than what's comfortable, because you've already been through uncomfortable, and now you know how to use it. This is your moment, not because everything feels good, but because you've got something real to build from. You've got pain, and that pain can become power. It can become clarity. It can become purpose, but only if you decide to use it. Not tomorrow, not later. Now start today. Start where you are, and don't stop until what hurt you has been transformed into something that makes you proud to say, "This came from me. This came from what I survived." And that is a foundation nobody can take from you. Lesson 34. Talk less and listen to understand more clearly. Most people listen with the intention to reply, not to understand. They hear the words, but they're not fully present. Their minds are already forming a response, waiting for their turn to speak, eager to be heard but not to hear. But the real power is in listening. Not the kind of listening that nods along while the mind is elsewhere, but the kind that leans in and truly absorbs what's being said. Talking less doesn't mean saying nothing. It means making room for clarity, for insight, for understanding that goes deeper than the surface. It means valuing the message more than the moment to speak. When you slow down and choose to listen with focus, you begin to see things that others miss. You notice the emotion behind the words. You catch the hesitation. You pick up on what's not being said. And that gives you an advantage not to manipulate, but to connect. Because people don't just want to be heard, they want to feel understood. And when you become the kind of person who listens without interrupting, without rushing to fix or respond, you create space for others to open up, to trust, to speak honestly. In a world that's always loud, being quiet is rare. Everyone's in a rush to give their opinion, to make a point, to be right. But wisdom comes from silence, from taking a breath, from letting the moment settle. The more you talk, the more you risk missing something important. The more you assume, the less you learn. And the more you try to prove yourself, the less room you leave for growth. Listening doesn't make you weak. It makes you wise. It makes you calm. It makes you someone people trust. Not because you talk the most, but because you hear the most. You gain more by asking the right question and sitting with the answer than by giving the right speech. You learn more by watching, observing, paying attention than by dominating the conversation. And the people who grow the fastest are the ones who are still enough to notice what others miss. They don't talk to impress. They don't rush to fill silence. They let the silence work. They let the moment breathe. And in that space, clarity rises. Talking less also helps you protect your energy. Every word costs something. Time, focus, emotion. And when you're constantly pouring out without purpose, you end up depleted. But when you speak with intention, with precision, with thought behind every word, you stay sharp. You say only what's needed. You don't waste energy explaining yourself to people who aren't listening. You don't argue with people who only want to win. You keep your peace by choosing when to speak and when to let silence say it better. Listening more helps you make better decisions. It gives you more information, more perspective, more understanding. It slows down your reactions. It sharpens your insight. You stop jumping to conclusions. You stop letting your emotions lead. You think, and then you act. That's maturity. That's leadership. That's the mindset that builds strong relationships and avoids unnecessary conflict. When you talk too much, you miss cues. You miss the shift in someone's tone. You miss the discomfort in their eyes. You miss the truth behind their hesitation. But when you're still, when you're patient, when you listen without trying to take control, you catch all of it. And that kind of presence changes everything. It makes your relationships deeper, your decisions smarter, your influence stronger. You don't need to respond to everything. You don't need to have the last word. You don't need to jump in the second. There's a pause. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say is nothing. Let the moment sit. Let the other person think. Let the truth land. You'll be surprised how much more people say when you stop trying to guide the conversation and just let it unfold. You build respect by listening. People feel valued when you don't rush them, when you don't cut them off, when you don't finish their sentences. They feel seen when you ask follow-up questions, when you stay curious, when you don't assume you already know what they mean. And when people feel seen, they open up, they trust you, they share more. And what they share helps you understand the bigger picture. There's a difference between hearing and listening. Hearing is passive. Sound goes in, but meaning doesn't stick. Listening is active. It's focused. It's about making sense of what's being said and what's being felt. It's about reading between the lines. And that kind of listening takes discipline. You have to be willing to slow down, to put your thoughts on hold, to care more about understanding than being understood. Listening doesn't just help in conversations. It helps in life. It helps you pick up on the lessons others miss. It helps you learn faster. It helps you adapt because you're not too busy trying to prove yourself. You're not too proud to take in new ideas. You're not so loud that you can't hear the truth when it's spoken. You stay open. You stay humble, and that humility keeps you growing. There's power in restraint, in not needing to say everything, in not needing to respond to every comment, in knowing you could speak, but choosing not to. Because silence, when used right, speaks louder than words. It shows confidence. It shows control. It shows that you don't need to dominate the room to hold your place in it. You let your presence do the talking. And when you do speak, it carries more weight, because people know you don't speak just to hear yourself. You speak when it matters. You won't learn anything new by repeating what you already know. You learn by listening, by watching, by absorbing. And if you make that your daily discipline, you will grow faster than those who never stop talking. You'll build stronger relationships. You'll avoid unnecessary mistakes. You'll move with more wisdom. And you'll always have the advantage, not because you shouted your way to it, but because you stayed quiet long enough to see the full picture. You become more effective when you let go of the need to speak first, speak most, or speak loudest. You become more impactful when you speak less often, but with more intention. You become more grounded when you listen without judgment, without rushing, without distraction. That kind of presence is rare, and that's why it's powerful. Because while everyone else is trying to be heard, you're the one who actually hears. Make it a practice. In every conversation, pause before you respond. Ask yourself if what you're about to say adds value or just noise. Choose your words like they matter, because they do. But don't forget the power of what happens before the words. That moment of stillness, that decision to really listen, that space is where the connection begins. You don't need to win arguments. You need to win understanding. You don't need to talk over people. You need to get through to them. And that starts by listening, by being present, by choosing to understand first, then respond. Not to defend, not to attack, but to connect, to learn, to grow. That's what listening gives you more than talking ever could. So choose silence when it sharpens your mind. Choose listening when it deepens your understanding. Choose presence when it builds trust. Because the more you listen, the more clearly you'll see what others miss. And in that clarity, you'll find answers. You'll find direction. You'll find peace. Not by talking more, but by understanding deeper. That's how you grow. That's how you lead. That's how you live a life of real power and connection. Lesson 35. Stop chasing people who don't care about you. You have to stop pouring your time, your energy, and your heart into people who don't value you. No matter how much effort you give, how much love you show, how much patience you practice, if someone doesn't care about you, they will never meet you halfway. They will never reciprocate the energy you bring. They will never show up in the way you keep hoping they will. And the longer you keep chasing them, the more of yourself you lose. You begin to question your worth. You start wondering what you're doing wrong. You start shrinking your voice just to be accepted. But the truth is, the problem isn't you. It's that you're trying to force connection where there is none. Real relationships are not built on convincing. They are built on mutual respect, mutual effort, and mutual investment. If you are the only one reaching out, checking in, initiating conversations, and keeping the bond alive, then you're not in a connection. You're in a chase. And chases always end in exhaustion, because you're not meant to run after people. You're meant to walk with people who choose to walk with you. Anything less than that is not love. It's not loyalty. It's a distraction pulling you away from the people who are actually meant for you. Stop making excuses for those who keep showing you that you're not a priority. Stop justifying their silence. Stop defending their absence. If someone wanted to be in your life, they would be. If someone cared, you'd feel it. It wouldn't feel one-sided. It wouldn't feel like work every single day. It would feel balanced. It would feel natural. It would feel right. People who value you don't make you question where you stand. They don't ignore you, breadcrumb you, or only show up when they need something. They show up because they care, and they show up consistently. You can't keep chasing love in places where love doesn't live. You can't keep handing out your time to people who only remember you when it's convenient. That's not friendship. That's not loyalty. That's not love. That's convenience. And convenience isn't a reason to stay stuck. You're worth more than being someone's backup plan. You're worth more than being tolerated. You're worth being celebrated, respected, and valued. It's hard to let go, especially when you've invested your time, your emotions, your memories. You replay conversations. You hold on to the moments that felt real. You convince yourself that maybe, just maybe, they'll change. Maybe they'll see your worth. Maybe they'll come around. But time keeps passing, and they keep showing you the same pattern. They're not confused. They're not busy. They're choosing where to invest their energy, and it's not in you. That truth may hurt, but it also sets you free. Because once you stop chasing, you start healing. You reclaim your energy. You get clear on your value. You stop settling for less than what you deserve. You make space for better. For people who choose you, respect you, and bring peace, not confusion. You begin to rebuild your standards. You start protecting your space. You become someone who doesn't beg to be included, who doesn't shrink to fit in, who doesn't hold on to people out of fear of being alone. You become someone who knows that being alone is better than being surrounded by people who don't truly care. You teach people how to treat you by what you tolerate. If you allow disrespect, it continues. If you chase, they keep running. If you lower your standards, they stop rising. But when you draw the line, when you stop chasing, when you stop showing up for those who never show up for you, everything changes. You get your power back. You stop playing small. You stop wasting time. And you start building a life that feels good with or without them. Real connections don't need to be forced. They flow. They're mutual. They grow with time, with effort from both sides. And when you stop chasing the wrong people, you finally see the ones who were quietly standing in your corner the whole time. The ones you couldn't see because you were too focused on proving your worth to someone who never deserved you. You don't need everyone to like you. You don't need everyone to stay. You don't need to fix every broken relationship. What you need is peace. What you need is to let go of those who drain you. What you need is to surround yourself with people who add value, who speak life into you, who remind you that you are enough, not because of what you do, but because of who you are. It's time to stop giving your best to those who only give you their bare minimum. It's time to stop writing paragraphs to people who won't send back a sentence. It's time to stop reaching out to people who never ask how you're doing. You deserve better, and better is only possible when you make room for it. When you stop chasing, you start attracting. You start standing tall. You start choosing yourself. Choosing yourself doesn't mean you hate them. It means you love yourself enough to walk away from what isn't serving you. It means you're done trying to convince someone of your worth. It means you've decided that your peace matters more than their approval. It means you're finally ready to stop holding on to potential and start living in reality. They may come back once they realize what they lost, but by then, you'll have moved on. You'll have healed. You'll have rebuilt your life on a stronger foundation, one where you are no longer chasing but choosing. Choosing peace, choosing growth, choosing people who see you, value you, and meet you where you are. So if you're tired, if you're drained, if you're wondering why the people you keep pouring into never pour back, it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility to stop, to step back, to let go, and to start focusing on what you can control. Your choices, your boundaries, your healing. You can't change how someone feels about you. You can't force them to care, but you can stop making yourself smaller to keep them close. You can stop showing up for people who would never do the same for you. You can stop trying to earn love that should have been given freely, because love that has to be earned through pain is not love. It's control, it's imbalance. And you deserve better than that. Let them go. Wish them well, but don't keep chasing what hurts. Don't keep reopening wounds that are begging to heal. Don't keep hoping they'll become someone they never were. Focus on you. Build yourself. Grow your mind. Strengthen your soul. The right people will come. Not because you chased them, but because you became someone who no longer had to. You are not hard to love. You are not too much. You are not invisible, but you will never feel seen if you keep chasing people who are blind to your value. You will never feel loved if you keep begging for attention. You will never feel respected if you keep accepting less than what you know you deserve. It's time to rise. It's time to stop chasing. It's time to walk in your power. And when you do, everything changes. Not because they changed, but because you finally did. Lesson 36. Keep learning something new every single day. Every single day presents a chance to grow, to sharpen your mind, to improve your understanding of the world. The moment you stop learning, you start falling behind. Life doesn't stay still, and if you're not expanding your knowledge, you're letting the world pass you by. The most successful people, the ones who achieve greatness, never stop learning. They understand that knowledge is power, and the more they know, the better they can navigate life, make decisions, and seize opportunities. Most people stop learning after school. They think education ends with a diploma, but that's a mistake. Formal education might give you a foundation, but real learning happens every day, through experiences, books, conversations, and challenges. The world is constantly changing, and if you don't keep up, you get left behind. New ideas, new technologies, new ways of thinking, everything evolves. If you're not learning, you're becoming outdated. The key to lifelong success is curiosity. The people who grow, the ones who achieve the most, are the ones who stay curious. They ask questions. They seek answers. They challenge themselves to understand things they don't know. It's not about being the smartest person in the room. It's about being the person who is always looking to grow. Learning isn't just about reading books or taking courses. It's about paying attention to the world around you. Every experience has something to teach you. Every conversation can give you insight. Every mistake is a lesson, but you have to be open to learning. Some people go through life making the same mistakes over and over because they refuse to learn. They ignore the lessons right in front of them. They let pride or stubbornness keep them stuck. But those who grow, they take every experience as a lesson. They ask themselves, what can I learn from this? Growth doesn't happen by accident. You have to seek it out. You have to make a habit of learning. Read books that challenge you. Listen to people who know more than you. Take courses that expand your skills. Surround yourself with people who push you to think bigger. Learning isn't something that happens once. It's a lifelong process. The greatest minds in history, the most successful leaders, the most innovative thinkers, they all had one thing in common. They never stopped learning. They weren't satisfied with what they knew. They always looked for new ideas, new strategies, new knowledge. They understood that the more they learned, the more capable they became. Look at the most successful people today. Entrepreneurs, scientists, athletes, artists. They all dedicate time to learning. They study their craft. They learn from others. They stay updated with new trends. That's how they stay ahead. The world is moving fast, and those who don't learn get left behind. There's a difference between knowing and growing. Some people collect information, but they don't apply it. Learning isn't just about knowing facts. It's about using them. If you read a book but never apply the lessons, you haven't really learned. If you listen to great advice but ignore it, you haven't grown. Real learning leads to action. It leads to change. It makes you better, stronger, smarter. Knowledge is one of the few things in life that no one can take from you. Money can be lost. Material things can disappear. But what you learn stays with you. It shapes how you think, how you act, how you approach life. The more you learn, the more valuable you become. The world rewards those who know more. The highest paid professionals are those with specialized knowledge. The most successful businesses are run by people who are always learning. The people who adapt, who stay ahead of trends, who master new skills, those are the ones who succeed. But it's not just about success. It's about fulfillment. Learning makes life richer. It keeps your mind sharp. It helps you understand people, cultures, ideas. It makes conversations more meaningful. It makes you more interesting. A person who is always learning never feels stuck. They always have new ideas, new goals, new perspectives. Learning also builds confidence. When you know more, you feel more capable. You're not intimidated by challenges because you have the knowledge to face them. You're not afraid to speak up because you have something valuable to say. Confidence comes from competence, and competence comes from learning. Think about how different your life would be if you committed to learning something new every single day. Imagine the skills you would develop. Imagine the opportunities you would create. Imagine how much stronger, smarter, and more capable you would become. It doesn't take much. Just a little bit of learning each day adds up. Read for 15 minutes. Listen to a podcast, watch an educational video, ask questions, have meaningful conversations. Try new experiences. Every bit of learning compounds over time. The biggest mistake people make is thinking they don't have time to learn. But the truth is, you don't have time not to. The time you spend learning will save you time in the future. It will help you make better decisions, avoid costly mistakes, and open doors to opportunities you wouldn't have seen otherwise. Some people say, "I'm too old to learn." That's an excuse. Learning has no age limit. Some of the greatest achievers started late in life. Colonel Sanders started KFC in his 60s. Ray Kroc built McDonald's in his 50s. They kept learning, kept growing, kept improving. Age is not a barrier. Your mindset is. Others say, "I'm not smart enough." Another excuse. Intelligence isn't fixed. The more you learn, the smarter you become. The brain is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Anyone can become knowledgeable if they commit to learning. Some say, "I don't know where to start." Start anywhere. Read about something that interests you. Watch a documentary. Take a course. Just start. The more you learn, the more you'll want to learn. It becomes a habit. But the key is consistency. Learning isn't something you do once and forget about. It's something you do every day. It's something you prioritize. Just like you make time to eat, sleep, and work, you make time to grow. Every day you have a choice to stay the same or to get better. Every day you can either repeat the same old patterns or learn something new that pushes you forward. The people who grow, who succeed, who create meaningful lives, those are the ones who choose to learn. So ask yourself, are you growing? Are you expanding your mind? Are you learning something new every day? If not, what's stopping you? Because the truth is, the moment you stop learning, you stop living, you stop progressing, you stop improving. But when you commit to learning, when you make it a daily habit, everything changes. You gain new skills, you become more valuable. You see the world differently. You open doors you never knew existed. Success, fulfillment, confidence, opportunity. All of it starts with learning. So make the choice. Invest in your mind. Learn something new every single day. Because a life without learning is a life without growth, and a life without growth is a life wasted. Lesson 37. Take breaks but never quit on your mission. There will be days when you feel exhausted, days when your body is tired, when your mind is overwhelmed, and when the path ahead feels too steep. That's part of the journey. Every person who has ever achieved something great has faced moments of doubt, frustration, and fatigue. But the difference between those who succeed and those who don't is simple. They take breaks, but they never quit. When you're working towards something meaningful, something bigger than yourself, there will be challenges. That's a guarantee. No one gets to the top without setbacks. No one builds something extraordinary without facing resistance. No one reaches their highest potential without moments where they feel like giving up. But quitting, that's never the answer. Quitting means throwing away the progress you've made. It means giving up on the very thing that could change your life. It means walking away from something before you've seen what you're truly capable of. And that's not an option. Taking a break, on the other hand, is different. Rest is not failure. Recovery is not weakness. Sometimes the best thing you can do is step back, breathe, and regain your strength. That doesn't mean you've lost your drive. It doesn't mean you've abandoned your mission. It means you're preparing to come back stronger. Your mind and body are like an engine. You can't push them to the limit non-stop without breaking down. You need fuel. You need maintenance. You need moments to pause, to reflect, to recharge. That's what keeps you in the game for the long run. The people who burn out are the ones who never take a moment to rest. They push and push until they collapse. They ignore their mental and physical limits, and eventually they have nothing left to give. But the ones who succeed, they understand balance. They know when to work hard and when to recover. They know when to push forward and when to pause. Taking a break is not about losing focus. It's about maintaining energy for the long haul. You don't stop moving forward. You just take a moment to regain strength. The key is to never let a short break turn into a permanent exit. That's where people go wrong. They say they need a short break, but they never come back. Days turn into weeks. Weeks turn into months. Before they know it, they've lost all momentum. That's not resting. That's quitting in disguise. If you ever feel like stopping, remind yourself why you started. Go back to the moment you made the decision to chase this goal. What was driving you? What was the reason behind it? The moment you reconnect with your purpose, quitting stops being an option. Your mission isn't something you walk away from. It's something you fight for, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. When things get tough, don't let frustration make the decision for you. Emotions come and go, but decisions have lasting consequences. A bad day does not mean you're on the wrong path. A moment of exhaustion does not mean you're not capable. Hard days are part of the process. No one achieves anything worthwhile without them. The greatest athletes, the most successful entrepreneurs, the top performers in any field, they all have one thing in common. They know how to endure. They know how to manage their energy. They understand that rest is a tool, not a reason to give up. They don't let exhaustion make their decisions. They take a step back, refuel, and then they get back in the game. The best way to avoid burnout is to build breaks into your routine. You don't wait until you're completely drained to rest. You rest before you reach that point. You take small moments to recharge, so you never have to stop completely. That's how you keep moving forward without breaking down. That's how you stay consistent. Sometimes stepping away for a moment helps you see things more clearly. When you're in the middle of the battle, it's easy to lose perspective. You're so focused on the struggle that you forget how far you've come. You forget why you started. You forget that every challenge is shaping you into the person you need to become. Taking a break allows you to step back and see the bigger picture. It reminds you that struggle is temporary, but the reward of perseverance lasts forever. But here's the thing. You have to be honest with yourself. Are you taking a break to recover, or are you making excuses to quit? There's a difference between rest and avoidance. True rest means stepping away so you can come back stronger. Avoidance means stepping away because you're afraid to continue. One keeps you in the game, the other takes you out of it. Every time you feel like quitting, think about what's waiting for you on the other side of perseverance. Imagine the success, the growth, the feeling of accomplishment that comes from pushing through. Now compare that to the regret of giving up. Which one do you want to live with? When you feel exhausted, ask yourself, do I need to quit, or do I just need a break? Most of the time, you don't need to stop. You just need to breathe. You need a moment to recharge so you can come back, even stronger. The truth is, the people who win in life are not the ones who never get tired. They're not the ones who never feel doubt. They're the ones who learn how to manage it. They're the ones who push through when others give up. They're the ones who take breaks, but never quit. If you're feeling tired right now, don't see it as a sign to stop. See it as a sign to refuel. Rest when you need to, but never walk away from your mission. Because the only way to fail is to quit, and that is not an option. Lesson 38. Choose growth over comfort every single time. Most people spend their lives chasing comfort. They want security. They want ease. They want things to be predictable. But here's the problem. Comfort never leads to growth. Comfort keeps you stuck. It keeps you from becoming who you were meant to be. If you want to build something meaningful, if you want to achieve your highest potential, you have to make a decision. Every single time you face a choice between staying comfortable or pushing yourself, choose growth. Every single time. Growth is uncomfortable. It forces you to step into the unknown. It demands effort. It requires you to stretch beyond what you think you're capable of. That's why so many people avoid it. They settle for what's easy, for what's familiar, for what feels safe. But safety is an illusion. There's nothing safe about staying the same. There's nothing safe about ignoring your potential. The only real security comes from growth. Because when you grow, you become stronger, smarter, and more capable. You expand your options. You increase your value. You build resilience. That's real security. The people who achieve the most in life are the ones who get comfortable being uncomfortable. They don't shy away from challenges. They don't avoid difficult conversations. They don't back down when things get tough. They embrace the struggle because they know that's where transformation happens. If you look at your life right now and you're not where you want to be, ask yourself, how often do you choose comfort over growth? How often do you avoid taking risks? How often do you let fear dictate your decisions? Every time you choose the easy road, you reinforce the habit of staying small. You train yourself to settle. But when you choose growth, you build momentum. You develop the mindset of someone who keeps improving, keeps learning, keeps moving forward. Growth isn't about making massive leaps overnight. It's about consistently pushing yourself, even in small ways. It's about choosing the harder path when it matters. It's about saying yes to opportunities that scare you. It's about putting yourself in situations that challenge you, that force you to level up, that make you better. Comfort tricks you into thinking you're okay where you are. It tells you that you don't need to change, that you don't need to push yourself, that things are good enough. But is that the life you want? A life of good enough? Or do you want something greater? Greatness doesn't come from comfort. It comes from pushing past your limits. It comes from doing what's hard when others quit. It comes from having the courage to step outside your familiar world and into something bigger. Think about the most successful people in history, the innovators, the leaders, the top performers. Do you think they got there by staying in their comfort zone? No, they challenged themselves. They took risks. They embraced discomfort because they understood that growth only happens when you step outside of what's familiar. Look at anyone who has ever transformed their life. They didn't do it by playing it safe. They did it by making tough choices. They did it by putting themselves in situations where they had to rise to the occasion. They did it by doing what most people avoid. When you choose growth over comfort, you start seeing challenges differently. Instead of seeing difficulties as obstacles, you see them as opportunities to improve. Instead of avoiding hard situations, you step into them with confidence. Instead of fearing failure, you see it as part of the process. Fear will always try to hold you back. It will tell you to stay where you are. It will make excuses for why you shouldn't take that next step. But fear is a liar. The only way to silence it is to act. The more you push through discomfort, the more fearless you become. Think about the moments in your life when you grew the most. It wasn't when things were easy. It was when you faced a challenge and pushed through. It was when you took a risk, when you stepped up, when you did something you weren't sure you could do. Those are the moments that shaped you. Those are the moments that made you stronger. Now imagine if you lived your entire life avoiding those moments. Imagine if you never took a risk, never stepped outside of what was comfortable, never challenged yourself to be more. What kind of life would that be? Safe, maybe, but fulfilling? Never. The best things in life come from growth, better opportunities, stronger relationships, more confidence, more success. It all comes from choosing growth over comfort. When you stretch yourself, when you push past the fear, when you do what's hard, you create a life that is meaningful, a life that is filled with progress, a life that you are proud of. The good news is, you have the power to make this choice every single day. You don't have to wait for the right moment. You don't have to wait for someone else to push you. You can start now. Every time you face a choice, stay where you are, or take the harder path. Choose growth. Every single time. Because the life you want is waiting for you, but you'll never reach it by staying comfortable. Lesson 39. Measure your progress instead of seeking perfection. Too many people spend their lives chasing perfection. They refuse to start because they're waiting for the perfect moment. They refuse to take action because they're afraid of making mistakes. They refuse to acknowledge progress because they think it's not good enough. This mindset destroys growth, kills motivation, and keeps people stuck in the same place year after year. The truth is, perfection is an illusion. It's something you will never reach. No matter how much you improve, there will always be more to learn. No matter how much progress you make, there will always be another level. The people who succeed in life are not the ones chasing perfection. They're the ones measuring progress. They focus on getting better, not on being flawless. They celebrate how far they've come, instead of obsessing over what they haven't achieved yet. If you constantly judge yourself by an impossible standard, you will always feel like a failure. You will never appreciate what you've accomplished. You will never feel good enough. And when you feel like you're not good enough, you lose motivation. You stop trying. You give up before you see results. That's the danger of perfectionism. It convinces you that anything less than perfect is worthless. But the reality is, small progress adds up. A little improvement every day leads to massive results over time. Think about the people who master their craft. Athletes, entrepreneurs, artists, leaders. They don't aim for perfection. They aim for progress. They track their growth. They look at where they were yesterday, last week, last year, and they see how far they've come. They don't waste time criticizing themselves for not being perfect. They focus on being better than they were before. Imagine you're climbing a mountain. If you keep looking at how far you still have to go, you'll feel discouraged. You'll feel like you're never going to make it. But if you stop and look back, you'll see how much ground you've already covered. You'll see the progress you've made. You'll realize that even though you're not at the top yet, you're much further than when you started. And that's what keeps you going. That's what fuels motivation. Too many people quit because they're focused on the wrong thing. They think, I'm not where I want to be yet, instead of thinking, I'm further than I was before. They let impatience and self-doubt take over. But real success comes from appreciating progress, not demanding perfection. Progress is what separates winners from quitters. The people who achieve their goals are the ones who keep going. Even when things aren't perfect. They don't wait for ideal conditions. They don't wait till they feel 100% ready. They take action. They learn from their mistakes. They improve along the way. They track their progress so they can see their growth. That's what keeps them moving forward. The key to lasting success is measuring progress in small steps. When you set a goal, don't just focus on the end result. Break it down into milestones. Celebrate each step forward. Acknowledge the little victories. These small wins build momentum. They keep you motivated. They remind you that you are making progress, even if you're not at the finish line yet. If you only celebrate when you reach the final goal, you'll spend most of your time feeling discouraged. But if you celebrate progress along the way, you stay motivated. You stay excited. You keep pushing forward because you see that what you're doing is working. Most people don't fail because they lack talent. They don't fail because they're incapable. They fail because they don't recognize their progress. They convince themselves they're not improving, so they give up. But if they had just kept going, if they had taken a moment to look at how far they had come, they would have realized that they were on the right path. Think about any major skill you've developed in your life. You didn't start out being great at it. You got better over time. You learned from your mistakes. You improved with practice. That's how growth works. No one starts at the top. No one wakes up one day and is suddenly a master at something. Every expert was once a beginner. Every master was once a student. If you want to succeed, you have to shift your mindset. Stop chasing perfection. Stop beating yourself up for not being perfect. Focus on improvement. Focus on learning. Focus on taking small, consistent steps forward. That's how you win. One of the best ways to measure progress is to track it. Keep a journal. Write down where you are today. Set goals and track your growth. Look back every week, every month, every year, and see how much you've improved. When you see real evidence of progress, it gives you confidence. It reminds you that you're moving forward. It pushes you to keep going. Don't let the idea of perfection paralyze you. If you wait until everything is perfect, you will never start. If you keep waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect conditions, the perfect plan, you will waste years doing nothing. The most successful people in the world are the ones who start before they're ready. They take action even when things aren't perfect. They learn along the way, they improve over time. Failure is part of progress. Mistakes are part of learning. If you're afraid of failing, you'll never take the risks necessary to grow. If you avoid challenges because you don't want to make mistakes, you'll never develop the skills you need to succeed. Growth requires discomfort. It requires stepping outside of what's easy. It requires making mistakes, learning from them, and getting better. Stop comparing yourself to others. Too many people measure their success based on where other people are. But you don't know their full story. You don't know how long they've been working. You don't see the failures they went through. Comparing yourself to others is a waste of time. The only person you should compare yourself to is who you were yesterday. If you're better today than you were before, you're on the right path. Success isn't about being perfect, it's about being persistent. It's about showing up, putting in the effort, and improving a little bit every day. Small progress leads to big results. The people who stay committed, who keep going, who measure their progress instead of demanding perfection. Those are the people who succeed. Think about where you were 5 years ago. Think about the knowledge, skills, and experiences you've gained since then. You've grown, you've improved, and in another 5 years you'll be even better. As long as you keep moving forward. But if you waste time chasing perfection, you'll never appreciate the progress you're making. Every time you feel like you're not good enough, every time you feel like you're not moving fast enough, stop and look at how far you've come. Remind yourself that you're growing. Remind yourself that success is built one step at a time. The choice is yours. You can chase an impossible standard of perfection and stay stuck, or you can focus on progress and keep moving forward. You can criticize yourself for not being perfect, or you can celebrate the fact that you're getting better every day. One path leads to frustration. The other leads to success. Perfection is a trap. Progress is the key. Choose progress every time. Lesson 40. Avoid drama and focus on your real goals. There are two types of people in this world. Those who focus on their goals and those who get caught up in distractions. The difference between success and failure often comes down to this one choice. Do you give your energy to things that move your life forward, or do you waste it on unnecessary drama? Drama is a trap. It keeps you stuck in cycles of negativity, pettiness, and wasted time. It pulls your attention away from what truly matters. It drains your energy, clouds your mind, and prevents you from making meaningful progress. If you want to build something great in your life, you have to learn how to shut out the noise and stay locked in on your real priorities. The people who achieve the most are the ones who refuse to engage in pointless conflict. They don't waste time arguing about things that don't matter. They don't let other people's negativity dictate their emotions. They don't get caught up in gossip, resentment, or meaningless distractions. They are focused. They are disciplined. They have a clear sense of what they're working toward, and they don't allow anything to pull them off track. Too many people spend their lives reacting to things that don't deserve their attention. They get pulled into petty arguments. They obsess over what other people are saying about them. They let minor inconveniences ruin their day. And while they're busy dealing with all this noise, their goals get pushed further and further away. Every time you allow yourself to be distracted by drama, you are stealing time from your future. You are taking away energy that could have been used to build something meaningful. You are delaying your own success. Think about the last time you got involved in something that didn't serve you. Maybe it was a pointless argument. Maybe it was a situation where someone tried to drag you down. Maybe it was a moment when you let someone else's negativity affect your mood. Now ask yourself, did it help you in any way? Did it move you closer to your goals? Did it make you a better person? Or did it just waste your time and energy? Most of the time, drama is nothing more than a distraction. It adds no real value to your life. It doesn't help you grow. It doesn't make you stronger. It doesn't bring you closer to the future you want. It only slows you down. Success requires discipline, not just in your actions, but in your focus. It's not enough to work hard. You have to protect your mind from distractions. You have to guard your energy from negativity. You have to be intentional about where you direct your attention. The people who win in life are not the ones who fight every battle. They are the ones who choose their battles wisely. They don't waste time proving themselves to people who don't matter. They don't waste energy trying to change people who don't want to change. They don't let other people's problems become their own. If you want to stay on track, you need to set boundaries. You need to decide what is worth your time and what isn't. You need to learn how to say no to things that don't serve you. You need to stop giving attention to people who only bring negativity into your life. One of the biggest mistakes people make is thinking they have to engage in every situation that comes their way. But just because someone invites you into their drama doesn't mean you have to accept the invitation. Just because someone tries to pull you into their problems doesn't mean you have to participate. You always have a choice. Every successful person has learned how to tune out distractions. They don't waste time worrying about what others think. They don't waste energy on things they can't control. They stay focused on their path. If you look at the most productive, high-achieving people, you'll notice a pattern. They don't gossip. They don't complain about things they can't change. They don't waste time on meaningless arguments. Instead, they focus on solutions. They invest their energy into things that make them better. They use their time wisely because they understand that every moment spent on drama is a moment stolen from their success. Your time is your most valuable asset. Once it's gone, you can't get it back. Every minute you spend arguing, complaining, or getting involved in unnecessary problems is a minute you could have spent building your future. That's the real cost of drama. It doesn't just steal your peace of mind, it steals your progress. People who get caught up in drama often wonder why they never reach their goals. They feel stuck. They feel like they're not making any real progress. And the reason is simple. They are too distracted. They are too focused on things that don't matter. They are letting other people's chaos dictate their lives. If you want to break free from this cycle, you have to make a conscious decision to focus on what truly matters. You have to become intentional about your time, your energy, and your attention. You have to train yourself to ignore distractions and stay locked in on your goals. One of the best ways to do this is to surround yourself with people who are focused on growth. People who don't waste time on negativity. People who inspire you, push you, and challenge you to be better. The more time you spend around people who are focused on progress, the easier it becomes to stay on track. But if you surround yourself with people who are constantly caught up in drama, it will be almost impossible to stay focused. Their negativity will affect you. Their distractions will become your distractions. Their mindset will start to influence your own. This is why it's so important to be selective about the people you let into your life. Your environment shapes your habits, your thoughts, and your energy. If you want to stay focused, you need to be around people who are going in the same direction as you. The truth is, the more successful you become, the less time you will have for drama. The more focused you are on your goals, the less patience you will have for negativity. Because when you are truly locked in on your mission, you won't have time to waste. You won't have time for meaningless arguments. You won't have time for gossip, complaining, or negativity. You will be too busy working on something that actually matters. If you ever feel tempted to get involved in drama, ask yourself one simple question. Will this matter a year from now? If the answer is no, then it's not worth your time. Most of the things people stress about today won't even be relevant in the future. Most of the things people argue about won't make a difference in their lives. But the work you put into your goals, that will matter. The habits you build, that will shape your future. The choices you make today, those will determine where you end up. So make the right choice. Focus on what truly matters. Protect your energy. Guard your time. Stay committed to your real priorities. Because every minute spent on distractions is a minute stolen from your success. And your success is too important to waste. Lesson 41. Be kind, but never let anyone walk over you. Kindness is one of the most powerful qualities you can have. It can open doors, build relationships, and create opportunities you never imagined. But kindness should never come at the cost of your self-respect. Too many people confuse kindness with weakness. They assume that being a good person means allowing others to take advantage of you. They think that if they set boundaries, they're being selfish. But the truth is, real kindness comes with strength. It comes with self-respect. It comes with the ability to stand up for yourself while still treating others with dignity. Being kind does not mean you allow people to disrespect you. It does not mean you tolerate behavior that drains you. It does not mean you say yes to everything just to avoid conflict. True kindness is knowing when to say no. It's having the courage to walk away from toxic situations. It's understanding that you can be a good person and still demand respect. Some people will try to take advantage of your kindness. They will expect you to always put their needs ahead of your own. They will assume that because you are kind, you will tolerate anything. But the moment you allow someone to treat you poorly without consequence, you teach them that their behavior is acceptable. And once people see that you don't stand up for yourself, they will continue to push the limits. Every time you allow someone to walk over you, you lose a little bit of your confidence. You lose a little bit of your self-worth. You start to doubt yourself. You begin to feel like your feelings don't matter. And over time, this will wear you down. It will make you resentful. It will make you feel exhausted, drained, and powerless. But when you learn to stand your ground, everything changes. You no longer feel trapped by other people's expectations. You no longer feel obligated to please everyone at the expense of your own well-being. You start to respect yourself. And when you respect yourself, others will respect you too. You teach people how to treat you by what you allow, what you stop, and what you reinforce. If you allow people to take advantage of you, they will. If you stop tolerating disrespect, people will think twice before crossing the line. If you reinforce healthy boundaries, the right people will stay, and the wrong people will walk away. Setting boundaries does not make you unkind. It does not make you selfish. It does not mean you don't care about others. It simply means you value yourself enough to protect your energy. It means you refuse to let people use you. It means you are willing to prioritize your well-being, even if it makes others uncomfortable. The people who truly care about you will respect your boundaries. They will understand that your kindness does not come with unlimited access to your time, energy, or resources. But those who only want to take from you will be upset. They will try to guilt you into giving more. They will test your limits. And this is when you must stand firm. You cannot control how others react to your boundaries, but you can control how you enforce them. You do not have to argue, explain, or justify your decisions. You do not have to make everyone happy. You simply have to be clear, consistent, and confident in protecting yourself. Too many people feel guilty for saying no. They worry that they will disappoint others. They fear rejection. But every time you say yes when you really want to say no, you betray yourself. You prioritize someone else's needs over your own. And over time, this will lead to frustration and burnout. The most successful, fulfilled people in life understand the balance between kindness and self-respect. They give freely, but not at the cost of their own well-being. They help others, but they do not allow themselves to be used. They treat people with warmth and generosity, but they demand the same in return. Being kind does not mean you let people take more than you can give. It does not mean you sacrifice your own happiness just to make others comfortable. It means you show compassion while also honoring your own needs. It means you offer help, but not at the expense of your own mental, emotional, or physical health. There will always be people who test your boundaries. There will always be those who expect you to give more than you should. And every time this happens, you have a choice. You can continue allowing it, or you can put a stop to it. When you stand up for yourself, you may lose some people, but the ones you lose are the ones who never truly valued you in the first place. The right people, the people who genuinely care about you, will respect your boundaries. They will appreciate your kindness, but they will not expect you to tolerate mistreatment. Never mistake being firm for being rude. Never mistake setting boundaries for being unkind. Never mistake valuing yourself for being selfish. True kindness means treating others with respect while also expecting the same in return. It means being generous, but not allowing others to take advantage of you. It means helping others, but not at the cost of your own well-being. Too often, people who are kind get used, manipulated, or drained by those who see their generosity as a weakness. But the strongest people in the world are those who are kind without being naive. They know when to walk away. They know when to say enough. They know how to be compassionate while also protecting themselves. You do not have to explain your worth to anyone. You do not have to prove your kindness by overextending yourself. You do not have to tolerate things that make you uncomfortable just to keep the peace. Your self-respect is more important than temporary approval. One of the most important lessons in life is learning that you cannot please everyone. No matter how kind you are, no matter how much you do for others, there will always be people who expect more. There will always be those who take without giving back. And you have to decide how much of yourself you are willing to give. Being a good person does not mean being a doormat. It does not mean allowing others to mistreat you. It does not mean sacrificing your happiness just to avoid disappointing others. It means knowing your worth. It means recognizing when to give and when to pull back. It means showing love and compassion while also demanding respect. If you have ever felt like you were being taken advantage of, if you have ever felt drained by people who only come to you when they need something, if you have ever felt like your kindness was being exploited, then it is time to change. It is time to take control of your own energy. It is time to set limits and stand by them. You deserve to be treated with kindness and respect, just as you give it to others. You deserve relationships that are balanced, not one-sided. You deserve to feel valued, not just used. And the only way to ensure that happens is to be clear about what you will and will not tolerate. There is nothing wrong with putting yourself first. There is nothing wrong with protecting your peace. There is nothing wrong with saying no. If someone cannot respect your boundaries, they do not deserve your kindness. If someone only values you when you are giving to them, they do not truly appreciate you. Kindness is a strength, but only when it is paired with self-respect. The strongest, most confident people in the world are those who know how to be compassionate while also standing their ground. They are kind, but they are not pushovers. They give, but they do not allow themselves to be used. They love, but they do not tolerate mistreatment. You have the power to decide how people treat you. You have the ability to set the standard for what you will accept. Do not let anyone make you feel guilty for demanding respect. Do not let anyone convince you that being kind means being weak. True strength is having a good heart while also knowing when to walk away. Lesson 42. Detach from outcomes and focus on your effort. Most people spend their lives chasing results. They set goals with one thing in mind: winning. They measure their worth based on whether they succeed or fail. And when things don't go exactly as planned, they feel frustrated, discouraged, or even defeated. But this is a losing game, because no matter how hard you work, you will never be able to control everything. The truth is, outcomes are unpredictable. You can put in the effort, you can do everything right, and still things might not go the way you hoped. That's just the way life works. There are too many variables at play: timing, circumstances, other people's choices, unexpected obstacles. And if your happiness depends on everything going perfectly, you will always be at the mercy of things beyond your control. But when you shift your mindset, when you focus on your effort instead of obsessing over the outcome, you take back your power. You stop relying on external validation. You stop allowing failure to define you. You learn to find fulfillment in the process, not just the reward. Effort is the only thing you truly own. You don't control the results, but you do control how much work you put in. You control your discipline, your consistency, your attitude, and your perseverance. These are the things that actually matter. Because when you commit to giving your best every single day, success becomes inevitable. Not because everything will always go your way, but because you will have built the habits, the mindset, and the resilience to keep moving forward, no matter what. Detaching from outcomes does not mean you stop caring. It does not mean you don't set goals or work hard to achieve them. It means you learn to appreciate the journey just as much as the destination. It means you stop letting your emotions rise and fall based on whether you succeed or fail. It means you stop defining yourself by results and start defining yourself by your effort, your growth, and your persistence. Think about how much stress, anxiety, and frustration come from trying to control things that are out of your hands. You set a goal, you work hard, and yet sometimes the outcome isn't what you expected. And if you tie your happiness to that result, you will feel like a failure. But if you instead focus on what you gave, if you take pride in your effort, if you learn from every experience, then you never truly lose. You either win or you grow. One of the biggest reasons people give up on their dreams is because they are too attached to the end result. They expect things to happen within a certain time frame. They expect everything to go smoothly. And when reality doesn't match their expectations, they get discouraged. They assume their efforts were wasted. They lose motivation. But what they don't realize is that success often comes to those who are willing to keep showing up, regardless of how long it takes. Every great achievement requires patience. No one reaches the top overnight. The people who succeed are not always the most talented, the most gifted, or the luckiest. They are the ones who stay committed, even when the results aren't immediate. They are the ones who understand that growth is happening, even when it's not visible. They are the ones who refuse to let setbacks define them. If you look at the most successful people in the world, you'll see that they all share one common trait. They focus on what they can control. They don't waste energy worrying about whether things will turn out exactly as they planned. They don't let temporary failures discourage them. They stay committed to their process. They put in the work day after day, knowing that as long as they give their best, the results will take care of themselves. When you detach from outcomes, you free yourself from fear. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of not being good enough. Because suddenly, your value is not tied to whether you succeed or fail. Your value comes from your willingness to keep going, to keep learning, to keep improving. Think about a time in your life when you worked hard for something, but things didn't go your way. Maybe you didn't get the job you wanted. Maybe you lost an opportunity. Maybe a relationship didn't work out the way you hoped. At that moment, it may have felt like a loss. But if you take a step back, you'll realize that those experiences shaped you. They taught you lessons. They built your resilience. They prepared you for something better. Sometimes the outcomes we want are not the ones we need. Sometimes life has something bigger planned for us. And if we stay attached to one specific result, we might miss out on something even greater. The key to long-term success is learning to trust the process. It's having the faith to keep moving forward, even when you don't see immediate rewards. It's understanding that every effort you make, every skill you develop, every lesson you learn is moving you closer to where you're meant to be. The people who struggle the most are the ones who constantly compare themselves to others. They look at someone else's success and feel like they're falling behind. But what they don't see is the years of work, the failures, the setbacks, and the sacrifices that came before that success. No two journeys are the same, and when you focus too much on outcomes, you risk losing sight of your own unique path. Detaching from outcomes does not mean lowering your standards. It does not mean you stop aiming for greatness. It means you stop obsessing over things you can't control and start focusing on the things that truly matter. Your habits, your work ethic, your discipline, your consistency. If you are putting in the effort, if you are showing up every day, if you are giving your best, then you are already succeeding. Because the real reward is not just in achieving your goals, it's in becoming the person who is capable of achieving them. It's in developing the mindset, the skills, and the strength to handle whatever comes your way. When you let go of the need for immediate results, you start to enjoy the journey more. You start to find joy in the small wins. You start to appreciate the lessons that come with every challenge. And you start to realize that the process itself is just as valuable as the destination. You will never regret giving your best. You will never regret the time you spent improving yourself, growing, learning, and pushing forward. But you will regret giving up too soon, because you were too focused on an outcome that didn't happen on your timeline. So focus on what you can control. Show up every day with intention. Give your best effort, no matter the circumstances. Learn to find fulfillment in the work itself, not just in the results. Because when you do that, success becomes inevitable. Not because everything will always go your way, but because you will have built the habits, the mindset, and the resilience to keep going, no matter what. Lesson 43. Be grateful for what you already have today. It has the ability to shift your entire perspective, to bring clarity in moments of doubt, and to remind you of the abundance you already have. Too many people spend their days focusing on what's missing, on what they haven't achieved yet, on what's wrong. They measure their happiness by things they don't have, instead of appreciating what they do. But this is a trap, one that will keep you feeling like you're always behind, always lacking, always waiting for something else to make you feel whole. The truth is, if you cannot be grateful for what you have today, you will not be grateful when you have more. If you don't appreciate the simple things now, you will always chase the next thing, thinking that's where happiness is. But happiness is not in the next goal, the next promotion, the next milestone. It's in the ability to recognize and appreciate what is already in front of you. Look around your life right now. You have things today that you once wished for. You have experiences, relationships, opportunities, and moments that at one point were only dreams. But have you taken the time to truly appreciate them, or have you been too busy looking at what's next? Gratitude is about stopping, about recognizing the value in the present moment, about seeing what you have instead of fixating on what you don't. The problem with always focusing on what's missing is that it blinds you to what's already there. No matter how much you achieve, if your mindset is always on the next thing, you will never feel satisfied. You will always feel like something is lacking, like there's always more to chase, like happiness is just slightly out of reach. But gratitude brings you back to reality. It reminds you that there is already so much to be thankful for, even as you work toward more. Some people think gratitude means settling, that if they appreciate what they have, they won't strive for better. But gratitude does not mean complacency. It does not mean you stop working toward growth or success. It means you learn to enjoy the journey, instead of thinking happiness is only at the finish line. It means you stop delaying joy, stop postponing fulfillment, stop telling yourself, "I'll be happy when," and instead choose to be happy now. When you are grateful, you show life that you are ready for more. You prove that you can appreciate and take care of what you have, and that attracts more opportunities, more success, more abundance. The people who struggle the most are the ones who are constantly looking at what they lack. They think that once they have more money, more recognition, more achievements, then they'll feel fulfilled. But fulfillment is a mindset, not a destination. And if you don't learn to be grateful today, you will never be satisfied, no matter how much you accomplish. Gratitude shifts your focus from what is wrong to what is right. It allows you to see the good, even in difficult moments. It helps you understand that no matter what challenges you face, there is still something to appreciate. And when you operate from a place of gratitude, you experience life differently. Your mindset changes. Your attitude improves. You stop feeling like you are constantly in a battle against life, and instead you start to see how much life has already given you. One of the biggest benefits of gratitude is that it reduces stress and anxiety. When you focus on what's good, your mind cannot dwell on what's missing. You feel lighter, more at peace, more connected to the present. It doesn't mean you ignore problems or pretend challenges don't exist. It means you don't let those challenges overshadow everything else. You recognize that even in difficulty, there is something to be thankful for. Think about the last time you truly appreciated something small, a good conversation, a moment of laughter, the warmth of the sun on your face. These moments are what life is made of. But too often people overlook them because they're too busy chasing something bigger. The irony is, the things that bring the most happiness are usually the simplest. You don't need millions of dollars to feel joy. You don't need constant achievements to feel worthy. You don't need validation from others to feel enough. You need awareness. You need perspective. You need to train your mind to see the value in what is already here. One of the best ways to build gratitude is to practice it daily. Take a moment every morning to think about what you're grateful for. Write it down. Say it out loud. Focus on it. Let it fill your mind. And when challenges come, instead of immediately thinking about what's wrong, ask yourself, what is still good? What is still working? What can I still appreciate? There will always be problems. There will always be setbacks. There will always be things you wish were different. But there will also always be things to be thankful for. The question is, which will you focus on? Your mindset determines your reality. If you choose to see lack, you will always feel like something is missing. But if you choose to see abundance, you will realize that you already have so much. Gratitude is not about ignoring goals or giving up ambition. It is about learning to enjoy life now, not later. It is about understanding that fulfillment is not in the future. It is in the way you see the present. Think about the people who are truly happy. They are not the ones who have the most. They are the ones who appreciate the most. They are the ones who can find joy in the simple moments. They are the ones who don't take life for granted. If you want to improve your life, start with gratitude. Stop waiting for happiness to come from an achievement, from a future event, from a goal that has not yet happened. Start finding it in today. Look around and appreciate what is already yours. Recognize how far you have come. See the good that is already here. Because when you do that, you won't just feel happier. You'll attract even more to be grateful for. Lesson 44. Delete toxic apps and reclaim your mental focus. In today's world, one of the biggest threats to your focus, productivity, and peace of mind is right in the palm of your hand. Your phone, your tablet, your computer. These devices were meant to make life easier. But for many, they have become a source of distraction, stress, and even addiction. And the biggest culprit, the toxic apps that take up your time, drain your energy, and steal your attention away from what actually matters. You don't realize how much of your life is being consumed by these apps until you step back and look at the bigger picture. How many hours have you lost mindlessly scrolling through content that adds no value to your life? How many times have you picked up your phone just to check one thing, only to find yourself lost in an endless stream of notifications, advertisements, and distractions? How often have you felt drained, anxious, or unmotivated after spending too much time on certain platforms? These apps are designed to be addictive. The more time you spend on them, the more money they make. They use algorithms that keep you engaged, feeding you content that triggers emotional reactions, whether it's anger, envy, excitement, or frustration. They thrive on keeping you hooked, making sure you come back again and again, even when you know it's not good for you. And the worst part, most people don't even realize it's happening. Your focus is one of the most valuable things you have. It determines your ability to work on your goals, to build meaningful relationships, to learn new skills, and to create a life that fulfills you. But when your focus is constantly being hijacked by apps that serve no real purpose other than keeping you distracted, you lose control over your own mind. You find yourself struggling to concentrate, constantly craving stimulation, and feeling like you can never fully be present in the moment. It's time to take back control. It's time to delete the toxic apps that are stealing your time and reclaim your mental focus. Because if you don't, they will continue to control you. They will continue to shape your thoughts, your emotions, and your habits without you even realizing it. The first step is awareness. Take an honest look at your screen time. How much of your day is spent on apps that add no real value to your life? Which ones leave you feeling worse after using them? Which ones do you find yourself reaching for the moment you feel bored, stressed, or uncomfortable? These are the apps that are keeping you stuck. The second step is action. You don't need to make excuses. You don't need to overthink it. Just delete them. Remove the distraction. Get rid of the things that are pulling you away from what truly matters. At first, it might feel uncomfortable. You might even feel a little lost. But that's because you've trained your brain to rely on these apps for constant stimulation. And just like any habit, breaking free from it will take time. But what happens when you finally take that step? What happens when you remove these distractions from your life? You gain clarity. You start to think for yourself again. You stop comparing your life to someone else's filtered highlight reel. You stop feeling the constant urge to check your phone every few minutes. You become more present, more productive, and more in control of your own time. Imagine what you could accomplish if you took back just half the time you currently waste on meaningless apps. Imagine the goals you could achieve, the skills you could develop, the relationships you could strengthen. Imagine how much more peaceful your mind would be without the constant noise of social media, news feeds, and never-ending notifications. You don't have to delete everything forever, but you do need to take a break. You need to remind yourself what life feels like without being glued to a screen. You need to prove to yourself that you can focus, that you can enjoy life without constantly checking your phone, that you don't need external validation to feel good about yourself. And if you think you can't do it, that's exactly why you should. If the idea of deleting certain apps makes you anxious, that's a sign that they have too much control over you. That's a sign that they are not serving you. They are controlling you. Your mind is precious. Your time is valuable. Your energy should be spent on things that move you forward, not on things that drain you. Take back your focus. Take back your time. Take back your life. Because the more you let go of what's distracting you, the more you create space for what truly matters. Lesson 45. Build something daily that makes you feel proud. Pride in yourself isn't something that happens by accident. It's something you create. It's something you build piece by piece every single day. Too many people go through life feeling unfulfilled, lacking confidence, and wondering why they don't feel a deep sense of achievement. The reason is simple. They aren't building anything they can be proud of. They aren't putting in the effort to create something meaningful, something that reflects their potential, something that makes them stand a little taller at the end of the day. Every day is a fresh opportunity to build something that moves you forward. It doesn't have to be something massive. It doesn't have to change the world overnight. It just has to be something that when you lay your head on the pillow at night, makes you feel like today was worthwhile. That could be progress in a skill, a small step toward a goal, an act of discipline, or even an act of kindness. The key is that you actively create something that strengthens your confidence and sense of accomplishment. There's a reason people who build, whether it's businesses, careers, skills, relationships, or even their own mindset, have a different energy. They carry themselves differently. They don't wait for motivation to come to them. They generate it through action. They don't sit around hoping for confidence. They build it by proving to themselves day after day that they are capable. And that is where real pride comes from. Not from wishing, not from waiting, but from doing. Imagine the version of yourself that is strong, disciplined, and fulfilled. That version of you didn't get there by accident. They built themselves through daily action, They didn't wait until they felt ready. They didn't wait for the perfect conditions. They simply committed to doing something every day that moved them forward. And now, looking back, they feel proud, not just because of what they achieved, but because of who they became in the process. Too many people spend their days consuming rather than creating. They scroll, they watch, they listen, but they don't build. And then they wonder why they don't feel accomplished. Consumption without creation leads to stagnation. If all you do is take in information, but never apply it, you don't grow. You don't feel that deep sense of satisfaction that comes from making something of value, something that proves you're using your time wisely. There is no better feeling than looking at something you created and knowing I did that. Whether it's a project, a habit, a workout, a skill, or even a moment of discipline that you pushed through when you didn't feel like it. That feeling is what builds confidence. Every day you have the chance to create a version of yourself that is stronger, smarter, and more capable than the day before. But that only happens if you make the decision to build, not just exist. Think about the last time you accomplished something that took effort. Maybe it was finishing a book, hitting a fitness goal, making progress in your work, or even completing a difficult task. Do you remember that feeling, that sense of pride, that energy that made you feel like you were moving forward? Now compare that to the feeling of wasting a day doing nothing meaningful. One leaves you feeling empowered. The other leaves you feeling empty. Success isn't about massive achievements happening overnight. It's about small daily wins that compound over time. It's about setting a standard for yourself and refusing to lower it. It's about waking up each morning and asking, what can I build today that will make me proud? And then following through with action. It doesn't matter if you're tired. It doesn't matter if you don't feel like it. It doesn't matter if progress is slow. What matters is that you show up and build something that adds to your sense of self-respect. Because when you respect yourself, everything else in life improves. Building something daily is about proving to yourself that your time matters. That you are not here to simply exist, but to create, to contribute, to grow. It's about showing yourself that you have control over your actions, that you can shape your future by what you do today. And when you live this way, you no longer need external validation to feel good about yourself. Your confidence comes from within, from the knowledge that you are making the most of your time and potential. If you want to feel proud of yourself, don't wait for a big moment to give you that feeling. Create it daily. Do something, anything, that proves you are moving in the right direction. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be impressive to anyone else. It just has to be meaningful to you. Because at the end of the day, you are the one who has to live with your choices. You are the one who will either feel proud of how you spent your time or regret the moments you wasted. Decide today that every single day will have something in it that makes you feel accomplished. Something that when you look back, you can say, that mattered, that made me stronger, that moved me forward. Because when you commit to building daily, you don't just create results, you create a version of yourself that is unstoppable. Lesson 46. Choose hard work when your mind wants ease. Hard work is never the easy choice. The mind will always lean toward comfort, toward what feels good in the moment, toward what requires the least effort. That's human nature. But success, growth, and transformation don't come from doing what's easy. They come from choosing what's hard, even when every part of you wants to take the path of least resistance. You have two choices every day. Do what's easy or do what's necessary. The easy path keeps you comfortable but stagnant. It allows you to relax, but at the cost of your progress. The necessary path forces you to push, to sweat, to struggle, but in return, it gives you strength, wisdom, and results. The choice you make determines everything. Look at the people who have built something great. They didn't get there by seeking ease. They didn't wake up and say, what's the least I can do today? They woke up and committed to doing what was required. No matter how difficult, they embraced the struggle, knowing that the discomfort of today would bring the rewards of tomorrow. Your mind will always try to negotiate with you. It will tell you to sleep a little longer, to take a break before you've earned it, to push things off until later. It will whisper excuses, convincing you that you deserve to rest, that the work can wait, that it's not a big deal if you skip today. And if you listen, you start a cycle of delay, of weakness, of settling for less than you're capable of. But when you make the choice to push forward, despite those thoughts, everything changes. When you wake up tired but still get to work, when you feel like quitting but take another step, when you push through resistance and prove to yourself that you are stronger than your excuses, that's when you grow. That's when you separate yourself from the masses who give in to comfort. Hard work is the great equalizer. It doesn't matter where you start. It doesn't matter what resources you have. If you are willing to outwork the competition, if you are willing to put in more effort, more time, more focus, you will rise above those who rely only on talent or luck. Talent fades. Luck is unreliable, but discipline, effort, the ability to choose the hard road when your mind wants ease. That is what leads to greatness. The mind loves instant gratification. It craves pleasure, comfort, and reward without effort. But nothing truly valuable comes instantly. The things that are worth having, success, confidence, self-respect, financial freedom, a strong body, a sharp mind, all require work. They require patience, endurance, and the ability to resist short-term temptations. Think about the times in your life when you took the easy way out. Maybe you skipped the workout. Maybe you avoided the tough conversation. Maybe you procrastinated on a goal that could have changed your life. How did you feel afterward? Did you feel proud? Did you feel strong? Or did you feel disappointment, knowing you let yourself down? Now think about the times you chose the harder path. The times you showed up even when you didn't feel like it. The times you put in the extra hours, did the uncomfortable work, fought through exhaustion and doubt. How did you feel then? That feeling of accomplishment, of pride, of knowing you pushed past resistance. That's the feeling you want to chase every single day. Discipline is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. The more you train yourself to choose effort over ease, the more natural it becomes. Eventually, the hard work that once felt impossible becomes your standard. The struggles that used to make you quit become the very things that build your character. And the success that once seemed out of reach starts to become your reality. Most people don't fail because they lack potential. They fail because they give in to their weaker instincts. They want success, but they don't want the work that comes with it. They want the rewards, but they don't want to endure the process. But those who succeed understand that the process is everything, that the work itself is the reward. If you want to become the person you envision, the one who is strong, disciplined, and unshakable, you must train yourself to do what's hard. Not once, not when it's convenient, but every single day. When your mind wants ease, challenge it. When it seeks comfort, deny it. When it tells you to quit, push forward. Because the moment you start making those choices consistently, you become unstoppable. Lesson 47. Talk to yourself with respect and strong belief. Self-talk is the foundation of everything you do. It shapes your confidence, your mindset, your ability to take action. If the way you speak to yourself is filled with doubt, negativity, and hesitation, it doesn't matter how much potential you have. You'll hold yourself back every time. On the other hand, when you talk to yourself with respect and strong belief, you unlock a level of power most people never access. Think about how you would talk to someone you care about, someone you want to succeed. You wouldn't tear them down. You wouldn't constantly remind them of their failures. You wouldn't tell them they're not good enough. Yet too many people do exactly that to themselves every single day. They fill their minds with self-criticism, with thoughts of inadequacy, with fear-based stories that keep them small. They repeat limiting beliefs so often that they start to believe them as truth. The way you speak to yourself matters more than anything else. It sets the standard for how you show up in the world. If you tell yourself you're not capable, you won't try. If you tell yourself you always fail, you won't push forward. If you convince yourself that success is out of reach, you'll never put in the effort to achieve it. You are listening to yourself all day, whether you realize it or not. Every thought, every sentence, every mental dialogue is reinforcing a belief. And those beliefs shape your actions, which shape your results. If you want to change your life, you must first change the way you talk to yourself. Respect yourself and your thoughts. Speak to yourself with the same encouragement, the same kindness, the same confidence you would give to someone you believe in. Stop letting self-doubt be the first response in your mind. Stop repeating old narratives that keep you in the same place. Instead, start speaking words that empower you, that remind you of your strength, that push you toward what you are capable of. Strong belief in yourself is not arrogance. It's not about pretending you're perfect. It's about recognizing your ability to improve, to learn, to become better. It's about seeing challenges as opportunities rather than obstacles. It's about knowing that even if you don't have all the answers now, you have the ability to figure things out. When you believe in yourself, everything changes. The way you walk, the way you carry yourself, the way you approach challenges, it all shifts. You stop seeing failure as proof that you're not good enough and start seeing it as part of the process. You stop hesitating when opportunities arise because you trust yourself to handle whatever comes next. Think about a time when you accomplished something difficult. Maybe it was a goal, a project, a personal challenge. What allowed you to push through? It wasn't just your actions. It was the way you spoke to yourself during the process. It was the belief that you could figure it out. The mindset that told you to keep going when things got tough. That kind of self-talk is what separates those who achieve from those who give up. You wouldn't tolerate someone speaking to you with disrespect, constantly telling you that you're not good enough, that you're a failure, that you'll never succeed. So why tolerate it from yourself? Why allow your own mind to be the thing that holds you back? It's time to reprogram the way you think, the way you speak to yourself, the way you approach your own potential. Every time you catch yourself thinking in a way that weakens you, replace it. Instead of "I'm not good enough," say "I am capable of learning and growing." Instead of "I always fail," say "Every setback is a lesson that makes me stronger." Instead of "I'll never be successful," say "I have everything within me to create the life I want." This isn't about blind positivity. It's about training your mind to work for you instead of against you. It's about choosing to feed yourself thoughts that build you up rather than break you down. Your mind is powerful, but you must take control of the words you allow to shape it. If you want success, if you want confidence, if you want to truly push yourself to new levels, it starts with self-respect. It starts with believing that you are worthy of your goals. It starts with the decision to speak to yourself like someone who deserves greatness, because you do, but you must believe it first. Lesson 48. Rest when tired, not when you feel lazy. Rest is essential. Your body needs it. Your mind needs it. Without proper rest, your energy declines, your focus weakens, and your ability to perform at your best starts to slip away. But there is a major difference between resting when you are truly tired and stopping simply because you feel lazy. The first is necessary. The second is an excuse. When you work hard, when you push yourself, when you give your best effort, day in and day out, your body and mind will naturally reach a point where they need a break. That's real fatigue. And when you experience it, rest is the right decision. But laziness is different. Laziness isn't about being physically or mentally drained. It's about allowing comfort to override discipline. It's about stopping because things feel difficult, not because you've actually reached your limit. You have to be honest with yourself. When you feel the urge to stop, ask yourself why. Are you truly exhausted? Have you given your full effort? Have you pushed yourself as far as you can go? Or are you simply looking for an easy way out? The answer to that question will determine whether you need to rest or whether you need to push through. People who achieve great things don't rest because they feel like it. They rest because they've earned it. They don't take breaks to escape discomfort. They take breaks to recover and come back stronger. There is a purpose behind their rest, a strategy behind their recovery. They understand that real growth happens when you work hard, push limits, and then allow yourself the right amount of time to recharge before attacking your goals again. Laziness is a mindset. It's a habit. And if you give in to it too often, it becomes a pattern that weakens you. Every time you stop just because something feels tough, you reinforce the idea that it's okay to quit when things aren't convenient. Over time, this destroys discipline. It makes it harder and harder to stick with anything that requires sustained effort. But when you learn to differentiate between real fatigue and simple resistance to effort, you take control of your progress. You start to understand your body and mind better. You recognize when you truly need to step back and when you simply need to push forward. That kind of awareness is what separates those who keep moving forward from those who stay stuck in the cycle of starting and stopping without ever making real progress. Think about the times when you've worked hard on something important. Maybe it was a project, a goal, or a challenge that required real effort. Remember how it felt to put in the work. The moments when you felt tired but kept going anyway. The times when you pushed past your own limits and proved to yourself that you could do more than you thought. That feeling of pushing through, of earning your progress, is something that can't be replaced. It builds confidence. It builds momentum. It builds the kind of mindset that makes you unstoppable. Now think about the times when you gave in to laziness, when you stopped just because things got uncomfortable, when you allowed excuses to win. How did you feel afterward? Did you feel proud? Did you feel accomplished? Or did you feel regret, knowing that you could have done more? That feeling of regret is what you want to avoid. It's a sign that you didn't truly need to rest. You simply chose the easy way out. You have to train yourself to rest with purpose, to rest when your body actually needs recovery, not when your mind is simply looking for comfort. There is nothing wrong with taking breaks, but those breaks should be intentional. They should serve a purpose. They should help you recharge so you can come back even stronger, not simply provide a way to avoid doing the work. Successful people don't see rest as an escape. They see it as a tool. They use it to rebuild their energy, to reset their minds, to prepare for the next challenge. They don't abuse it. They don't use it as an excuse to be lazy. They understand that rest is part of the process, not an excuse to avoid it. So when you feel like stopping, ask yourself the real question. Am I tired, or am I just avoiding effort? The way you answer that question will determine your results. If you truly need rest, take it. But if you're just looking for an excuse to stop, push through. Because every time you choose to keep going when it's difficult, you strengthen your discipline. You build resilience. You prove to yourself that you are capable of more than you think, and that is how you win. Lesson 49. Drop the excuses and accept full responsibility now. Excuses are the chains that keep people stuck in the same place year after year. They are comfortable, they are easy, and they are deadly to success. When you make excuses, you give away your power. You tell yourself a story about why things aren't working out instead of taking action to change them. You blame circumstances, other people, bad luck, anything except the one thing that truly determines your results. Taking full responsibility for your life is not easy, but it is necessary. It means looking at where you are right now and accepting that your choices, your actions, and your mindset have led you here. It means realizing that if you want things to change, you are the only one who can make it happen. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to fix your problems for you. If you want success, you have to own everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. People who refuse to take responsibility always have an excuse. They say they don't have enough time, but they waste hours every day on distractions. They say they don't have opportunities, but they ignore the chances right in front of them. They say they can't succeed because of their past, but they refuse to take action in the present. These excuses feel real, but they are nothing more than stories. And as long as you keep telling yourself these stories, you will stay stuck. You cannot change what you refuse to take responsibility for. If you keep blaming outside forces for your situation, you will never have the power to change it. When you drop the excuses, everything shifts. You stop waiting for things to get easier and start making yourself stronger. You stop hoping for the perfect moment and start taking action with what you have. You stop letting obstacles control you and start finding solutions. Think about the most successful people in any area of life. They all have one thing in common. They take full responsibility for their actions and their results. When they fail, they don't look for someone to blame. They look in the mirror and ask, what can I do better? They don't waste time complaining about what they can't control. They focus entirely on what they can do right now to move forward. That mindset is what separates winners from everyone else. When you accept full responsibility, you take back control of your life. You stop making excuses for why you can't succeed and start looking for ways to make it happen. You understand that nothing will ever be perfect, but that's not a reason to quit. You know that challenges will come, but you don't use them as an excuse to stop. You realize that your past does not define you, your actions today. The truth is, excuses are comfortable. They let you avoid responsibility. They give you a way out, but they also keep you small. They keep you from growing. They keep you from reaching your full potential. Every time you make an excuse, you reinforce the idea that you are not in control of your own life. And that belief is the biggest obstacle between you and the life you want. If you are tired of being stuck, stop making excuses. If you are frustrated with your results, take full ownership of them. If you want things to change, be the one who changes them. No more waiting, no more blaming, no more hiding behind reasons why things haven't worked out. From this moment forward, make the decision to take full responsibility. That decision will change everything. Lesson 50. Live each day like it seriously matters to you. Every single day you wake up is another opportunity. Another chance to grow, to learn, to make progress, to do something meaningful with your time. But too many people live like their days don't matter. They drift through life, waiting for the perfect moment, the right opportunity, or some magical event that will change everything. And in the process, they waste what they have right now. You don't have forever. The time you have is limited. Every day that passes is a day you will never get back. That is not meant to scare you. It is meant to wake you up. Because once you understand how precious time is, you stop wasting it. You stop waiting for the weekend, for next year, for the perfect conditions. You start treating each day as if it is important, because it is. When you take life seriously, you stop making excuses. You stop putting off your goals. You stop letting distractions consume your time. You wake up with purpose. You move with intention. You don't just let the day happen to you. You take control of it. You decide how you are going to show up. You decide what kind of person you are going to be. You decide what actions you are going to take. Think about the people who live without purpose. They are always waiting for something, waiting for motivation, waiting for luck, waiting for the right circumstances. And while they wait, time slips through their fingers. They look back and wonder where the years went. They regret the chances they didn't take. They wish they had started sooner. But by then, the time is gone. That does not have to be you. You can choose to live differently. You can choose to make today count. You can choose to put effort into everything you do, to bring your best to every task, no matter how small, to push yourself to grow, even when it's uncomfortable, to show up for the people who matter to you, to give your energy to things that actually move your life forward. Living like your days matter does not mean being perfect. It does not mean being busy just for the sake of being busy. It means being intentional. It means making sure that how you spend your time aligns with what you truly want. It means not letting distractions, laziness, or fear keep you from doing what you know you need to do. You don't have to wait for a wake-up call to start taking life seriously. You don't have to wait for tragedy, for loss, for some major event to remind you that time is precious. You can make that decision now. You can decide that from this day forward, you will live with urgency. You will take action on your goals. You will stop wasting time on things that don't matter. You will show up every single day and do what needs to be done. Because the truth is, every single thing you do adds up. The small choices you make each day determine where you end up. If you waste your days, you waste your future. If you make the most of them, you build something incredible. It all comes down to how you choose to live. So what are you going to do with today? Are you going to treat it like just another day? Or are you going to use it as an opportunity to move forward? Are you going to waste time on distractions? Or are you going to take action on something that actually matters? The choice is always yours. But understand this, the way you spend your days is the way you spend your life. If you want a great life, start by making today count.